Constellation is sponsored by Hims, the brand for men that tends to male-specific health issues, ranging from hair loss to weight loss, and yes, of course, erectile dysfunction too. My friends, it's time for you to start your free online visit today at hims.com/con for your personalized ED options and more. That's HIMS.com/CON. Again, that's hims.com/con. The products mentioned are chewable compounded products which are not approved or verified for safety or effectiveness by the FDA. Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan. Constellation, Last Stand Media's conversational podcast, is brought to you by you. If you want to learn how to support our podcast network, head to patreon.com/laststandmedia.
Boys and girls, welcome back to Constellation, Last Stand Media's conversational podcast. I'm your host, Dagan Dagster Moriarty. Very happy to be here with you today. And boy, oh boy, this one has got chaos written all over it. Let me introduce you to a few individuals who need no introduction, but so help me, I'm doing it anyway, starting with, like a phoenix rising from the wildfire ashes, SoCal by way of NYC, your favorite Constellation host. I get it. It's all I friggin' hear anymore. Chris! Ray Gun Maldonado, my friends. What's up, Chris?
Oh, nothing much. Yeah, you're right. I crawled out of the wildfires barely. That's why you're only seeing me from the waist up. It's like you don't want to see what's going on under here. But things are good, you know. Got an early start.
Darth Vader's lower body after the volcano scene.
Yeah,
I was thinking Bishop from Aliens. Right.
I mean, they all apply. It's a rough situation over here. But now I'm feeling pretty. I'm digging it. I feel like I haven't seen you in ages.
Yeah, I definitely haven't seen you in 2025 yet.
Yeah, that's certainly
either
certainly
one of you
true.
guys. So yeah, this is a reunion of sorts. It's good to be here with you guys today. This is a great group. And speaking of which, next up, just when you thought it was safe from the old soundboard, pack your pipe and sit back with everybody's favorite real life video game creating and podcasting wizard, David Scott Jaffe, ladies and gentlemen. What's up, Jaffs?
I am doing well. Thank you for inviting me.
So mannered.
Well,
so demure.
Did you ever see the movie One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest?
Of course.
And he gets the lobotomy at the end because he was too crazy for the world and they had to basically change him. And then he just became that. I have learned from the comment section of Last Stand Media, I will now be providing you with a measured, kind, and inoffensive version of my humanity. It is nice to see you all. Fuckers, you fucking assholes.
Oh, he's there. There he is.
Will ever keep me down, you stupid son of a bitches. Come at me all you want. Come at Alyssa Mercante all you want, because I'm simping for her, baby. Squirt,
I asked her to be on the show. I'm trying to get her on Sacred Symbols, but I don't know if she'll do it.
I'd never talked to her in my entire life before that conversation, and I didn't know what I was getting into because everybody's like, dude, she's fucking out of her mind. She's crazy. And so her reputation preceded her. She was delightful. She was a genuine joy to talk to. She was smart, articulate, interesting.
From Long Island. That's the thing I'm most interested in about.
She played her mom's voice message for me, and it was just hello. I can't do the Long Island thing, but I mean, it's like, and I asked her, I said, do you change your voice? And she says, yeah, sometimes I do and then she did her Long Island voice that was her normal voice. And yeah, she sounded like a soprano wife or something.
Yeah, mine only comes out when I'm angry or drunk.
Interesting.
Yeah. I actually think I started to sound a little bit Long Islandish when we were in California.
Someone said to me, you and her should talk when I was talking to her, because it's like her dad her dad and mom were cops.
Yeah.
On Long Island. She grew up around where you grew up. You guys actually, oddly enough, have a lot in common, and she's a real nice person to talk to. I think it would be a great chat with you guys.
Yeah. I don't know her really. She was, when I emailed her I actually emailed her before she was even on your show. Then I emailed her again after that, and she said she'd get back to me. We'll see. But I was telling her in the email, I'm like, I'm pretty sure you joined the industry when I became or when I was already a recluse. So like we would have never met
Right.
at an event or like a preview or whatever. So, but I feel kind of bad for her in some sense. I've said this on Sacred Symbols because I feel like it's like I don't know her from a hole in the wall, but it's like watching someone and you're not going to win with what you're trying to do in terms of like fighting back. Like it's just an unwinnable situation, and it's weird to see someone. So I don't have anything against her. I just think she's wrong about a lot of things, and I'd love to talk to her. So hopefully we'll be able to do that. But I have to listen to your interview as well.
I was surprised to learn a lot of the things, and I don't know what. And again, it's not the place for it, but a lot of the things that you might think she was wrong about. When I asked her point blank about some of these more controversial opinions, she's like, "Yeah, that's not." You know, a great example is like people say, oh, she has a tattoo on her body that says, I hate men. And she hates all men, right? Like one of those things. And she's like, well, I have a tattoo on my left butt cheek and my right butt cheek. And it's a quote from Animal Farm. And it's about veganism and it's about humanity and how the animals are better than the humans. What? And people took it because Orwell wrote man instead of, you know, and also they only saw the picture of my left butt cheek. That was the first part of the quote.
Why are your butt cheeks even on the internet?
Well, it wasn't. That's okay if that's what, you know, there's nothing, you know, but it was from a soccer accident. She plays soccer every weekend and she was skidding and she got terrible grass burn. And in that, a bunch of the creepy internet guys like zoomed in, turned it, rotated it and said, oh, you can make out the tattoo. And it says, and suddenly that became Alyssa Mercante has a tattoo that says, I hate men and she hates men. And it's stuff. So I'm not saying that that's the stuff you would disagree on her on, but that's just such an example of like how people take things.
It's a Seinfeldian circumstance. Almost.
Yeah. The best Seinfeldian circumstance was Even Stevens when he threw the $10 out the window and then Costanza comes back with it. Did you ever see the Even Stevens one where he can't,
no.
he's always flush.
He can't help but break even.
Yeah.
So like he's like, watch, and he takes $10 and he throws it out the window, and then Costanza comes up and goes, hey, I found this $10. You know,
okay, yeah. So, you said Even Steven, and for some reason my head went to like proper noun, and I thought about the show, the Even
Disney
Steven,
show.
with Shia LaBeouf.
No, I'm a grown ass man. I don't think about things like that. But anyway,
you have kids, so because to me, that was in the pocket where I wouldn't have. I knew that show's name, but I didn't know.
Oh, I love that show.
You have kids, Chris?
No, you have kids.
Yeah, no. My kids, you know, it is interesting when you do have kids, and I'm sure Dagan can, especially being in animation, but there is that period, that kind of stratification of their youth and their culture. So for me, it was like Good Luck Charlie and the one with Zendaya, Shake It Up. Like there's the whole Disney and Nickelodeon
I know that.
shows that they were into, but they weren't there for Camp Rock or they weren't there for High School USA or whatever that fucking thing was called. Rock Camp. So I'm just saying, Even Stevens, I think, was before their time. They were watching Caillou or something.
That was the ascension of Shia LaBeouf, who was hilarious on that show.
Oh, he was Even Stevens?
He was in Even Stevens, yeah. He was a great character. He was like a little cad in that show. And there was an episode, where he opens up like a taqueria in the janitor closet of his junior high school. It's fucking brilliant. It's like seriously amazing. That show is low key. No one knows.
I don't remember much about it. I just remember the movie I remember Tim Meadows is in the movie, and I haven't seen that movie in ages, but like I think I feel like it probably wouldn't hold up that well, so I haven't rewatched it. But like I love Tim Meadows. I think he's so
funny.
He was best. That was the golden age of SNL to me. Was that like 95 to 2002 or so? Fucking sick.
So funny. So
funny.
Awesome.
When his Courvoisier, remember he played that guy who's just like, it's 3 a.m. and you're watching Perspectives. Anyway, I'm shutting up. Good to be here. Thanks for having me.
No, Jaffe, you can't shut up yet. You got to give me lobotomized, kinder, gentler Jaffe. Just one more time.
Yeah, Rosemary Kennedy, Jaffe.
Or NPR Jaffe. Oh, no, it's really... I looked at the topics that you guys presented. I think we're going to have a really scintillating conversation. This is kind of one of those things where you're like cooking a new dish, and you want something on in the background that's stimulating to sort of pair with the new recipe that you're working on. I'm very excited, especially Colin's topic. I wasn't aware, that the chemical makeup of Mountain Dew really could bring about that sort of mental shift. So I'm excited to be here, gentlemen. Thank you so much.
Excited to have you, Jaffe.
Yeah.
And last, never least, you already heard the telltale voice, Colin Chowderman Moriarty. What's
the
up,
Chowder
dog?
Man?
The Chowder Man.
Yeah, I'm here. Hello. This is my first podcast in my new chair. I got
yeah, that's right.
I got an Aeron chair. It's very nostalgic because this is what we had at IGN. And I haven't sat in one since. These chairs are ancient. So I plopped down $1,200. I wanted to kill myself.
Is that how much they are?
Yeah. And I said this on Sacred Symbols and I'll say it again. When people used to say like, gotta get a good chair, gotta watch out for your posture, back's gonna hurt. I'm like, shut the fuck up.
Now you
like what? It's the same thing where people are like, you're gonna get arthritis playing video games. Your hands are gonna fucking cramp and hurt. I'm like, shut up, old man. And then in that stupid gaming chair that I bought for some reason, Secret Lab, have a secret launch into the sun. I hate that fucking chair. I had that for like 3 years. My back just hurt so bad. So I'm like, I really just need to get a better chair. And I never had any problems at IGN. And I know other people that recommend these. So I just bought one. So here it is. It better work.
When did they come on the scene? Like, I want to say the mid to late 90s, right?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean,
have they changed much?
They were in San Francisco. They used to be called .com bus chairs because they definitely came from that era of like there would be offices, like empty offices full of Aeron chairs.
Yes.
When did the Aeron chair come out?
Because they have a lifetime. They did have a lifetime guarantee, I think. So if you buy one, you have it.
You got to make sure to Google when did the Aeron chair come onto the scene.
1994 it is. It's 1994, so 31 years.
I love that hip phrasing for like a chair CEO. It's like that's the Aeron CEO, man. He bursted out of the scene like nothing else.
This chair disrupted the whole chair industry.
like he's fucking Prince or something.
It was a red sea of stools. Everybody was sitting on stools, and we had the idea, let's go somewhere different.
Everyone was sitting on little rocks. Everyone was sitting on tiny little rocks. It was so gay.
It was Constellation is sponsored by Hims, the brand for men that tends to male-specific health issues, ranging from hair loss to weight loss, and yes, of course, erectile dysfunction too. You can learn more for yourself right now at hims.com/con. That's CON. So talking about and even seeing anything concerning ED could be a little uncomfortable. I mean, I totally get it. It reminds me of watching Islanders games with my dad in high school and suddenly a boner pill commercial pops up. It's weird. We've all been there. But we're also all adults, or at least we should be if you're listening to Last Stand. And so it's worth noting that commercials such as these exist for a reason. There's a problem out there with some men. There's nothing to be ashamed of, and there are also solutions too. My friends, you can be back to your old hard-drilling self after an internet visit to Hims. There's nothing to be hesitant about. Hims can assist you. Maybe you're stressed, or perhaps you're just getting a little up there in years. Maybe you're distracted or aren't physically feeling your best. To help, Hims provides a litany of doctor-trusted erectile dysfunction treatments, all without an in-person doctor visit. By answering a questionnaire, a medical provider will figure out what might work best for you and have it mailed discreetly to your home. It's that easy. Hundreds of thousands of people have subscribed to Hims for a very valid reason. They can truly help, and they can do so at a reasonable rate, especially key for those of you without good or any health insurance, which isn't needed with Hims. And hey, Hims isn't just about boner pills, like I said earlier. As much as some people love Viagra and Cialis, there's more to life than that. As a men's health company, Hims can also get you on the right track with your thinning hair or your weight loss, anxiety, and even skin issues. So really, there's something there even for the most virile amongst us. My friends, it's time for you to start your free online visit today at hims.com/con for your personalized ED options and more. That's hims.com/con. Again, that's hims.com/con for all of your men's health needs, from ED to hair loss, from skincare to weight issues, and beyond. The products mentioned are chewable compounded products which are not approved or verified for safety or effectiveness by the FDA. Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan. I got to adjust to this chair. The headspace might be a little. No, it's fine.
Yeah, you'll figure it out.
Yeah, I'll figure it out. But yeah, it's good to be here with you guys. Anything interesting to say? Not really. I mean,
besides the chair?
Never.
Yeah, the chair is like the new
Chair.
exciting.
You're going to top the chair story?
It's going to be hard for me to top the chair story, I think. No, it's good to be here, though. Oh, going out to brunch with Dad tomorrow.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah. So
I
he'll
haven't
be
seen the old man in quite some time.
he'll be in town. He says you never answer your phone, and you
I
never
just
call him
talked to him.
back. Oh, I haven't talked to him in the last couple of days,
Oh, okay.
but yeah. And because I was just talking to him a couple of days ago as well, and we're looking forward to that. But yeah, otherwise just hanging out, man. Good to be here. Good to be with everyone. Oh, well, it'll go live by now, so I guess I can say it since this won't go live yet. Is that I just randomly revived SideQuest, our old video series.
No way. What?
We haven't published. I haven't written one since 2019, and we haven't published any since 2020. I don't know. I just felt like doing video essays again. I don't know how many more I'm gonna do, but
What is this one on?
it's on games. Sony's games as a service strategy, but how I think it was actually a good idea, and it was just poorly executed. And it's like 25 minutes long. On Tuesday, so a few days ago, I just woke up and I'm like, I'm just gonna sit here and write a script, and I wrote a 5,000 word script.
Dude.
And then recorded the audio and assembled it, and then just sent it to one of the editors and was like, "You want to edit this?"
How long is the show?
It's 25 minutes, I think. Something like
Dude, people are going to eat this up. I love how you do. Now, how often will you do it?
that. I don't know. Once every few weeks, maybe.
Okay, all right. No commitment to
Yeah.
any sort of timeline. Just
No, I'm not
when you
going to
feel
commit.
like
I'm not even going to commit to it being like a thing that happens again. But
Mm.
but I think it probably will. I have more
Very
to say.
cool.
I want to say more. I just I'm. It could be its own topic in some sense. Like I'm not as hungry as I used to be. I'm just not. I don't know why.
I know
But
why.
well, I have an idea of why, I guess. But well, it's probably age and tiredness combined with like financial security. I just don't have
the financial
comfortable,
security
yeah.
will kill you. It's true.
yeah, it's like I'm not worried about things anymore. So I
Mhm.
think that a lot of that remove like I
That's
want to
so
do the
crazy.
things that what'd you say, Chris?
That's just so wild.
It's just it is interesting. Like I want to do the things we do really well and repeated them. I really focus on the podcast, playing games, being really good at those things to keep that sharp and keep the money flowing in from that, because that Sacred Symbols is really like very important to the success of this company. But I was like, I feel like I'm kind of getting, I don't want to say lazy because I'm like always busy in some sense, but I feel like I'm just not hungry. I don't have the drive that I used to, and I wanted to try to recapture that. And I love writing. I just don't write anymore. So
Very admirable, dude. Very cool.
we'll see.
I love
We'll see what happens. See if people
Yeah.
like it.
People are going to dig it. People are going to. This is the first time you're breaking the news right now.
Yeah, but it will have already been up. I'm not
Okay,
saying
okay.
anything until it publishes.
Very
That's
cool,
my
dude.
favorite thing in the world to do. So
Yeah, just shadow drop.
yeah, I hate, it's what I've said about Kickstarter. People announcing Kickstarters. Why are you announcing your Kickstarter? Launch the Kickstarter.
You've always
So
told
what?
me this.
I just don't get it. Like, what is the advantage of announcing that you're kickstarting something? Well, I
Just
don't know.
showing
What
there are answers to that question, but it's not practical, right? I mean,
Trying to
well, it's not
gauge
practical in
interest.
that you can only assume that you will get at most, or not at most, at least if you launch something,
Yeah.
you'll get everyone's attention once. And if you
Right.
get them once, don't you want them to be able to act?
yeah, but
That's my
you're
entire
thinking,
argument.
But you're thinking practically. You're not thinking
Right, exactly.
psychologically, right? Psychologically, it's I'm not entirely sure. I'm not entirely confident in this. I want to see, like Dagan saying, to gauge interest. I want to feel like I'm being. I'm not going to be laughed at.
Spinning my
there's-
wheels.
Right.
Yeah.
Or I'm excited for it, but I don't really want to do all the work yet, but I want a little bit of the applause and excitement dopamine hit. There's like a lot of that shit that goes on, I think.
I could see it being like we might do a Kickstarter. Like, is there any interest in that? But saying like, we're launching a Kickstarter January 10th and it's January 5th. It's like, you just wasted 5 days and
Yeah.
all the attention you got when people could just Kickstart your thing right now. And some of them will come back, but most of them won't. I mean,
I
so
can-
to me, that's obvious in my opinion,
I think
especially because they're 30 days long. So you have all of that time. By telling someone 5 days early, you're just gaining nothing. You're not cutting into the 30 days. But if you just announced it and had the Kickstarter ready, then at that same time, you would have had 25 days left, but the Kickstarter would have already been launched. I don't know.
And
This
then
is
have content ready to go as well, like a certain amount of things in the
right.
in
You
the
have to be
bag.
ready to go. Like Phil Summers recently launched. Did you see that day? Phil Summers launched
Yes.
his
His
Mega Man
book.
strategy guide, and it
Yeah.
is fucking sick
He got fully funded quickly, right?
in 12 minutes but they're over
It's 12 minutes?
they're over $100,000 now. And
Wow,
he
good
and
for
they got
him.
the Capcom license. I'm glad he worked with Lucas Thomas. I know Lucas from back in my days at IGN. He runs the magazine Nintendo Force. Do you guys know
Okay.
this? It's
I
the
remember
kickstarted. It's like the very famous. I think it's actually Patreon supported bi-monthly
I didn't
Nintendo
know that.
magazine.
Okay.
So he has good connections. He used to write like so many virtual console things for us. Like we loved him. And
He got Capcom's
so
blessing.
he knows them and has good relationships. So he worked with Phil. Because dude, I said publicly, but I've talked to Phil behind the scenes. I was desperate to work with Phil. I'm like, I'll fund whatever you do.
Yeah.
Like I'm really into him and his work.
You really courted him.
Yeah, like I really did. I wanted him to do things for some of our games, and I wanted him to do these other things too. And he and I talked on Sacred Symbols Plus. People might remember because he does the hand drawn game guides, and I really have this obsession with doing print strategy guides. Like it's going to happen one day. I just don't have the time or inclination to do it right now. I think there's a market for it. And I've been doing our own merch shop, as I've said, has really opened my eyes to how much money you can make if you just make the attempt to and have a market, but sell physical things. As I've said before, you can get 2,000 copies of a PS4 game printed through a ghost publisher, for $13 a game. So it's like, if you're willing to put the money down, you could literally just keep them as they are, not even make a special edition and charge $24.99 for them.
Right.
And make, $10,000.
Which is so fair. Yeah.
It's like, so to me, I'm really happy for him because I think he's one of the great talents in the games industry. Like for real.
He
like
works hard too. He
does. I can't believe, like, I said this to him. I'm like, I cannot believe that a Nintendo or someone hasn't just employed you to just make cool shit and sell it.
He has a day job as a graphic designer.
I don't know how much more that's going to be a thing, but
I know his friend. Just for some background, I've known of Phil for a long time because his brother Frank is an animator in New York, and we go way back, like 25 years or something. So Phil was always on my radar because he used to collab with Frank on some projects. They had a YouTube channel. They did an animated video game, like a retro video game inspired.
Oh, cool.
YouTube channel, never took off. But yeah, super I've never seen somebody work so hard knowing that I think he has a family and I think he has a day job still. It's like, holy shit. The guy makes me exhausted just looking at his body of work.
He's amazing and he's hungry. And so, yeah, so I don't know how that even came up, but you guys should go support it. It's on Kickstarter, hand-drawn game guides, Mega Man 1 guide. He says they already kind of have a go-ahead if it goes well to do 2, 3, and X. I mean...
Oh, good for him.
Jesus Christ. I'll be all over that. But yeah, I had meetings with him and he exchanged emails where it's like, dude, whatever you want. Like, I will. It is such a safe bet. It reminds me of when Yacht Club showed me Shovel Knight before they kickstarted it. And I wish I had money at that time. They only needed like 60 grand.
Wow. Is that
and
what it was?
I remember seeing that and being like, this game is fucking awesome. Awesome. And if it was just 10 years later, I would have fucking invested in it myself and I would have had all this money from that game. I just feel like Phil is onto something. So when I saw the Mega Man game guide, I was like, the first thing I was like, fuck. And then a millisecond after, I'm like, oh my God, I gotta kickstart it. Congratulations to him. I did the highest tier. And I don't even know why that came up, to be honest.
Yeah, I don't know.
It is it when you say a game guide, is it like a history and concept art, or is it a guide like here's how to play it?
No, it's a guide. It's a guide for how to play it, but it's not even. I'm trying to find it here for you. I'll put it in the chat. Okay. And you can just you can peruse it.
What is the old game guide brand? Why is that slipping my mind?
Brady Games did them, and Prima.
Like the old Prima guides, or Brady. Yeah, similar, modeled after those, but
I think it's more to me. I mean, if you look at it, I think it's more modeled after Nintendo Power.
Yeah,
in some sense,
I could see that.
Oh, the art's fantastic.
Oh my God, it's fucking, it's insane. Yeah. It's absolutely.
Oh, that's gorgeous art.
Oh my God. I'm like, so yeah, part of me, because I know Lucas, so I don't really feel competitive with him, but I'm like so jealous. I'm like, you son of a bitch.
So but he's actually drawing the strategy, the areas of the environment. So you're like, oh, here's how you deal with this thing. Oh, that's really
right.
Yeah.
There's this map, for instance, of Cutman's stage, and he envisions what the stage actually is. That like it's a forest, and you're going to like the lumberyard and stuff. It's fucking sick.
Yeah.
I mean,
it gives it this organic, very analog, not just with the hand drawing, but like his vision for things. It's just very old school.
So I did the highest tier, $150 or whatever. So it's everything. You get all the accoutrements, but you also get an original piece of the art from the book, like one of the 150 pieces of art.
Oh, that's cool.
And I'm kind of hoping he like nudges and says like, which one do you want? Because I'd love one of the stage maps. That would be fucking sick.
Yeah, that'd be cool.
but I'll take any of them. To be honest. I don't know how that came up.
That.
Doesn't make any sense at all.
Well, first you were talking about side quest.
Oh, right. Side quest. Yeah. So
Yeah.
anyway, yeah, it's good to be here with you guys. It's good.
I
I
understand.
think it was because the sound, what you were low for a second. Sorry, I'm looking at this because you brought up strategy guides, the Bloodborne strategy guide.
Oh, yeah. Is that Future Press? Who is that?
Future Press. Yeah.
Yeah. Those guys are good. That's kind of the idea I have is almost they're doing big AAA
coffee table book.
Right. But that's exactly right. I want to do coffee table style books, but for like not obscure games, but just old games. I don't want to do like licensed, like I've told people at IGN, people used to ghostwrite the Prima and Brady guides. I never did it because I wasn't at the time that was happening. I wasn't really high level enough, and you would have gotten fired if anyone knew, but it was like kind of an open secret. And they would basically lock you in a fucking hotel room for like 3 days with the game and like give you $5,000.
Wow.
And just be like, here it is.
Wow.
And my friend Jeremy Dunham was the editor in chief of IGN PlayStation. He ended up at PlayStation, and then he was the VP of Psionics for many years. And when they sold to Epic, he retired. He's like enormously rich now. It's awesome.
Wow.
And he was one of the guys that used to do it. And what would basically happen is his wife would they used to have to take pictures. And I remember this from Nintendo Power because you could tell they used to take pictures of the screen and not like in other words, not screenshots.
No.
But like actually take pictures of the screens.
Yeah.
And so his wife used to like take the pictures and then they would like go through and do the games and just like really bang these things out. And I just missed that by the time I became a strategy guide writer in 2002, print guides were kind of dying and I never really got a chance to do it. Which is a bummer because I would have loved to write one.
I wanted to mention just briefly, I don't know if you saw this yesterday, the Video Game History Foundation, they put
I saw that.
Something?
Yeah, like their whole library.
And they have like Bloodborne, all the From Software stuff is up there.
Oh,
and
wow.
they sent the Bloodborne reviewers kit, which came with like all this beautiful book and wrapped in leather and shit. It's just, so if you're listening and you're curious about, just go to Video Game History Foundation and they've put up all this promotional material, game design documents, magazine scans.
I have stuff that I could probably give them. Too,
I do too.
I'm sure you definitely do. I saved the press. I didn't, most press kits I threw away.
Yeah.
Or I just got rid of, but I saved the ones for the ones I cared about, for the games I really loved. Like I have the Mega Man 9 press kit, the Mega Man 10 press kit.
Oh, wow.
Like all that kind of stuff. And I wonder if they would, with the documents that they would send you and all that kind of stuff, I wonder if they would want any of that. The thing I'm most excited about, and I think, like you said, they're working on it. I don't know if it's totally fully up, but they're going to have a searchable database of all the magazines.
That's in there now.
Oh, okay, great. It's like, that is going to be such an awesome research tool. Incredible research tool to be able to just type in Simon's Quest and then see all the times Nintendo Power brought it up and then be able to read all of the things they said about it.
It's important.
It is very important.
Really cool.
I agree.
Yeah. I mean, by the way, too, with the Phil Summers thing, I mean, a hand-drawn NES Mega Man strategy guide in 2025 sounds like such a vanity project. But shout out to Nerd Culture, right? I mean, to fund it to the tune of triple digits, you know what I mean? Over $100,000, like getting his goal in 12 minutes. I mean, that's where we're at with Nerd Culture. I mean, how fucking crazy is that?
About the micro community, dude. Chris and I were just talking about this on Sacred. Is like, I wrote for so many more people and podcasted for so many more people earlier in my career. And this is the smallest my audience has ever been right now, is what it is now, basically. Well, generally speaking. And it's like the best thing ever. Because like, why would you even...
I love it.
I don't want to say why would you want to talk to a huge audience? Of course you'd want to talk to a huge audience, but at the same time, like, can you really do... How irreverent can you get before things plateau? In some sense, all of the major big things are not very irreverent. They're fun and they're interesting, but like Joe Rogan is not irreverent. It's just silly and fun and eclectic and all those different things. But I want to be weird. And that can only be done with small communities. And that's why I'm so thankful for, you know what it reminds me of, Dig? You remember this, I'm sure, in Jaffe. Like the old print newsletter era, or like the fanzine.
Oh, fanzine,
yeah. Which is so interesting. If people just...
Or cable access.
Right, exactly.
Yeah.
It's good shit.
It's where all this shit came from.
Yeah.
I mean, you don't not sound hungry. You just sound like maybe you're looking for your next whale.
Yeah, I guess that's the thing is like, it's like its own topic one day, but I wonder, does Last Stand have a clock on it? I don't want it to, but it's like going through life thinking you're not going to die, but everyone else dies around you, but it's never going to happen to you. What? But of course it will, and I'm trying to learn what went right here and like what went right in the other parts of my career in case we're even preparing for the eventuality that does happen. Nothing lasts forever. And yeah, so there's part of me that feels like what we do here is like what it's going to be in some sense. Yeah. Because it's like, it is what it is. It's not, you can't really evolve it much more than this. What else can it be?
Yeah. Two things I'll say is, first off, the sound you hear in the background is Tim Geddes running to Greg going, he's cut, he's wounded, go, go, go. Now's the
You're
time.
Starting my topic right now.
That's A. B, the biggest problem with success is you think you earned it, right? I mean, because you can have success and then you think you understand why you got it. And then the next thing may not be as successful. And at first you're like, I don't understand. I'm doing everything I did before. And that's the hardest part that for me to learn when I was doing big stuff with Sony is just that, you have, since the highest success, which was a long time ago for me in terms of number of people I was reaching, I've had ups and downs, but my perception of the work has never been different. From the very first game I made up until the podcast I did this morning. It's just, it's very hard to have the awareness after the fact of why things worked, because there's all these kind of, zeitgeisty things that are at play.
Intangibles.
And you're just like, it's not that it's just luck. Luck's part of it though. And I think the acceptance of the luck part is actually quite soothing and helpful, because then you go, all I can control is how hard I work. And the rest is kind of out of your fucking hands.
That's exactly right.
Tell my kids that all the time.
Yeah. I think it's about, I've used this reference many times, but I think it's just about dice rolls. And you can never guarantee, like you're rolling a 20-sided die in D&D. You can't guarantee that you're not going to roll a 1 and blunder and throw the weapon across the map or whatever, instead of swinging it there. But what you can weight it. You can like theoretically weight your dice in your life so that it's less likely.
You make your best
that like you don't roll a 1. You're still capable of rolling a 1 in any regard, but hard work is one of those things: persistence, stickiness, and talent. But you'll never, ever, ever hear me talk about my career without talking about luck.
Nor
because,
me.
That's the one thing I've always known in my entire life. Looking around is like, that person's smarter than me. That person's a better writer than me. That person knows more about this than me. That person does that. But it's like, somehow I'm just swimming upstream, and that's not me being like, that's objective. Like, that person's objectively smarter than me. That person objectively knows more about this thing than me. And I'm not talking only about games, but just everything. Hockey.
That's a good
history,
leader,
right? Yeah. But there's something about my persistence that definitely added to it. I flew out to IGN when I was 18 years old to become an intern. And looking back at that, like, that's a pretty ballsy thing to do. Yep. I did it twice. Actually, I did it again when I was 19. And things like that. It's like, yeah, I'm willing to sleep on your floor for 3 months, which is what I did. Yeah, I'm willing to do that. I'm willing to do this for no money.
Right.
I'm willing to do whatever you want. Whatever. Oh, you want me to moderate the boards? Oh, you want me to fucking upload screenshots? Oh, you want me to insert database stuff? You want me to? That definitely is part of it, but it's luck and timing.
Well, and that you can afford to do it for no money back then.
Well,
I mean, that's the other part. I heard somebody the other day talk about entrepreneurs and say, it's one thing to say, oh, you just got to take your shot. But certain people, because of their situations, can maybe only afford to throw the dart at the board once. Whereas a lot of reasons wealthy kids become entrepreneurs is because they have the money to buy a bunch of fucking darts. So they can throw those darts or roll those 20-sided die more than just 1 or 2 times, which somebody who maybe doesn't come from that support system, either emotionally or financially, can do. And I mean, I was fortunate that wasn't my situation, but I'm always aware of that, when giving advice or philosophy about success or failure, because if you don't take that into account, somebody hearing it going, yeah, I'd love to work for free and really hustle, but I have to eat and I don't have any way to do that if I'm not doing my job that's keeping me from that.
Yeah. I want to be clear about something, though, in my experience, to be fair to myself, is that I had my own money that I made in high school and from freelancing at IGN, and I went there and spent it all. And then when I ran out of money, I called mom and dad, and that was the one thing they did for me in that trip, because they didn't give me any money and I didn't ask them for anything.
Right.
Is I'm like, I'm out of money. I need to come home. And they flew me home.
Okay. All right.
And that was the first time. The second time I was better equipped or whatever, but they didn't give me anything. I actually contribute a great deal of my success to the kindness of the people around me, because I was an 18 or 19-year-old kid with like a mohawk, and I loved video games and I wanted to write and all that kind of stuff. And I would do whatever it took. And they absorbed that. Were
you saving money in high school for that goal? No.
I never had more than like $500 to my name until I was in college, because I would just spend my money on games and whatever.
Yeah.
And so, but I'm like, I literally, like when I say I slept on someone's floor for a summer, I did.
Yeah.
I slept on the floor in their studio. And the crazy thing is that they let that happen, and ended up being one of my great friends out there, Mark Ryan. And the next year I slept on Chris Carl, who's at CBS Interactive, like a high up there now. I slept on his couch for an entire summer.
Wow.
It's like, they let me do that. Franmir Bella, I slept on his couch for a while.
Mm-hmm.
So I really did grind it out. The sad thing is that I was basically the last intern IGN ever had. And Per will often tell you, Per Schneider, who's the founder of IGN and still the CEO, he would tell you, like, what we did with you was like illegal. Like, we had no idea like what we were even really doing.
You could do that then.
Because what ended up happening is the next year Fox, so I was an intern in 2003 and again in 2004, and I was freelancing there as well. And then Fox bought them in 2005. And at that point, that was not going to happen anymore, because now a big company owned them and it was too risky. Like, you have to actually talk to HR and do things by the rules. So anyway.
You got this kid sleeping in the break room. That's Colin.
That was
no, you can't do that. No, he's comfortable. He says it's fine.
Yeah, exactly. That was the whole thing. It's like, he likes it.
He just wants a chair from Secret Labs. That's all he's asking for. Just give him a chair. All right.
Sometimes they would pay me in games. Like they didn't, that wasn't a thing. Like
it was
like
it that way.
Right. But it's like, they would owe me $300 for the month or whatever. And I would email Per and be like, Per, I want these 6 GameCube games. And they would literally buy them and send them to me. And I think the reason they did that is because it came out of a different budget and they were like, cool.
They could petty it out.
When you were a journalist, I don't know how it was then, but like whenever I would go, whether I worked for Sony or I was doing a deal with Sony as my own companies, I would like visit Scott Rohde and he would just have games packed in the back, like of his office.
Mm-hmm.
What he would just, before I left, because we would talk for a couple hours about the business and stuff. And then he's like, hey, you want some of these? And I would leave there with like, a sack of fucking games. Would he ever do that? Like with you, would you be just like, hey, take some of these fucking games? Or
we wouldn't be allowed to do that because of with them.
Right.
Like in that kind of transaction. Because I actually remember having a meeting once and it was in Germany with some of the producers. And they were like, somehow my nephews came up and then I bought them a PS3 and they were really into Sly Cooper. And they were like, oh, we'll get you some Sly Cooper for stuff for your nephews. And I'm like, you can't do that. But I appreciate that, but you can't. The one thing I've said before, and Chris and I have talked about this in the past on Sacred, is so when I became full-time there in 2007, and by that point, this was already kind of ending because you weren't getting as many physical games, but you were getting physical games through the PS3 era, a lot of them. And what would end up happening is that you would get, so like MLB 2K5 or whatever, it would come out and you would get a copy on every console, sometimes 2 or 3 of them. So, because you'd have to try them. So you get like a PS2 version, a PS3 version, an Xbox version, Xbox 360 version, DS version, GBA version, like whatever. And and this is what I was saying. It's like, people are always like, oh, people are paying you off and this and that. And it's like, that kind of stuff never happened. This did happen though, which is that people would take those games and trade them in the GameStop.
Oh yeah.
And I knew people that had
into money.
Yeah, like, so this was done by the time I was even getting games sent to me. Like games that I would play at that time would get sent to others and they would trickle down to me to review them or write a guide or whatever. So I didn't have those PR contacts yet.
Right.
But I knew people, I won't say any names, but I knew people that had like $10,000 worth of GameStop money, literally like on a card.
Holy shit.
Just from like going there. And the rule was, is that you had to just unwrap the games. If you went in
Okay.
there with a wrapped game, they wouldn't accept it. And if you tried to unwrap it in front of them, they would tell you that they wouldn't take it because they would be presumed to be have stolen or like
Oh,
some
I see
weird
what
The
you're
thing.
Sony
Yeah.
ones came with little holes in them. I don't know if you
Right.
remember.
And so that comes from that is that, yeah, if you look at the back, and I have a bunch of games like that, and then other publishers started doing that too, specifically in the PS3 era, they would punch the barcodes out and then it would be unsellable, I guess. You could still sell it loose.
Right.
I mean, that's what they didn't realize, but
Kyle, here's my
Yeah.
thought. It's one thing to be satisfied in terms of where you're at as far as your compensation or where you're at financially, but not just you. All three of you guys that I'm looking at have created very successful things, but you don't stop because you're creative people. And that's really at the core of this, right? Like you have to exercise your creativity. So I would argue that you are hungry still, I think, and especially the fact that you are comfortable, and that's the fact that you still do want to create things and you feel compelled to create things. So it's a different level of hungry, maybe.
it was hard to be like, I remember this is what's so funny when people are like, you got fired from Kind of Funny. How's it going over at Kind of, like when they make fun of me for that stuff. And I'm like,
People still say that.
yeah, oh yeah.
Do they really?
Yeah. And it's fine that people can think that, but it's like, that was the first time in my life when I left there. And that was when I made the first time when I was at Kind of Funny is when I made real money in my life. But when people like that say that stuff don't realize that they paid me for years after that because I sold my shares back.
Right.
And I remember I was making more not there than I was there for years, plus whatever we were doing at Last Stand. Because they didn't finish paying me until 2020 and like what we had agreed upon. And that was the first time in my life where I'm like, I don't have to do anything right now at all. And I remember even thinking in my mind, like, I could actually get away with this for years, like years and years based on like because I live a very modest life and it's a lot of money and all that. And then I'm like, no, and instead 2 weeks later, we launched Colin's Last Stand. Cause I'm like, that's kind of,
I give you so much credit for that.
Because I want to do
kind
that
of money, that kind of buyout would have invoked my laziness. Like you can't believe. Like I definitely wouldn't have done anything right away.
So they're like, yeah, how did that go? I'm like, it went pretty well. Thanks. Went pretty well. Thanks for asking.
It went great.
Anyway, I'm sorry. We totally sidetracked the entire episode.
Sidetracking is fine. Sidetracking is what this show is all about. Listen, I'm fully caffeinated. I'm ready to head off on another Constellation journey here with these guys. Now, Jaffe,
caffeine, that would have been a good idea.
do you have any caffeine in your
I should have made
coursing
coffee.
through your
I woke up
blood?
early and then I forgot to
I
make it.
have coffee and Coke, but caffeine does nothing for me. So it's just the flavor.
Really?
I have ADD though. So I'm not joking. I mean, it's like cocaine.
Yeah.
Cocaine makes me, I don't do cocaine, but I do Adderall, which is cocaine. And it basically makes me normal.
Is it cocaine?
My understanding is it's methamphetamine. It's the same fucking thing.
I never knew this.
Yeah.
Oh shit.
Yeah.
I'm
It's
a
not
coke
actually cocaine, but it's a lot of the same aspects
Same
of it. So
family.
if you are ADD and you take just a normal amount of cocaine, my understanding is it won't affect you that much. You have to take a lot of fucking
You
cocaine.
need more. Okay.
That's so crazy. I'm a coke fan and I didn't even notice.
Yeah, no, there
Wow.
you go.
Chris, if you need a caffeine fix, why I could recommend maybe door dashing during the show.
Well, no. I actually
Baby,
just
that is
like
such a
coffee.
good, smooth integration to your sponsor. I love that. Dan, how you did that.
wish.
So
I
good.
fucking wish.
I just like the taste of coffee, actually. Like I just
Me too.
I've gotten more into it actually this year than previous years for some reason. I don't know what it is. Well, it's because specifically there's a place around me that makes this horchata cold brew that's like fucking unreasonable. Like it's so good that I like actively like walk 30 minutes to get it.
Wow.
It's
Yeah,
so
that's
good.
gotta be good.
Chris, are you wearing a ring?
Yeah, I've just found it. I found it on the floor and I was like, cool.
Oh, that's
Some girl gave it to me.
No. I found it outside.
Oh
And
wow.
I've been fucking. All the jewelry
my-
I have, I've found like on the street, and I just go home and I just wash it, and I'm like, cool. I wonder what the story is here. I have one that's like a fidget ring where there's like it's like a normal ring, but there's like a suspended ring in the center of it that like spins, and I love that thing. I don't know where it is though.
What if that's some guy's wedding ring you're wearing?
I don't give a fuck.
Oh wow.
It probably is.
He clearly did not care about it enough to not lose it. So
He fumbled it out of his pocket when he was leaving the strip club.
it's a shit wedding ring.
I was, is it gold? Because I was gonna say you're really embracing your Puerto Rican,
No, it's silver, but it's not fake.
Chris, I don't mean
I
the
do have a gold. I do have a
Crocodile
gold.
Dundee.
I do have a gold necklace.
Yeah, there you go.
Oh yeah, you got to have the chain.
Feel especially Hispanic with. But
That reminds me of growing up. But listen, I don't mean to pull a Crocodile Dundee. I don't even know why I have this here, but this is a ring. That's not a ring.
that's
a ring.
crazy.
Oh, that's
That's
the
a horse
ring.
head.
Yeah,
that's my grandfather's horse head ring
Hell
with
yeah,
a
dude.
diamond eye.
Oh.
That's like
Was
that's
it a
great. That looks like
Godfather
something out of
inspired?
Mafia. That's nuts.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's what he used to wear.
Was that a Godfather inspired thing? Was it not?
That is
I
a
don't know.
psychotic thing to choose to wear, man.
It's
You know
what
what's
rules.
crazy about it? It's I don't know. I mean, history says, right? The story goes, I don't know if this is true or confirmed or not, but it had a ruby eye at one point. So the eye was red, but it got replaced with a diamond.
Oh.
But I just,
That's
the
after
Godfather
he killed
thing.
his first person. It goes from ruby to the diamond when you make your
Yeah.
first hit.
What's the story with Grandpa? Like he obviously wasn't in, but his
No.
siblings were.
I want to say maybe part of the family was involved, but that's all. I'm
Yeah,
gonna
I think.
say about it.
Yeah, all right.
Respectfully. Yeah, that's all. That's I don't.
Be careful.
Well, Dagan and I used to joke around that we couldn't be made because we're not fully Italian.
Oh yeah, too much Irish.
Is
blood.
that the rule?
Oh yeah, you got to be full blooded Italian.
We can only be like soldiers.
They made that mistake once with Henry Hill, and then that was like, all right, we fucked up. Let's not do. That's the story of Goodfellas, by the way.
Yeah. I love that movie.
I don't know much about like our the Italian side's like mob connections, like what the extent of them were or whatever. Mom would tell a story. Didn't Mom tell a story like when that like one of her like a boyfriend in high school like hit her or something like that, and like some
Yes.
dudes went and threatened him, or like
I
or
know
said
the
that like
story,
we'll
but-
go break his fucking legs or something like these.
I feel like I need to get permission
so
from
over
Mom
the
and our
top.
aunts to talk about this stuff.
Or should we edit that out?
Yeah, cut it
No,
out.
you
You
didn't
should
tell the
call
story.
her.
You did. That was very broad strokes. That I don't think that was bad, but I do know more in depth of what the story is that you're talking about. But I feel funny talking about it without permission.
All I know about any of that stuff is literally Goodfellas.
Yeah.
That's my entire.
Me too.
My entire. Yeah. That's,
I mean, me
You should
too.
start the game journalist mafia though, and people
Yeah.
get scared of you,
Yeah.
and it's like, you want a 9 out of 10? You know where to go. You know what to
Can
do.
you imagine me and Dagan
And then
being
you-
in the mafia? How funny that would be.
yeah, you'll get betrayed, and some guy he'll be telling you stories like, all my life, I always wanted to be on a different video game podcast. It was crazy. We had
You know what?
early access to review codes and everything. It was nuts. We were swimming in it.
That's perfect.
I love it. Really, there's something about Ray Liotta's voice in that movie that's so fun to just.
Oh, it's so good.
It's fun to do
I love that
because
movie.
it's so easy. Anybody
Yeah,
can do it.
it's
It's like
great.
it's such a standard voice, but it's like it's accurate every time.
Let me be clear. Everything I know about the mob also comes from
Martin
movies.
Scorsese.
That's the point. Is like whatever was going on, we had like was defunct by the time we were around, I think, and I have no idea like what the extent of it even was. You know.
Yeah, I think even growing up, Mom, it was like forbidden for Mom. Like as she grew up, she would ask like Granny, like, so and so, and that she would be like, you don't talk about that kind of stuff. Like she was always shut down almost immediately. So anything she knows is just based on observation.
Yeah, it's so
Yeah.
interesting.
Right.
My manager, when I had a manager when I was doing TV shows, was killed by the mob.
Oh, nice.
Shot in his driveway in Malibu. Which was
Wow.
like, I had left him by then, of course. but
What
I
did he
was
do? Or like
This
what
could have
was
been
the?
an uncle of ours.
He's if you can look him up, his name was Lloyd Bloom was his name, and he was
Doxed.
he was picked up for I guess like threatening college athletes. There was this big college athlete scandal about signing with his management group and stuff. And he was arrested for it. I think I don't know if he was acquitted or not, but he was always apparently remaining fingers in those pies, even when he was presenting as legit. And so I don't know what caused it, but he had gone out to his mailbox, and then the paper reported that, his wife found him with like 3 bullets to his chest, just lying by the mailbox in his Malibu mansion. So I don't know exactly what the cause of the hit was, but they classified it as such. It wasn't just like a random drive-by. It was an assassination.
Wow.
So yeah.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Yeah.
I just laugh so much like it's like me and the mafia.
Yeah.
Like I like
It is
walking.
funny.
I like walking into the room and they're like, "This is the person that's
That's
supposed to."
You're on the
like,
drums and stuff.
keep
You're like,
threatening.
yeah. You've got to
I won't-
collect. You're the guy in collection. You got to go around collecting money from businesses.
Yeah, exactly right. I'm gonna run the racket. The
You go to
racketeering.
the local game store.
I see
I
you
always
haven't
did
paid your
relate.
Patreon this month. What's going on, buddy?
Little strong. I always did relate to
I had
AJ.
so many
Soprano.
Mega Man pins. It was wild.
Yeah, the apple fell far from that tree if there was a tree, which
You'd have Mega Man cufflinks, I bet.
Oh, I should get Mega Man cufflinks. That would be awesome.
That's a great idea.
Anyway. Oh, you know what I got from Grandpa Dig? Nothing. Anyway, there you go. Thanks.
Are you jealous of the horse head ring?
No, I'm not jealous. I feel like there was nothing for me, like I don't know like what I would have even gotten. So.
I will say this, Kyle. I meant to bring this up to you months ago. Helene has had it with our bedroom furniture, right?
Yeah.
Follow me. There is a connection here. I do have Grandpa's giant chest of drawers. Like it's his cherry dresser from like, this thing is like, it's so heavy and so cumbersome that it has to be pre-World War II. Like it's an ancient piece of furniture. Like it's going to survive the Holocaust. Like not the Holocaust. Yeah, the Holocaust. Not
Nuclear
the
Holocaust?
Not the, nuclear Holocaust.
That's the most ominous thing I've ever heard. It's going to survive the Holocaust. It's such an ominous thing to hear.
What do you know, Dagan? Dagan, what do you know?
It's
like that, it's like
going.
it's that Paul
It's
Dano.
going.
It's like that Batman Paul Dano. You know that image of Paul Dano from Batman where he's like side eyeing the camera and the thumbnail says, "Does he know?"
Yeah.
All right, we had a technical issue. Dave, pick it back up. Let's just get into the first topic because I'm sorry, we hijacked.
Absolutely. So I want to start with Jaffe. He has a good top. Well, this is the thing. I have to check with the boys. Now, in typical Jaffe fashion.
It's not. I wasn't trying to be disruptive. I
all.
like you being able to pair it to plan the show.
I like it. It's like I like the quality. You
He's
bring,
like a
Jaffe.
sommelier.
That's right.
Is presenting you with some appropriate options.
I like Jaffe's music topic, not to give too much away. I just want to check with the boys if they're okay with that too. And then the other topic, which I will not spoil, we could do in a future episode. Is everybody okay with Jaffe's music topic?
I'm cool with either. Yeah, whatever you want.
We're okay with that. Jaffe, if you're cool with that, I'm going to let you launch right into it.
All right. So my topic is song lyrics. And I'm curious about 1 to 3 examples of a song lyric, not the entire song, but a lyric in a song that if you were to die today, people could listen to and go, oh, that really reflects that person. That lyric really speaks to that person's soul in terms of what they believed or who they were, how they carried themselves. And I was just curious, do you guys have any of those and what those would be? I picked 3 that always come up for me. And I will, and the first time I even thought about this was a friend of mine was in, this was back in high school, a psychiatric hospital. He had tried to harm himself and they had, admitted him. And I went into his room to visit and he had taken the lyrics from a Billy Joel song called Angry Young Man. And he had written this particular, I don't know if it's called a passage or whatever. I don't know what the word is for a extraction of individual lyrics of a overall song is, but he had written this lyric and it always stuck with me because I was always, and even to this day remain, although I've mellowed quite a bit for a lot of reasons, I'm always there to fight what I consider the good fight, with whatever abilities I have to fight. And the line was, I believe I've passed the age of consciousness and righteous rage. I found that just surviving was a noble fight. And I just thought that was so, at the time when you're 16, on one hand, you don't want to hear that because you're like, you never want to give up the fight. It's almost sacrilegious to think about there would come a point where you reach an age where it's okay to just sort of accept how bad things might be. But at the same time, I thought there was a great deal of peace in that, the idea of acknowledging the fact that there is this sense when you don't even have to be young, but there is this sense of righteous rage and the idea that it's not really pure necessarily. It's like you've built up in your mind like a sense of nobility because you're pissed at something and because you're going to fight whatever, whether it's political or the man or whatever. And just realizing that it's fucking hard enough just to fucking live sometimes. And there's nobility in that as well. So that was one. Another one was from Jimmy Buffett, a song called He Went to Paris. And the end of the song, or this almost at the end of the song, the whole song is about this guy who goes to Paris to figure out his life when he's a young artist, and he's like in his 20s, and his whole life he falls in love, and his wife dies in the war, and the ups and downs. And then the last part, it says, through 86 years of perpetual motion, if he likes you, he'll smile and he'll say, some of it's magic, some of it's tragic, but I had a good life all the way. So I like that as well. I like that acceptance that comes not just with age, but just wisdom of, I think as I've gotten older, both of those two lyrics have been more and more made relevant to me, because I'm a big fan of life. I'm not a, I do think to an extent I'm a nihilist, and I do think to an extent I'm an apathetic person, but I also am enjoying the ride a great deal. But the older I've gotten, I've also recognized just how chaotic and hard and unfair and just like, sometimes if somebody were to tell me, hey, when you die, you'll wake up from hell, and this has been your punishment, right? I don't feel life is hell at all, but I do feel that there are times where it's like, my God, this is insane. And so I like when a song will recognize that sense of, you're going to have times like that, and you're going to have other times, but the overall journey is a joy. And then the last one is a Taylor Swift line, fuck you all.
What?
This is from a song, New Romantics, which I just think is a good feisty fucking line that just, even at 53 years old, maybe because I'm always fighting with people on the internet, it makes me happy. But she says, all right, baby, thank you. That's not the line. That's me talking to my son. Where did it go? She says, I could build a castle out of all the bricks they threw at me. So I like the idea of sort of taking the hate and the animosity and the lies and going, okay, well, thank you for that. I appreciate it. I'm going to use that to sort of, whether it's to monetize my channel and make content out of your lies and bullshit, or simply just build my own internal life up over the fact that those slings and arrows actually build me stronger. So those are, if I were to vanish tomorrow and my kids were to have those lyrics and go, that kind of speaks to my dad's philosophy of life, I would feel good about that. I would say that seems pretty accurate. So I'm always curious now about other people. It's like, can you distill a human into a handful of lyrics and go, I kind of get that person better because I get the lyrics that really move them, speak to them, inspire them. So that is my topic.
I love it, Jeff. I love it. I mean, T-Swizzle bringing the poetry. I mean, I don't give her.
Your daughter's a fan, right?
My daughter's a fan, or my daughter.
Yeah, I was talking. Well, yours too, I guess. But I was talking to Dagan. I'm sorry.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, it started with Taylor Swift, and it branched out to Olivia Rodrigo and Gracie Abrams. But it kind of started with Taylor Swift. She definitely kicked off something with now teenage girls. But I'll give a shout out to Billy Joel too. I mean, I listen to Allentown sometimes, and I'm just like, this man, is there a better poet? Like, is there a better storyteller in music than this man is pretty incredible. Also found out recently, non sequitur, but who gives a fuck? Jerry Seinfeld bought Billy Joel's house on Long Island.
Oh.
And that's where he currently lives.
Interesting.
Yeah. Went to him, Billy Joel was selling, he knew Billy Joel was selling, and Billy said, to Jerry.
He said, Billy,
like,
why were you an angry young man? What was there to be angry about? Have you seen the sconces?
He said, it's going to be expensive. And Jerry said, I'll pay any price for it. And then they hash it up like a couple of multi-millionaires / nearly billionaires do. Right? That's what they did.
Billy, what's the deal with Long Island?
What's
Jews
the
everywhere.
deal with Long Island? What is the deal? I love the impressions of Jerry Seinfeld
Me
that
too.
are like not even close.
No, it's awful.
But it's like my favorite. Like I would have that's my favorite Jerry Seinfeld is like the just completely inaccurate one.
Yeah, you still get it.
What is the deal? It sounds more like Don Knotts or something.
Yeah.
Which is a person I have no business knowing, by the way. It's like
It does
You're a
sound
student of
like
comedy.
Don Knotts, though.
It
That's
really
great.
does, yeah. Like a more contemporary.
Kramer, what are you doing?
And now you're just doing Don Knotts.
Jerry Seinfeld and the Apple Dumpling Gang. That is only Dagan and I will get that. That's it.
The Apple Dumpling.
That was his claim to fame, man.
All right, I'll pick up the baton from you, Jaffe.
Yep.
When you sent the topic, I didn't even try. Like in just no frames, right? It was like 2 songs came right to my head. And I was like, I'm just gonna go with those 2 instead of exploring like what hip hop song is the most badass, whatever. The first one, I gotta tell you, it's kind of sad in a way because the whole thing really for me revolves around my career, but I just feel this song in my bones. And I'm gonna have to insist that they play this one at my funeral. And it's all to do with my career and everything I've persevered through with my career in animation. And that's Frank Sinatra's 1969, My Way. Now, I think a lot of men could probably relate to this song as insofar as like my life, what I did for a living, the grind, and, you know, staying true to myself and having dignity and all that kind of stuff. But I'm pretty sure Frank Sinatra wrote this song for me 5 or 6 years prior to when I was born. Every time I listen to this song, I get misty. I'm just like, what? This song is written
What
about.
is the line that does it for you in that song?
Okay, I have it pulled up here. All right. And it's kind of a melancholy song because it's all about like, it's the end and it's the final curtain or whatever.
Yeah.
But here's a bit. Regrets. I've had a few, but then again, too few to mention. I did what I had to do and saw it through without exemption. I planned each charted course, each careful step along the byway, and more, much more than this. I did it my way. Yes, there were times I'm sure you knew
Now you're
when
doing
I
the
bit
whole-
off
you're just doing the whole
more
song.
than I could
That's-
chew.
It's the song. It's the whole song.
Was there a moment in the song though that really pops for you, that gets the tears going or gets the emotion?
I think it's really the sentiment of like celebrating like a career or a life, you know, and one specific path that you chose that was hard but also rewarding. Just the way the whole song just kind of embodies that.
Do you,
You know,
think
and the
there
fact that-
are people, because the song resonates so much, that when they are on their deathbed, do you know, I don't mean to be dorky, I'm not making a joke when I say, do you feel most people kick off the life or leave the life going, I did do it my way? Or do you think a lot of people go, I wish I had done things more my way? Like, what do you,
that's a
when you say it resonates with a lot of men, do you think it resonates because of the regret or the aspiration that I want a life like that? Or do you think it's because most men feel they have a life like that?
I see what you mean. See, I think it resonates with me because of living a life, doing it the way you wanted. That whole my way thing of like, even though it was tough at times, even though it was crazy, even though I made mistakes, even though I did regrettable shit,
Yeah.
I kind of stayed the course and I didn't compromise. Right. And I you know, if the deadline was approaching, I still gave it my all in terms of quality, like that type of thing. You know what I mean? I did it on the East Coast. I didn't have to move to LA. You know what I mean? The whole thing of like doing it your way. And like, even though sometimes you tripped up, you really have no regrets. You know, it's been almost 30 years that I've been doing this. I just really, and I think a lot of people could apply it to what they do. I don't think it's just animators, although I think a lot of animators.
No, I think Sinatra's on record saying he wrote that song for animators.
It just feels like that.
Yeah.
You know, it just feels that way. I will say this about that song, though. There's something about that particular song that always seemed so genuine to me. And when you sent the topic, I just researched it real quick on Wikipedia. He recorded that song in one take. Now it's based on an old French song, if I'm not mistaken. So it wasn't his song originally. I guess he just kind of took it and they manipulated it and did the whole English language thing. But to record a song, like a crooner to record a studio song in one take was a rare thing. And for him to be like, mic drop at the end of that recording, you could just kind of feel that.
Yeah.
Like how much better could it be?
It's a great fucking song. I mean, it's wonderful.
So great, dude.
Can I ask you?
I never get tired of it.
I'll wait. They'll keep going. I want to ask you a question about that song.
I mean, I gotta admit though, it's my feeling bad for myself song.
Okay.
100%. Whenever things are going like a little, I feel like things are on shaky ground. I go to that song and I'm just like, dude, how did Frank know? How did he know?
Well, it's good that song did cut the final line though of it, which is, well, how's that working out for you? They got rid of that part because it wasn't testing very well. So, I mean, that ending of the song, the record shows I took the blows and did it I mean, come on. That last stanza of like how he didn't, that he didn't give up. He didn't shut up when the chips were down. He still kind of spoke his mind. Like there's just something that really resonates. I don't know if it really embodies me or embodies more of the person I would like to think I am. Right. Yeah. Like, that's what I was going to ask. Cause you know, about popular music or music in general is, how manipulated are we by popular music? Like when you write a song like My Way or the songs I'm quoting or whatever, how much of it resonates because it's a genuine sentiment versus the creators going, I'm in a commercial business and I know what I need to serve up, and everybody wants to think they're the hero of their own story, and they are. But if you're really going to write an honest artistic song, maybe somebody would say My Way is just kind of pablum. My Way is just kind of, Hallmark card version that everyone's going to think is a real statement. But it's so basic and sitcom-y and platitude-y. And I don't have an answer to that because I'm a consumer of it. So it works on me. But I do question.
Colin, you're muted.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm muted. Sorry.
Yeah.
Thank you. I couldn't
It's
hear
relatable.
you.
But is it a fantasy? I see what you mean.
And is that an intentional fantasy that's been sold to us as consumers, and is that something they consciously create like that? I mean, I see it in everything. It's as somebody who's streaming a lot, people are always telling me, hey, you want to be a bigger streamer, you got to fucking play to the crowd. And you got to tell them what they want to hear. And I'm like, but I don't want to do that. And they're like, that's fine, but be okay with your small audience then. But if you want to grow, pick a lane. And even if you don't feel like being in that lane, show up and entertain them by telling them what they want to hear.
Fuck that. I think you should stay in your lane and remain small and stay true to yourself, in my opinion. Hey, I think I have an answer to this. I think this is a very reductive answer, but I think that there's probably some relationship between how many people are credited for writing a song and how impersonal it is. I'm not saying that that's always true, because there are people that are like song doctors and people that come in and like clean things up and all, but generally speaking, like someone who's going to sit down, like Ben Folds, he writes the song, he writes the just as an example, writes the, the music, writes the lyrics, and they're usually about one of his ex-wives, and it's very personal, and it's real, and it comes from somewhere real, and he's a songwriter, so he knows how to make it catchy and put things in there and a little bit of panache, as opposed to when you look at some of these records and there's 7 people credited for the lyrics, 6 people for the music. Somebody. Yeah. It's like there's just no way that when you write things like that from a committee, it's like 5 people working on the same painting. It doesn't really make any sense. I mean, when you think about it, in my opinion. So
if you were going to be a songwriter, just one guy, right? Because there are a lot of songs. Like My Way, I don't imagine was written by committee. But if you were going to sit down and write a song, and you were in the commercial business of writing hits, would you consciously go, I'm going to go for like a platitude that everyone thinks is true, and it's going to, if it's performed well and written well, it's going to feel like a message. It's going to feel like a shot of truth, but it's a manipulative tactic versus.
Do you know the Blues Traveler song Hook?
Yeah,
that's what that song's all about.
Famous song, right?
Yeah, it's one of them. Yeah, that's what that song's all about.
Is it? Oh,
it's I'll bring up the lyrics because here, Blues Traveler hook lyrics. So yeah, it's like it doesn't matter what I say as so long as I sing with inflection. That makes you feel like I'll convey some inner truth or vast reflection. But I've said nothing so far, and I can keep it up for as long as it takes. And it don't matter who you are. If I'm doing my job, it's your resolve that breaks because the hook brings you back.
Mm.
Okay.
I love that song. That
Very
song's
nice.
all about that.
Very
There is
nice.
something amiss. I am being insincere. In fact, I don't mean any of this. Still, my confession draws you near. To confuse the issue, I'll refer to familiar heroes from long ago, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
I always thought he was saying the heart brings you back. I didn't know what the fuck he was saying. Okay.
Yeah, the hook. Yeah.
Oh, I never
Cool.
knew that either.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's
I
a
love
good
that
one.
song. It's a great record, actually.
Yeah.
Their first two
But
records are really good.
I mean, the song's designed to stir your heartstrings, but it kind of works on me. And I think that song too has like a very show busy flair to it. Like it opens up with talking about the facing the final curtain and stuff.
Yeah.
So it kind of relates to the entertainment business, or at least I take it that way,
Mhm,
right? The other one, I'm going to pass it over to Chris, but the other one I have real quick is kind of a fantasy one for me because it doesn't apply yet, but I always love this song. And again, it's related to my work, right? Kind of boring, but kind of on brand for Dagan. James Brown, The Boss, was always the song I wanted to dedicate to when I finally made creative director at that respective animation studio. Paid the cost to be the boss. Look at me. Know what you see? You see a bad mother. That's the whole thing. That's where I'm reserving that when I get to that pinnacle of my of my career.
Yeah.
When I could invoke that song.
Okay, good.
That's it. That's it for me. Chris, I'm passing this over to you, my friend.
Yeah, man. This got me thinking a lot because I feel like I pay more attention to the lyrical content of music than I think. Like a song could sound kind of like whatever, but if it's like lyrically strong, I'll really love it. So like there's a lot that came to mind, and a lot of it's from just the same band, to be honest with you. But a lot of it's from there's some others. I think this one is the one that I've been feeling a lot lately. And it's most of these are going to be Rise Against songs. But one of these is Architects. And what is it? Yeah, we still believe in all the things that we stood by before. And after everything we've seen here, maybe even more. I know we're not the only ones and we were not the first. And unapologetically, we'll stand behind each word. I love it. Because I really feel, especially now, I don't know what it is, but I feel like I've been so consistent in like what I believe and like how I feel and vocal about it too, to the point where like it's always bizarre when people are like, frequently I'll get like, man, what happened to you, man? And I'm like, I'm literally in the same place that I was like 10 years ago. Like I have not,
no growth, not a thing.
there's literally like, as far as like what I literally just believe the things I used to believe more so. Like everything I've seen has just reinforced everything that I thought previously. You know what I mean? So it's just like I'm consistently baffled. I feel like almost like I'm sitting in like or like standing in one of those I don't even know, those like observatory things where they have all the stars going around you.
Oh, planetarium.
Yeah, for some reason I couldn't remember the fucking word for that, but. And like I'm just standing there, and like everything's moving around, and like the stars are like, "Why are you moving so fast?" And I'm like, "Bro, I'm in the middle of the room. I've been sitting here the whole time." But that's like more. I guess that's less personal, because it's just kind of how I'm feeling now. But like, there's others that kind of, and I don't even necessarily know if they distill me or if they just hit me for some reason. And a lot of it's kind of amorphous too, because I do feel like lyricism combined with chord progression and music theory, they kind of combine to elicit a reaction that might not be there were it not for the absence of one of them. Like the chords themselves won't do it. The lyrics themselves won't do it. But like in junction, they just kind of do something that they can't do on their own. And this is another one. This is Drones by Rise also. But years we spent teaching a lesson we ourselves have never learned. And if strength is born from heartbreak, then mountains I could move. And if walls could speak, I'd pray that they would tell me what to do. I don't even know what it is about that one, but like I like get really sad when I hear it because there's something about that that's so desperate and pleading, and you feel it. And it's so funny because these are punk songs, so these are like it's just like loud guitars, but they're just like. I remember just sitting and listening to these albums and like reading along with them, and I'm like, this is fucked and sad, and like really like well written. In my opinion, but and the last one I think that sticks with me is "Survive," also by the same people.
The band is called Rise.
It's Rise Against. Sorry,
Rise Against.
Yeah.
Okay,
they're a punk band. They're like from I think they started in 2000 or something. They're still going, but
they've been around a long time.
Yeah, they've been around a while. They were my first show, my first concert.
Oh wow!
But wait, where is it? Did I lose it? Oh no! Oh, here it is. Yeah. Life for you's been less than kind, so take a number, stand in line. We've all been sorry, we've all been hurt, but how we survive is what makes us who we are. I just like that.
All of these fucking choices are just about how shit life is. We think about it. I know,
really. Yeah. Well, they're not gonna be like. What
no, not just yours, mine, Dagan's. It's all like this was a fucking hard fucking
it's like
goddamn thing.
Well, that's what resonates. I think like it's hard to resonate with positivity in some way, which is sad. Like because I think when you're happy, you don't care to resonate with anything. You know what I mean? It's just like whatever. Right. You don't need it. But I think
when your lyric is "I'm walking on sunshine," hey. I'm walking on sunshine. That's yeah, you're right.
I like
7 people wrote that probably, by the way.
Yeah.
Well, it was Katrina and the Waves wrote it too.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. I like anything that's like illustrative and just poignant and just kind of there's like a brevity is the soul of wit type of thing with that I find with like if something can hit hard in like a really small amount of words, I really appreciate that. And there's one shout out that I've been listening to this band too recently. They're called the Beths. They're just like some they're like garage rock. They're like an all girl. No, I think the singer's a lady, but they're like from New Zealand or Australia or somewhere. I don't know exactly how old they are, but I found them recently, and I think they're like really, like lyrically, I think they're really strong because they just write in a really weird way. But this one resonated with me. This entire song resonates with me, but I think this line in particular, I really like it. I'm not getting taller anymore, so when I fall, it's always the same distance as before. You think that I'd learned to anticipate it by the millionth time I ate it.
Oh. That is fantastic.
Isn't that great? That's
really good
like
shit.
Like, and the whole song is like written as that clever. Like they're a really good, surprisingly good band. They're just like some random Australian like
I need to hear that
garage rock. But like, I like that because there is something so. I think we all like to think that we learn things as we get old, and we do. But I think a lot of people can relate, or at least I can relate to like knowing what you have to do, and then just kind of. Still being like, damn, I fucked up again. Or like, damn, I was supposed to wake up at this time and I like slept through the alarm again. Like, even though I know I'm not supposed to do it. Like, I said I would wake up at 7 a.m. and I did it yesterday, but then I fucked up today. It's like, how do I know what I'm supposed to do and I keep not learning. Or I keep unlearning this thing that I've learned. And I think there's a universal frustration in that's kind of, there's an impersonality to it in the sense that it's so universal. But like, I do think that's also kind of paradoxically personal because it just kind of makes everybody. It's what makes people.
Very relatable.
But yeah, I like. I appreciate.
And that way, what band is that? That's a different band.
That's the Beths.
The Beths.
I love that name.
Drone.
This one's what's this song called? This song's called I told you I was afraid. Okay. I told you that I was afraid. This whole song is kind of like wildly well written, to be honest.
Yeah, I need to hear if it's upbeat, is it downbeat? Like I need some context.
It's kind of juxtaposed. It's a little bit upbeat. But like it's like somber in its lyricism.
You know, I wanted to ask you guys that. I love melancholy music. I know Colin feels the same way.
Oh, hell yeah.
But do you guys, when you're listening to some sad music, do you just go that way and just go with it and slip into it? Or do you try to go the other way and try to listen to something upbeat to get you out of that? Like, do you just find yourself settling down in a melancholy music mood for an afternoon? Or do you try to go the other way for some contrast. Or if you listen to happy music, do you try to go, you know what I mean? Like, what's your tendency with that? Because sometimes I think I'm a little too into sad music and downbeat music and reflective music, and I'm a little emo with that stuff. And I wonder if it's normal or not.
It is. It's art, dude.
Yeah.
I mean, the art, to me, music, if you look at the history of classical music and all the different movements throughout the centuries, pardon the pun, that spawn out of that,
Well done.
it's a lot of it is predicated on sadness, on love, on kind of these really deep human feelings that trend towards negative, I think. In some sense, you could, I think, even interpret fine art that way, too. At least it being more neutral. Like, in other words, I don't think it's that unusual to unless you're making like children's content. Everything seems to be grounded from a spectrum of realism or whatever down to downtrodden and sad. And so I think it kind of makes sense that everyone's into that kind of music, because I am too. And I totally get it. It's the music that touches you the most. What's that song, like that song Happy, that was really popular like 5 years ago? You know what I'm talking about? That was Pharrell. You're right.
Pharrell, right.
It's like, that's a cool song, but the reason that song was interesting is because it's shockingly weird. Isn't it?
Yeah.
I can think of almost no analog.
Yeah, because around that time it was like Adele. Yeah, like very somber kind of stuff. And most music, honestly, is if
Lana
it's not
Del
like
Rey.
Lana Del Rey. Like even the pop tunes at the time were like kind of like just dire in some way.
It's a good point.
Yeah.
Yeah. Really,
so I get it. I mean, Dredge which is one of my favorite bands everyone knows, is totally heady, sad shit.
Very
there is no. I'll always remember our brother-in-law Derek, married to our sister Dana. It was like 20 years ago. I was home for college, and I was playing Dredge's El Cielo over Christmas break, like on the stereo. And our dad had like a really nice stereo, and I loved using it. And he walked in and he was like, "Oh, Christmas or holidays with Dredge," you know, kind of like a dry joke, you know, like. So
I always thought your guys' obsession with Ben Folds 5 was weird, although very relatable, because it was often very melancholy.
So
but
sad.
I thought Dredge was like that on steroids.
Oh yeah,
but
totally.
I still love it.
Oh,
Absolutely
I do too. And Micah says that about Ben Folds 5, which is funny. It's like it's really sad, and I'm like, yeah, it is really fucking
Very
sad. Even the upbeat songs are sad. The song "Fair," you know, that song, is like horrifying if you look at the lyrics. Like, it's so, and even the he later wrote a song on Rockin' the Suburbs, his first solo record, called "Carrying Kathy." That's like impossibly sad.
Oh, I never heard it. I don't think I've ever heard his solo.
I'm like, man, it's so I love that shit. I gravitate towards that. I get it.
It's personal, because it's personal with
him.
Somebody like you said, it does everything, the whole kit and caboodle, soup to nuts. Yeah. He's doing it all.
Yeah, I think.
Well, Kyle, you got to take it away with you. Oh, if Chris is.
Yeah, well, Chris, I just wanted to say one thing. I do think. I don't know. People, every time I turn people on to music, they're like, "Whoa." Like, it's like they don't listen. I don't know what it is about like lyricism that like people, or like specifically in rock, I guess, because people are like, I guess, more focused on like how angry things sound, or like, oh, that's a cool chord progression or whatever. It's like, yeah, but like I've introduced music to several people that they've heard before, and they're like, oh, I didn't realize this was so sad, or like so like written this way, and I'm like, how do you not? I just don't understand how people do. Like, that's the first thing I'm curious about it, and I guess. Because I also do music, I'm immediately curious as to how they're going to fit in like words and like how they're going to fit in concepts into like an overall song structure. And maybe that's why I'm more privy to it. But like, I swear to God, most people just don't pay attention to that. And it's weird. I feel strange because I feel like a psycho every time I introduce somebody to something. They're like, hey, look at this line. And they're like, whoa.
See, Chris, I wonder if you have some kind of, as you, Colin, as musicians and people with musical tendencies, if you have some superpower, like when I don't know if Jaffe has any musical abilities. I don't. That's like, it's a zero-sum talent.
Do you play music, Jaffe? I don't know that about you.
I played the trumpet for like 8 years in high school.
Oh, cool. So you can read music and stuff like that?
Yeah. I mean, I'm not, but I wouldn't consider myself music. My brother is, my kids are, they play guitar, they write music, but no, no.
Okay. Yeah, I didn't know
You're
that.
just out of practice, maybe.
It's just not how my brain expresses anything. But I enjoy music, but I'm not like an aficionado, right? Like the idea of sitting with an album and listening to it for the first time and reading the lyrics and stuff. Like I know a lot of people, like I love that romantic idea of doing that and appreciating music that way, but I've never really done that. I did just look up the lyrics to Fair though, and you're right. It's a horrifically sad song.
Oh,
Yeah.
Yeah.
I love
Sad
it. It's
songs
very
are- sad
visual
songs are
too.
bad.
morose, I think I would say. I mean, I wonder, anybody could walk into a museum and appreciate a painting, right? But an artist might be able to appreciate it on another level. I just wonder about that with musicians. Like, what am I missing?
I think
As
people
somebody who just
identify
doesn't have that.
different parts of it. You know, I think like sometimes I'll focus on the chords, and other times I'll look at the lyrics. But like I think most of the time it's like because some people write really well, and I think people don't get. I think lyricists don't get appreciated. I
Mm.
guess in the way that I feel like they should. Because like there's a lot of good writing in a lot of music, honestly. That it's just kind of like
I
people
saw a
don't care.
study. I'm trying to see if I can find it. That men, there's a generalization that men don't listen to lyrics as much as women, right? And so
Oh, interesting.
I do tend to listen to the lyrics more than the beat. I can't dance at all because I dance to the lyrics, and people make fun of me. And you're supposed to dance to the beat, but
Maybe
all I
that's
ever
what I'm
hear,
doing wrong.
yeah, all I ever hear is the lyrics. But so it is interesting the kind of people that take different things from music, whether it is a gender thing or not. The idea of like you're more of a lyrics person. It sounds like Chris, you're more of it's all marbled in for you. Whereas some people might just be about the musicality of it, and the poetry aspect of it is like secondary. So maybe that says something about the individual's brain and how it works. But I do think it's interesting that, and I think if you are making music, you're going to hear a lot more because you know what goes into it. If you ever look at, I know you do, but if you ever look at like when someone breaks down a song on the internet, like, here's Michael Jackson's Beat It. And it's like, there's this and there's this, and, and my brain can't even understand how a producer or a composer or whatever can like layers in Photoshop. I
It's the
get,
layers,
but
yeah.
what I don't get is how you can look at a piece of music and understand without just tons of trial and error, how that sandwich of layers is going to come together to be pleasing. And, oh, you know what this needs? This needs a hi-hat right here. I'm like, how the fuck do you know that?
Yeah, some Rick Rubin shit. I don't know. It's a talent that really fascinates me.
Dude, it's
I don't know.
amazing. I'm sure Chris agrees too. Like for as good as production and mastering and all that is now, it's actually way more impressive in the analog days when they had to really do it live. And there were, and then they realized like then they had 4 tracks and they could like splice things together. If you look into like how the Beatles recorded a lot of their songs and got a lot of the sounds, it's like revolutionary and it's comical what they had to do when like today you could just modulate and do all sorts of things on a computer. Really beginning in the late 70s, you could start really messing around with computers and all of that. So like Queen to get that, famously in Bohemian Rhapsody, that Magnifico, those like parts of this, like they tell a story about how they ran the tapes through, reversed them, like how to record over it, do all this shit to it. And it's like amazing. That's amazing artistry.
That's like real analog trickery.
For as awesome as,
cool.
You're bringing up like Rick Rubin and all these, it's very incredible as those people are. Like, you really got to give it up to these dudes that like in 1952 were recording like 9-piece jazz ensembles and getting them like,
dude, that's how I feel about editing back in the day when you had to actually like literally physically cut the film and do all this shit. I'm like, yo,
I did that. I did it. It was a pain.
It looked like a pain.
Yeah. Splicing film. It's a fucking nightmare.
And the glue, and then you'd get the sprockets filled with tape, and you have to go with scissors and cut. I'm serious. I mean, that's couldn't do it.
Yeah, those are the real wizards, though. You're right. Yeah. Those are the real wizards.
And they knew how to graciously step away when technology came in, unlike this generation that's like, it's not art because the computer did it. Okay. Anyway.
There are even programs, like I didn't know this because I did record with my band Paper Champ when I was younger a couple of times, like our demos and stuff like that. And how hard it was. And I'm a good drummer. I'm not the greatest drummer in the world, but I'm good. And even just like nervously following a metronome for multiple songs, like not playing it live and it being great, but like being as you're recording separately, and how difficult I found a lot of that stuff to do. And I realized that like there are programs now today that will kind of like ingest drums, like drum tracks played, and like clean them up.
Yeah.
And like if they fall behind 2 beats, which happens live all the time, or like gets too fast, like they'll fix it.
You could bring
and
it
I'm like,
forward.
dude, like how often is this being done in studio now? So now I am actually wondering like who's playing what.
You got to go to a concert, right? To get the real thing.
Right. And even then there's sometimes blame. And I'm always listening for this especially when I'm watching YouTube videos. I'm like, what's on the board? Like there's something on the board.
Oh.
Like if there's like a bass track, but no bass player, or like they're always doing stuff like that. And that's often done even through earpieces just to keep everyone like a click. So like, what's the difference between having a click and just having the bass line?
Makes sense. Yeah.
But I'm always listening for that shit too. Taylor Swift has a major backing track, which of course she's like moving around like crazy. You can't sing when you're doing that.
No,
I mean, I don't know. Maybe they can't today, but if you hear some of these older singers, when they remove a lot of the production, it's just a cappella and they are moving around. And I'm like, is that real? Like, you know what I'm talking about? Like if you go on YouTube and you watch everything removed, but they're still, it's like where they, you know, at least the impression you're left with is they were just better trained as singers and more
they have the chops
in shape to be able to do all that stuff. And I don't know if that is true or that's being manipulated as well. But, you know, you watch Michael Jackson with everything ripped out and it still sounds like Michael fucking Jackson, but it's clear he's live. I'm like, if that's real, that's fucking impressive as shit.
Yeah, I mean, I would say that's generational. Like I've seen videos of like Britney Spears, who is not an incredibly talented live singer, but like tearing out all the soundboard stuff and just like her raw vocals on like performances, and she sounds horrible. But then you look at her when like what she's doing, and it's like I don't know how you're not going to sound like this, like breathy and just like not saying half the words and breathing heavy and like.
Yeah.
And I'm like, this is kind of what you're getting into. If you go to these shows, you have to know that you're not getting you're getting more of a Milli Vanilli style thing at some of these or whatever, which is why I love rock. Which was
amazing that killed the careers of them now.
Is that amazing?
Like whatever.
But is that the first time that ever happened? Why do they Why do they get fingered? Sorry.
Oh,
sorry. I couldn't think of another word.
I don't know. It must be, you're right. Like I don't know if they're the first to get caught playing over a track. I think they're the first to get caught not being on the track.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like,
because it was like completely different people. Like
right,
they couldn't even. They had accents. That was such a like in retrospect, like looking at that, it's amazing they even thought that they could get away with that.
Right,
but now they could. Now they could though. Like I mean, there's Hatsune Miku. I mean, there are people who aren't even real selling records,
true.
right? I mean,
right.
I don't know. You're right, Chris. It is brazen. Like when it is. That's what's so fascinating to me about that story is how fucking crazy it is. Like you straight like. It like what you're saying, like they can't sing this stuff.
Yeah.
So like you didn't want no executive like as like hit me with a little hit me with some of that hot shit. You know, or like
accents
warming
on them
up.
The accents on them specifically gave it away. Like it's so insane. They would sing like perfect, like they would sing like a perfect like Mark Anthony song. Then they'd be like, "Was that the good take?" It was just like, "What the fuck are you talking about?" Like this is clearly not. It's so clearly not them.
But it's product. I mean, you know, I know it's a different topic, but it's related. Like this week with the Super Bowl or with the games, you know. I didn't even realize till this week the NFL, you know, filed as a sports entertainment company, and it made me think about Colin talking about the magnets and the basketballs, right? I mean, how and I'm not saying the NFL is rigged, but obviously all that came back up this week.
I forgot we talked about that.
Right. But funny. I mean, you know, and I don't have any knowledge to know about the NFL being rigged or not, but I know a lot of people think
More people think it's rigged than ever.
Right. And so it's like the Milli Vanilli thing, right? It's just kind of like all of it is just product. And as long as you can believe it, you never know when we've been lied to. And you know, who the fuck knows, man? I don't know. But
it's just so brazen with Milli Vanilli, though.
I agree. It is. I'd be interested to know, though. It would be interested in the history of like people that were uncovered as not being who they said they were in the music field, like getting called out.
Yeah. I'm sure you've seen those videos where they like you see the Jessica Simpson. I mean, it's fake, but where it's like she does
SNL?
tape. No, that's Ashley Simpson. That's her sister.
Right, yeah.
No,
on SNL. Yeah,
but no, this was a fake where she's singing "Take My Breath Away," but they clearly are fucking with her, and she's like, "It's just." Have you seen this video? Or it's all over the top? And I'll link it. It's the funniest fucking thing.
Have you seen those shreds videos? Do you know what I'm talking about? Where they have like it's like it'll be like Creed shreds, and it'll be Creed on stage, and it's like it's not their performance, it's other people intentionally like mimicking their performances terribly.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Yeah.
Oh, that's awesome.
That's a great idea.
I think there's a point where he goes to the mic and he goes like, "You guys are my friends, right?" or something like that. And it looks like that's what he's saying. It's like bad lip reading almost. It's so good.
Right.
That's great.
That's hilarious.
Should I get into it, I guess, here, and we'll wrap this topic up?
Do.
All right. So I like the question, but I feel like it's like when people ask me, like, talk to me about your favorite role-playing game. So I'm like, I got to think about it, man. I don't know. I just ended up, Jaffe emailed about this not too long ago. So I'm like, I have to really sit here and think about that. Like,
yeah.
Like, in other words, to answer the prime, like the song that defines you. I'm like, I don't know that any song defines me, yet I love lyrics too. I love lyricism. I'm not a lyrical person, like in my own writing. I tried to write some lyrics for Paper Champ. It didn't work out. It's hard to find the melody, and you like take that shit for granted. Like the panache in a song, not even the chords or the structure, but like the little things, like why the vocal goes up here, why there's like an extra little lick here on the guitar. You just take it for granted, but actually someone had to implant that stuff. And I'm like, that's just not, I like drums. I'll just stick with the drums. That I can wrap my mind around. But I don't know that I have any song that's like defining for me or like my persona or anything like that. Rather, like I picked out a few songs in the time that I had to think about it. And I'd come up with many better choices, I think, if I had more time to think about it. But I think these are good ones. Something like poignant that actually, I talked to Dad about this specific song because it's a song I've known my whole life, but I only really started tuning into what it actually meant recently. And then like some songs that remind me of specific time, like times I needed songs or things I define songs, things that I think illustrate something that we all deal with very well. So anyway, the first song, the one I was talking about with Dad Dig, is the Pink Floyd song Time. And I have the text from Dad still. I should have looked it up a few years ago. I love Pink Floyd. I've loved Pink Floyd since I was a teenager. And when I got into college, I really, really got into them. And it's stoner music. It's good shit.
Did Dad turn you on to Pink Floyd?
No, well, yeah, I knew Pink Floyd through Dad, but I didn't really get into so Dad would play Dark Side and a few other things. And it really wasn't until I heard like their broader, he would play The Wall. But like, it wasn't until I heard some of the broader stuff, even some of the later stuff. Well, Momentary Lapse of Reason is like fucking sick. And I know a lot of people don't think that that's like real Pink Floyd because it's too late. But anyway, so I started to become a Pink Floyd. I was a Pink Floyd enjoyer, and I guess I became a Pink Floyd appreciator. And everyone knows Dark Side of the Moon. Like every song on it, everyone knows it. So like you hear it over and over again, and you're like, yeah, all right, cool. Let's fucking pass the bong, dude. And then you grow up a little bit, right? And the song Time, one day, like a few years ago, I was just on my elliptical, and you know, like Spotify has the little lyric module. So I always just have that up to read along or whatever, sing along if I want, or see what they're saying if I don't know. And I was like, damn, dude, it hit me like so hard. I like tuned into it for the first time, and I'm like, holy shit. And for people that don't know Time, I mean, as the song suggests, it's about just frittering away and wasting all of this time, energy, inclination, opportunity, thinking that you'll have more. And then one day you just don't. And there are amazing lyrics, like Richard Wright's part, because it's Gilmour and Richard Wright singing the different parts. It's fucking beautiful. I'm tired of lying in the sunshine, staying home to watch the rain. You are young and life is long, and there is time to kill today. And then one day you find 10 years have got behind you. No one told you when to run. You missed the starting gun.
So good.
And I had like a meltdown when I finally but I knew those. I would sing along to it.
Right. Yeah.
But you never thought of it.
They don't sink in.
Right.
Sometimes they don't sink in. Sometimes you know the words, but you're not reading them.
And then Gilmour comes back in and he says, and you run to catch up with the sun, but it's sinking and racing around to come up behind you again. The sun is the same in a relative way, but you're older, shorter of breath, and one day closer to death. And then Richard Wright hopping back in, saying, every year is getting shorter, never seem to find the time. Plans that either come to naught or half a page of scribbled lines. Hanging on in quiet desperation is the English way, which is an amazing lyric.
It really
The
is.
time is gone. The song is over. Thought I had something more to say. I don't know how. I heard that song 1,000 times, dude.
Mm-hmm.
It was so weird.
Poetry.
And then suddenly I was like, oh. So that song is probably the most recent example of something that like existentially shocked, something that I think we can all pull from as well, in my opinion.
Kyle, you know what's interesting about this?
Yeah.
You and I covered the Dark Side of the Moon, the whole album, on Knockback
That's right.
2 or 3 years ago. So you had a whole different context of that song back then. You didn't have this modern day appreciation for that.
Yeah, that must have been before that then. Yeah,
right?
that's awesome.
It had to be. David Gilmour, by the way.
Yeah, I
voice of an
texted
angel.
Dad. I just texted him out of nowhere. I was like, dude, I'm sorry, David, I interrupted you. Go ahead.
No, not at all. I know I said this probably on the episode too, but David Gilmour doesn't get enough credit just for that voice, dude. Very rarely does a male vocalist have that sort of impact on me where it's like, wow, this dude, everybody says that about different vocalists, right? Over the Elton John, Paul McCartney, but David Gilmour has that in spades. You know what I mean? Like just a very appealing, melodic voice.
Dude, I don't know if this is going to come through. This is so weird. Dad just texted me.
Oh, did about that?
No, just isn't that?
Oh, that is funny, dude. That's so
funny.
weird.
Dude, I got a text
blushing.
when you mentioned when Hatsune Miku was mentioned. I got a text from a friend of mine, and it's literally just a video link to Green Day "Wake Me Up When September Ends" Hatsune Miku. Like right when you said that, I was like, that's
so
distressing.
weird,
dude. We
That's
are
what she-
in the,
and that's not. And by the way, that's not like
That's
a
weird.
usual message that I get from this person at all.
Yeah,
There's
By
only
any
so
means,
much
by the way.
RAM to go around. This is what was loaded in. So
it's
the system
simulation.
has-
Yeah.
What is this?
Pretty unique,
I've never looked at these lyrics for time. What is the outro about? Is that where we go when we die, or is that death? When he says home again, I like to be here when I can. When I come home cold and tired, it's good to warm my bones by the fire. Far away across the field, the tolling of the iron bell calls the faithful to their knees to hear the softly spoken magic spells. Is that because I always lived that idea of where we, there's a Wordsworth poem about our birth being a forgetting and we forget where we came from. Is this him at the end of time basically going, okay, I've gone back to where we go before we're born, or is this the end of life?
Oh, I never took it.
Yeah,
that
I
way.
read it as it being like the even a reservation that well, it's over.
Yeah.
Like it's
Right,
the
okay.
end. That's how I read it, but who knows?
Okay.
I'm sure
And
there
it's
are. I don't know. I've not read too much Pink Floyd like interpretation, and I don't know how much they've said about what their songs even mean.
Right.
Because some bands talk a lot about that, and some bands don't at all.
I don't think that you ever should. You dispel the magic when you talk about it. You should definitely just not talk. Let people figure it out. You know what I mean? Be the magician. You don't want people to know how you do the trick. That's my 2 cents.
I think
Yeah, that
you're
was the-
right, but I
yeah,
think
go ahead.
there's also a marketing aspect to it, right? Because if you don't bring it up, you're holding out hope that someone's going to listen to your lyrics and say they're worth talking about.
I get that, but what
I'm
about
not
the
saying you
mystery?
should. I don't disagree with you. I'm just saying that I
Right,
think
right.
that's part of it. Is like, hey, my stuff's worth talking about, and if you don't bang your drum first, maybe no one ever will.
Yeah, no, I understand that point for sure. It's yeah, I guess there's 2 different schools of thought with that kind of thing. Again, it's like explain us how to, like David Lynch, like David, can you tell us about what this means in that movie? He'd just be like, no. You just see it would just say no,
Yeah.
and then laugh. Which is
Yeah.
like,
But I mean, I think that's why I'm so fascinated by the meta of that, though, right? Because it's easy to be that guy when people are already curious.
Mhm.
But if you're a starting out artist or something, or you're a longtime struggling artist and no one's talking about it, what do? Do you just hope you become Van Gogh and maybe one day someone will talk about it, but not while you're around? And why
Yeah,
are
I
you
see.
creating in the first place? Like if
I think
people
it- I
didn't
think it
talk about it
depends-
for Lynch, would he have even been motivated to keep doing it? Right? Because he might be like, oh, well, this isn't connecting.
I think so, because he started late, didn't he? Like
he did.
He started really,
definitely
like
did.
I think it really just matters like what you want to do. If you end up doing what you, if you don't care, like David Lynch truly did not care. I think
No.
like he did not care if people got it. Like I genuinely don't think because otherwise, dude, you know people who care if people get it because they're excited to talk about it.
Yeah.
They're excited to like delve into like what everything means. Like even later on in life, like if they do like a retrospective, it's like, yeah, this is like I had this in mind. Like he never did that. He was like,
No.
yeah,
But I will say,
and he's like a vibes driven person. There's like music like that too, where like sometimes lyrics can be like poetic, not necessarily in the sense that they like make perfect sense, but they just make you feel something in the way.
You're right. You make
together.
your own music, right?
Yeah.
Do you?
It's been a while.
Do you tell people what the lyrics are about, or do you like not saying anything?
No, I don't care. Like
I don't care either way.
Like because I like when people have their own thing. Like if they because I have people like comment on some of this, like because I've uploaded music a long time ago, and so those videos are still up on the channel. But like there are people commenting, like I think they have their own. They take whatever they want out of it, and I think that's kind of the point. I think there's a right answer as to like what they're about, obviously, but like I don't care to impose it.
But
you don't half the fun.
See, I'll say this as an artist, nowhere near of the Lynch of the level of a David Lynch.
No, David Lynch.
But I don't want to talk about my stuff because it ruins the magic for myself, which is kind of a weird hang up or fixation. But like when I articulate something that's just, in something I write or something I draw, something I animate even, it's like, I think takes a little bit, just putting words to it takes a little bit of the magic out. I don't know. It's just a weird thing. It's just a weird thing with me. Like it's a weird dynamic, but maybe I'm putting that on other artists too, but maybe a lot of artists doesn't bother.
No, I think that's true. I think there's also like a level of like liquidity to it anyway. Like you might have like an idea of what something's about as you're writing it, and then it might turn into something else. And then you're just kind of like, well, I'm fine with how this went. And you don't really care to make it make sense with your original. Like it's weird. I think a lot of music flows that way. Because like sometimes the second verse, I'm like, what is that in relation to the first one?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But it's supposed to take you someplace.
It.
It's supposed to be it's like a train where it's like, there's different stops and they're not supposed to be necessarily the same. It's just supposed to get you somewhere.
Yeah.
But
and you know what? It's too
Dick.
concrete. It doesn't live up to expectations sometimes.
If you know exactly what a song is about and there's like no interpretation there, it's like those are the most boring songs.
Yeah,
I think.
I was gonna say as a creative person and a creator, I like that we have both options. That we have creators that are willing to talk a great deal about the inspiration for their stuff, and then there are people that just clam up and don't say anything, and so it gives you like kind of the best of both worlds. And you have things that really can be openly interpreted, and then things that though you can interpret them as the viewer and. It's what didn't we talk about this with it might have been a topic on the show at some point where we were talking about like lore and canon and like why it matters or doesn't matter to you, and how for me it's impossible for me to ignore things that are supposed to be true within the universe. So like it's not possible for me to segment things away.
Suspend your disbelief.
But that's like an over-explained thing as opposed to the like a book or a series or whatever where no one really talks about anything and you can kind of endlessly interpret it. I find both of those equally attractive in some sense. Yeah, and as a creator, I'm much more of the person who will tell you like where everything came from.
You don't mind?
No, I think it's fun to tell people like why everything. It's the great artist steal thing. It's like everything comes from something. Everything I do is like was catalyzed by something else. That totally, and ideas come from those places. So I love for people to know that. I think it's awesome, and I like to occasionally be the source of those things for other people too. It's cool. So.
Yeah, and I do think there are people who are like, I would love to know. Like Devin Townsend is somebody that I've been listening to a lot lately. Like in the last like couple of years, I've been like so into this guy because he writes like, and it's the exact opposite of what I was talking about earlier. It's like it's almost like the lyrics don't really mean anything. They're almost kind of like dreamlike or whatever. It's really more about like his musically. Like, this dude's crazy. This is easily, by the way, like the best vocalist I've ever heard in my life. Like live vocalist, it's not even a candle. It's insane, but. He'll write shit like, I don't know, what's the song Moon People? And I'm just like, I have no idea what the fuck this is about. You look at the lyrics and you're like,
now I'm looking it up. That sounds cool.
Yeah, I gotta see this.
But it's not supposed to, I don't know if it's really supposed, it's supposed to, like, he's more about like, what is this, what's the feel of the music and like, how's it, like, what do you get out of it type of thing? I don't know. I don't think he has an answer to what any of this shit is about.
Yeah, and that can be its own way of being like subversive in some way of making it be more, I remember mom actually saying this to me that like our mother identified this to me when I was younger, that I liked like dissonance in music, that I like screaming alongside and then like it cuts to a clean vocal for the chorus or whatever, and then it goes back to like this screaming crazy hardcore thing.
Yeah.
And I think I just like that balance. It's like an eclectic sort of thing. So
Yeah.
I like the music coming from different places and people doing different things and covering things and changing them. And yeah, I find both of those things very attractive. It's cool. But I totally understand. Like I love things that are kind of mystical, but you actually don't know to know that unless you get deeper into it. Like it's a choice. So like you could enjoy things on a base level. I think Mad Men is one of those things. Mad Men is
levels.
Really deep.
Yes.
And like very symbolic. There's like shit everywhere in it.
Yeah.
But you don't need to know that. And in fact, like you could be pretty sophisticated and not even see it if you like weren't really looking.
Sopranos operates that I've seen it
not
multiple
a surprise
times
because there's
Sopranos operates on that level totally intentionally. You know, like there's so much depth to it. You could enjoy it on several different levels.
Right. I love that shit. Just like the book they're reading or like the book on the table or like why things are positioned a certain way, the time on the clock or.
Well, dude, even things like almost to the opposite, Breaking Bad, like they did not know how they were going to end that show. They didn't know what the fuck they were doing the entire time.
Amazing.
They were just, it was literally just ebb and flow and like kind of feeling how things were going. Like they were supposed to kill Jesse in like the first season or whatever. And then they were like, no, people like him. Like all this stuff. And then they would intentionally write themselves into like really difficult corners just so they would be forced to figure out a way out.
I love that.
And it's like, I love that shit. That's more like the kind of there's no explanation kind of approach, you know what I mean? Where it's just like, let's see where this goes.
That's cool.
And let's just take it. I love that stuff.
That takes courage.
Yeah, it's ballsy, man.
It really does.
Because you can really, it's technically irresponsible. But I guess if you're surrounded by, I guess, like really great, like it's all about confidence, I guess, right? Like if you're confident that like you can intentionally put your writing staff into like a really tight bind and they'll be able to like weasel their way out of it and get something great. Like, why wouldn't you do it, I guess?
Yeah,
but
they're that good. Yeah. Yeah, great point.
I wonder about two things about that. One is like a lot of times when I've done work, I don't know until I'm done what it is really subtextually about.
Right.
And sometimes that's irresponsible, right? In the sense that it's like a true artist maybe would actually know that shit and plan that shit. But for me, I was like, oh, this game was about this. Had no clue when I was working on it. But all the choices add up to something that you're not even aware of. I always find that really interesting. The sort of unconscious or subconscious choices that we, or what it means, the choices that we can see, but we don't really know why we're making them at a creative level, I think is interesting. And then the other thing is, you know, why I'm always fascinated by why do it. Like when I talk to people about metaphor and symbology and things like that, even in video games, you know, things that, like what is the point of putting a book on the table to represent something in The Sopranos? Like, why is it a conscious choice on the part of the creator to say, when you recognize it, you get more joy out of the product? Like, I've never quite understood the motivation for symbology and metaphor and simile in art. I just know I like it, but I don't know why you consciously do it as a creator. And I've never known that. So I've never known
you
how
want to
much
create something more thoughtful, I think. It's quality, right?
But
like
why does
the
it need
amount
to
of
be subtextual? Why can't you just say it?
I see
Yeah,
what
it's
you
interesting.
mean.
Well,
Right.
I think it's, I don't know if this is really a great answer, but I kind of feel like it's because the art, like the medium allows it. Like it doesn't, you learn a lot from TV and movies and whatever just by looking at them and looking at the background. Excuse me. When I watch Jericho back in the day, or I'll watch Handmaid's Tale or whatever, I pause it pretty often, and like they'll pan over like a wall of or a map.
Yeah, yeah.
And I'll be like, wait. And like you'll look at it and be like, there's clues on this map about the territory they hold or where things. I love that kind of shit in TV, and I think it allows it. It goes deeper in games, obviously, with intel and audio logs and all that.
Yeah, but it's in the frame on purpose,
right?
You know what I
Well,
mean? And
sometimes,
that's what I always like.
And sometimes it's just in the frame. That's the thing is like, I guess maybe that's when you know you're in the realm of someone who's actually trying to say something, or it's like you go to the art designer and say, I don't know, just I need to move the camera this way because the actor
It's arbitrary.
Yeah, and how do you know when?
Leave the van in Braveheart.
Oh well, I don't think that. I don't think that.
That's
Leave it.
classic.
But even
Leave
take
the coffee cup,
animation.
the coffee cup in
Yeah.
the Starbucks coffee cup in Game of Thrones. Leave it.
That's right. That's the big one. Yeah, yeah.
But in animation where you have total control over what is on that wall when Batman's
Right.
walking, past the trophy case or whatever, how much of that, like when you guys are animating or when someone's drawing the background of the cell or whatever, is the showrunner coming in and saying, I need everything in this case to be angled to the right at 15 degrees because that was the angle of the gun that shot Batman's parents? Or is it like,
right.
dude, we need a background. Just fucking give me something so Batman can walk past something that's not just blank.
Yeah. See, usually because it's so cost driven and production deadline driven, it would usually be, at least on its face, right? It would be do this on the fly. But that's in animation, especially, but I think probably in every form of entertainment, filmmaking especially. It's so collaborative in the fact that that's the sort of the opportunity for everybody to have their kick at the can, right? Like the animator could put in a little something. The character designer could put in a little something. They could put something into the storyboard so later on makes it into the final shot. Everybody could have their own little creative sort of quality driven Easter egg, if you will, and I think it's also like,
but then doesn't that negate the whole conversation we're having about the book on the table in The Sopranos? I mean, did you not go to the showrunner to what's his name, David Chase, and say, hey, I want to put you know what I'm saying? If everyone's having their own Easter eggs and kicks at the can, then how are you having a cohesive piece of art that expresses something?
Yeah, see, I think that's the cool thing about something like that is that it is collaborative. And somebody like a David Chase, who's like a tyrant, I'm not saying he is, but like whoever the showrunner, Vince Gilligan versus David Chase, right? Totally different personalities. He may ask that every decision is run by him. And I think he did actually.
Got it. Okay.
But the thing is too, I think it's also like probably dates back to like a great novel. Like when you put that much thoughtfulness and that much effort, you're asking for mutual effort on the person who's enjoying that thing. Right. It's like, I'm going to take the time to put this foreshadowing in there. It's a level that I didn't have to do, that I had to integrate into the fabric of this thing that I'm creating. It made it a lot harder for me. So, you know what I mean? Like the fact that now you have to participate. You have to bear down and participate on the level that I created this thing.
And maybe it goes back to Colin's point about a great song, not always, but more often is written by one person. So David Chase is the authoritative voice of The Sopranos, but Batman the Animated Series, you're going to get Bruce Timm, but there may be a bunch of stuff in the background that might just be, hey, this is a nod to my kid being in the softball championship.
Oh, absolutely. So, the initials of my wife or whatever, what I mean? That type of thing.
Oh, yeah.
I do that a lot actually in my stuff. My
I would
initials are in everything.
I love Easter eggs and weird shit like that. Yeah, but you're right, Jaffe, that it has to, like, the more thoughtful and seldom they are, I guess, the more interesting in some sense. You don't want everything in the background to be interesting. I just know enough about these dramas and these kinds of shows to be like, when you're panning over a map or you're showing documents or anything like that, there's always cool shit in there. And you'll go
so your
online.
Background for Last Stand Media, I'm wondering now, is it intentional? Did you set it up just like that? And I'm supposed to like take something from.
Yeah, no, there's no like numerology and like the way that
I'm
the figures are set up or anything like that. I'm not that sophisticated.
See, that prop master in Sopranos, though, you have James Gandolfini. He's a genius, right? That prop master on that show should know that world just as well as David Chase or James Gandolfini or Linda Bracco, right? Yeah. Like they should know to put that thing in AJ's room because that's AJ's character, right? Like everybody's coming on that level. That's what makes that show fire on all cylinders. Not coming.
Did you just say it and Chris does it? That's amazing.
God damn it. I had a camera that was supposed to get delivered today.
Oh, it got delayed?
The FedEx were like, we couldn't figure out how to get in the building. Fucking, all right.
That sucks. You have to go somewhere to get it, I guess.
Yeah, brilliant. Love it.
Oh, man.
Well, yeah, that's all. I mean, I won't linger here. I mean, I just, I would love to really figure out what my song would be. But I really don't know because I don't think I interpret things through that lens. But I see a lot of songs just as things that represent different things in my life. I attach different songs to different things that have happened to me, and that's usually like not that I wouldn't say it here. I'm not saying it on this level, but it's like usually a personal thing. It's not even something you would share with anyone. It's just like, oh, this reminds me of that or whatever. But
there's breakup songs that are associated with people for sure for me. Like, absolutely.
Right. And it's not even that like you're scared away from listening to them or that those memories consume them. It's that it's just an association.
Yeah.
I've never let any situation ruin a song I like.
No,
I'll say that. I'll say that much.
Me too.
Be curious what songs people would pick for you. It's like what song to play at Colin's funeral. You know, that would say a lot about
that's
their
that's an interesting topic.
Yeah,
that's an interesting topic.
See, if I could remember the song that was playing on the radio when I found out my parents were getting divorced, I would hate that song. But I don't remember. You know what I mean? Like that's the type of thing. That's where your psyche kind of.
That's also a depressing song, by the way.
Is it?
From Trump.
Yeah, the lyrics of that song are really depressing. That's what I'm saying. If you listen to that song, it's like actually what it's saying. It's like really sad.
Yeah, I like the irony. The irony is kind of cool. I don't know, Jaffe. Maybe we do a part 2 where we kind of like try to break down our life story with just songs.
Yeah, man. Well, that's just its
own
own podcast, is what
that really is.
You know what the most relatable. This is a side thing. This is also the best. This is the most relatable line I've ever heard in any breakup song that I've ever heard. And it was like, I think the line was, "I'm dying to believe that you won't be the death of me." Love that line. Love that line. They're good.
Again, relatable.
We had a kid here this week staying with us because he had just broken up with his girlfriend, and it was his first breakup. He's a friend of my son. And I mean, that's hard. It puts you in that sort of secondhand remembrance, and it breaks your fucking heart a second time. Yeah. And just the tears from this kid that were coming out, just long, nonstop, and the songs he's listening to. And it's just like, all you want to do is take him and go, I promise you, there is light. Yeah. It's just, it's almost like I wish there was a song that he could hear. I was looking for one, just going, could I find a song for this kid to go, not only has everyone been through it, but I know he knows that intellectually, but this feeling of just groundlessness that you're feeling, that you cannot see daylight. But I just don't know how to, I didn't know how to convey it other just to be there for the kid. But I'm like, my God, I know exactly what you're feeling, and everyone knows exactly what you're feeling.
So hard.
And it's terrifying to be in that place.
How old is he, Jaffe?
19.
Yeah, that's a tough age. Jesus.
Yeah, she dumped him, and
we talk about this on Sacred Symbols more often than we probably should, just because we get letters from the audience sometimes being like, I'm going through a breakup, kind of, we do our first hour of just of whatever. And I bring it up once in a while because I try to remind people there's something about wisdom that I've only really experienced now that I'm like 40, maybe in my late 30s, where I'm like, wow, I really do know so much more about life and how to deal with things. And it is the idea of like, what you would know now and go back and do it again. You would do it totally different in some sense, just in the moment, because you knew not to get so hung up. You knew not to be so upset. But it doesn't matter what, like you said, Jaffe, it doesn't matter what anyone says to you.
Yeah.
Like it's,
you got to,
those are like really difficult decisions, but intellectually you must get through this. Of course you like, and like, it's better. And you look, I look back and I remember, I know what I felt like, and I remember what it felt like, but I can't relate to it anymore. It's like, it's so strange. It's like, I look at myself and I'm like, damn, dude, you really like wasted some time and energy on some weird shit, man. You really shouldn't have done that. But it got me to this point, and everyone goes through it, I guess.
You got to take that journey.
Yeah.
You just have to.
It's so interesting. You have to. It's so interesting. You have to do it. And it doesn't matter what anyone says. It's so fascinating, but they were right. My dad was right about everything. My mom was right about everything. Like,
it's scary because it feels like it's not, you're always going to feel that way. It feels like this is never going to go away. It's never going to abate. And it does. It just does. And why? It's time, right? Time is the salve, I think. It's fucked up, but that's just the way it is.
Now that stuff is funny.
Yeah.
Now it's like I would go back and like probably bully myself. Fucking nerd. What are you crying about?
Yeah, no,
that's a good thing to tell somebody. Like, right? Like later on, you're gonna laff at this. You'll have material for comedy.
What is it? Comedy equals tragedy plus time is the formula.
Yeah.
It's I would just go back and shake myself and just be like, dumb fuck, you're in college. Shut up.
Enjoy it.
And like these are like the freest days like you'll never get back. Just you have no responsibilities. You're going to be crushed very shortly.
Nobody can tell you. Nobody
in no time at all, you're going to be crushed by life. Just extract a little bit more time.
I'm sure that'll help him relax. You tell him it's like, hey, you don't have a lot of time, man. You're gonna be crushed very shortly. So enjoy your time in college. Just distilled like so much more anxiety on your past self.
That would have fucked everything up.
Maybe time travel is totally possible. It's just being hidden from us because of that reason. It's like nobody. The worst thing in the world is to go back and tell yourself this stuff. We would just kill ourselves.
True, I think.
Yeah.
I'm rooting for that guy, Jaffe. Is he still with you?
No. Now he's staying with another friend. He doesn't want to go back to his house because he's got pictures of her everywhere. So he's coming back here in about 4 or 5 days. And I mean, we're all there for him. And he's watching Eternal Sunshine and he's watching, all movies.
Oh, that's such a terrible.
He's got to go the other way.
I recommended it to him because I had never seen it. I'm like, oh, here's this breakup movie. You should watch this. And I'm like, and I come out at the end and him and my son are watching. I'm like, and he's like, it's 8 minutes left. I hope it gets better. I'm like, I've never seen it. But
I recommended a movie you never saw to somebody going through
because
like
I heard it was like a great breakup movie. But no, I mean it's it's better. Every day is a little bit better, but it's one of those things where you know exactly what he's feeling, and you can't help him. You just got to be there for him, and as the kids say, hold space for him, and let him know that people are there for him. But
yeah, I wonder. I don't know that anyone could have really done anything more for me in those situations.
Right.
And they're different, by the way, different kinds of pain. Being broken up with and breaking up with someone.
Mm-hmm.
Those
both
are
profound in different ways.
Yes.
And the breaking up with the person thing is really difficult too.
Yep.
It is, you are not the victim of that situation. You initiated it. But I often think that the other person also got away with getting out of a bad situation without having to do it.
Of
I think a lot of relationships.
Okay.
I think a lot of relationships end
that's a good way.
Way after they should, because neither person wants to be the one who.
Yeah, they just prolong it.
The difference is when you're the breaker upper, you do it because you can see a future for yourself without that person, and that's why you do it.
Right.
Yeah.
But if you haven't arrived at that mental state, your whole life is planned out with this person, and the idea of being thrown into the ocean and going, I don't know if there's solid ground anymore. What is life without that?
Yeah, you don't know.
That stability that I thought I had. It's scary stuff.
Hate the ocean.
Yeah.
But being the breaker, the guilt, the guilt is tough.
Yeah, it is. You got to just do it.
What would you prefer? If you guys could be the breaky or the breaker, what would you prefer?
The breaker.
Yeah, me too. Me too.
I don't know. Actually, I feel like it's so even to me.
Yeah.
It depends on the person. You know what I mean? Like if it's there have definitely been situations where I'm like, okay. Like absolutely.
What's the deal with people going through breakups?
What's the deal with absolute traumatic heartbreak?
But the breaker has two advantages. There's a light at the end of the tunnel, and that's what caused you to break up in the first place. And fundamentally you're helping out the person you're breaking up with because it's not right and they just haven't gotten there yet.
In the long run, yeah.
So you have two advantages.
On some level, I'm kind of the mind where it's like I feel like there's even hubris in being able to see the future anyway. So like I'm never sure if it's the right thing to do ever.
Oh wow,
so because I'm just like how stubborn and stupid would that be?
Yeah, but where you're at right now is not sustainable for your soul. So at least it's better than where you are.
Right, but then I've also had the things like how trivial is this? Like, is this a trivial? Like, is this more serious than I'm making it or less serious? You know what I mean? Like, man, she doesn't do dishes.
I see what you mean. Yeah, it's very.
That doesn't bother me right now, but will that bother me to the point where I might kill this person in 60 days?
Just nip it in the bud.
Yeah, like I don't know.
This is one of those moments where you think about how badly do you want to say the joke and how badly do you want to deal with the blowback of the joke.
Go ahead.
Well, I'm only doing it only because it's meant to be inappropriate. Oh no.
It's too late now. You've already set the stage.
I just want to say it's triple harder to break up with someone who has Down syndrome because that becomes
I didn't see that one coming.
I feel like it would be harder to start.
I'm only thinking of that joke on who's the guy who said he was molested by the guy who has Down syndrome?
Oh my God.
Bobby Lee. Yeah.
Right. And that's what came to mind. And then that's where I ripped the joke off from. But I'm like, Jaffe, don't say that.
That is one of the
so
best.
Inappropriate. But that was so funny when he said it.
That is one of the best podcast clips I've ever seen in my entire life.
So good.
Brutally molested.
It's
Brutally.
Yeah. It's, woo, Lordy.
I don't know if I like Bobby Lee, but after that, I was like, I like.
Oh, really? I
him.
love Bobby Lee, dude.
I heard he's such a dick in real life.
Oh, really?
Like I've heard it from multiple people that have met him.
sounds-
Like he's such a fucking asshole.
Yeah, I mean,
He's very
probably.
likable. Like his persona on the pod and everything, he's great. But I've heard from a few different people like he's a
My
raging idiot.
assumption of most famous people at this point is that they're probably not particularly likable, and so if I learn that about them, like whatever. Like that's I don't know. You know, as long as they're not at like a Diddy party or like, you know, on an island, you know, in the fucking wherever the fuck that Epstein place was.
That's
like,
enough.
That's fine. That's fine for me.
That's
You can be a dick. That's fine. I also think people are like maybe like a little bit. I don't know. Like sometimes you meet like if you run to a celebrity and they're just like having a bad day and they're like,
that's the thing.
And they just seem off and they're like, I don't know. And then there's like a whole screed on Twitter about like how mean the guy is. I kind of feel bad for the guy.
Everybody,
You know what I mean? Where it's just like, I don't know. He's not.
I know.
I met my hero Spielberg and he was fucking delightful. And I was
You're
so
kidding
glad.
me.
Yeah.
You met Spielberg?
What?
Oh, yeah. It's a different
You
story.
gotta tell us the story.
I'll tell you later. I mean, I don't want to.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah. But I'm just saying that. I mean, I'm happy to tell, but that's not what the topic is. I'm just saying that meeting your heroes usually is bad, but it's what a delight when you meet your hero and they actually are having a good day. So
That's so cool.
yeah.
Oh, that's
Yeah.
a good one too.
That's great.
Spielberg. That's top of the pops for me.
Yeah.
Very cool. I got to hear that story someday.
Yeah, I'll tell you.
All right. I think rolling right along, we're going to go right into Chris's topic if he doesn't mind. I like this one.
Yeah, man. I was I don't know, this came to me really like right when I woke up. It came to me because I woke up and I usually like waking up. Like I usually like kind of because there's that kind of tiredness where it's just like, oh, I could go back to sleep if I wanted to. And that's really like valuable to me because I could not go to sleep on purpose if I tried. You know what I mean? Like going to bed, like if I go to sleep, it's because I know I have to and I know I should. But really, I'm going to sit there and I'm going to like scroll or I'm going to like listen to music or like I'm going to stare or like I'll put on Twin Peaks or like I don't know, just like all sorts of. And then eventually I pass out and I don't remember how or like the journey. But then you wake up and you're like, oh man, I could so easily drift back into sleep. And I didn't have that. And I was like, oh man. This isn't great. This is like a very underwhelming wake up. And then I thought about like just the feeling of being underwhelmed. And it happened to like I'm supposed to go hiking with some friends of mine like tomorrow. Saturday. And I know for a fact, like I'm agreeing to do it because it's like I know I should get out and I should like you know it's good to get out, get some air. I know it's good for you to do it also. But I know that whatever is at the top of that fucking mountain is going to be so I know I will not care. Like I know it. I'm not doing it for that. And I feel like an asshole because all these people are like, look at the beauty. You know, look at nature. And I just like I just kind of feel like I get it. You know, like I can fly a drone up there and like see or like Google like high resolution pictures of this
Right.
and from the comfort. Like I'm very underwhelmed by a lot of things that people seem to like really enjoy. And it got me to thinking like, have you guys ever been to like, I don't know, to an event or like maybe met a person that you were excited to meet and it was kind of underwhelming or like been to a location like the Grand Canyon where you go there and it's like, oh, it's a hole. I actually did like the Grand Canyon, to be honest with you. But other things, like I remember specifically Mount Rushmore was this for me. When I learned how big Mount Rushmore was, I was flummoxed beyond belief that it was as small as it was.
Oh, really?
I thought it was massive. I thought it was I really thought it was comedically gargantuan. like in my mind, it was like in my mind, you would be able to like in my head, Mount Rushmore is like
a mountain.
The entire it's a mountain. It's like the entire end. It would take up the entire like tail end of Manhattan. You know what I mean? Like where Battery Park is.
Yeah.
But it's like just like a couple, like tens of feet high.
Right? Now you're making it sound like Stonehenge and Spinal Tap.
I just see it.
How big is it? I've never seen it.
It's I don't know how big you guys think it is, but like I just thought it was great because I think honestly, like my only recollection is like from Team America where like it opens. And like the Team America World Police, and like one of the heads opens, and then like a plane.
Oh, it is small. I see what you're saying.
You could see it's pretty small. Like there's pictures
like it's
here
on a big mountain, but the actual carvings themselves are teeny. Okay,
there's pine trees taller.
And I thought it was like, okay, well, like in my mind when I thought it was huge, it's like, oh man, that's really impressive for like that thing to be so big. And then you see it, and it's like the size of a CVS. Literally, like it's no longer than a CVS.
Yeah, you can kind of tell.
And it's no taller than like a 5-story like Yonkers apartment
I put
building.
A link in the chat that was the first time I've ever seen it this way.
Yeah.
And I'm like, oh, I get it now, what you're saying. Because I've never seen the picture framed. But if you just pull out the camera from what you usually expect to see, there's all this rock and shit around it, and it's like, oh, this is nothing.
Oh yeah,
yeah. If you put one of those distant trees in front and like put it up in front, like raise it up, you would realize these are only like a few trees high, probably.
Yeah, it's a few trees. Yeah,
which is like, you know, I get impressive for the time still, but like I don't know, man. Like I was really like thoroughly underwhelmed when I found out. Like I saw somebody standing next to it. I was like, you've got to be fucking kidding me.
Where
you
is
could
that?
fit at least 20 more presidents on that
South
fucking
Dakota.
mountain when you see it now.
Yeah, it's free real estate.
Yeah.
But I don't know. So I guess to open the topic, like, what are, and this could be guilt driven too. So like, have you ever been have you been in the presence of something where you feel like you should be kind of overcome with like, oh man, what an overwhelming positive experience, and you just like.
An experience, a person, a place. What do you mean?
A person, a place, anything that you can relate to, like this deep feeling of underwhelming.
Yeah,
it'd be funny if it was like you meet your daughter for the first time. You're like, that'd be fucking hilarious.
Completely underwhelmed by this person.
Like this baby is thoroughly underwhelming.
So sad.
But yeah, I don't know who to kick it. I guess I feel like I'll kick it to Colin because I feel like we're simpatico in this way. In this specific kind of avenue. So
well, I
don't know if you have anything.
Yeah, I have a funny answer that's I think going to be different than what you guys expect, but I will say, since you brought up place, and I've talked about this extensively, so I won't spend too much time on it, is like I was so underwhelmed when I went to Iceland that I had to get out of there. Interesting country, cool to spend a few days in, as I've noted many times, but that's probably the last time I did something where I was like, I am so bored, and I can't get out of here for another 3 days or however long I'm going to be trapped here.
The name just kind of says it all, right?
Yeah, it's like it's a scantily populated 300,000 people, this island, and it's cool, but I feel like when you see things, especially in the West, you're supposed to be like more impressed than I feel like I am. It's like, I'm not saying the United States has the best of all things or whatever, but we got it pretty good here. It's cool to see different ways of doing things, but I'm never like that impressed with it. It's just different. So that's, but here's the weird answer I came up with. I am often underwhelmed by and annoyed by how underwhelmed I am by fast food. And it's because it's never made properly. You know how like you see the commercials? I don't know how much you guys watch TV. I watch TV for this, hockey and football. So I see like, you'll see a McDonald's commercial or whatever. And you'd be like, damn, that looks so good. And I haven't had that in a while. And then you'll go and get it. This specifically happened. We went to Burger King on the way back from Junior's wedding in South Carolina when we were driving back. I haven't had a Burger King in years, but like intellectually, I love Burger King. And I've said many times that when I lived in New Hampshire with Mom, there was a good Burger King there, like a Burger King that was really good and they did it right. Just like I live near a good McDonald's here in Virginia, and it's like a really rock solid McDonald's. It's a reliable McDonald's. But you go to these kind of like off the beaten path kind of places, and it was like, it's so disappointing. It's underwhelming and you're disappointed, and then it kind of puts you off from trying it again. It's almost gross. And then I feel like I have this experience specifically with just fast food. Nothing is as it seems. You order a pizza from whatever, Papa John's, and it's not very good, you know? And I know everyone's like, it's fast food, but I'm like, no, I feel like fast food wasn't so underwhelming sometimes. Why when I order a cheeseburger from McDonald's does it look like someone punched it?
Always.
Why does it have to look like that?
It really does.
I don't understand what happened to it. Why when I order a Whopper are all of the toppings on the side of the burger in the like falling apart? Like there's no way to do this better.
Why are the fries cold?
Why are the fries cold? There's nothing more disappointing than going to McDonald's and the fries are bad. That's why this reliable McDonald's that I'm near is so key. Because at that point, it's like, why am I even here?
Yeah, I can't even imagine. Like that would probably send me into a spiral. Because I'm having McDonald's specifically because things are not going particularly as planned.
Right.
Like I'm definitely not here of like as like a grand ending to the day. It's like
it's not a treat, a reward.
No, it's like a necessity, and it's like it's 2 a.m. I've been editing. This is all that's open. You can't be highly trafficked, so like there's no reason for anything to be bad.
Yeah.
And then you get it into it's like your fries are cold, and that would fucking send me, man. Like that'd be it. I would have to go to bed because there would be no salvaging the rest of the day.
Yeah, that would be it.
Crash out. I love that term.
Me too. It's so funny.
Yeah.
There's a lot of new terms like
out.
that are making me laugh. Like the vernacular is becoming funnier, which is good.
Yeah. That's one thing I feel like the millennials drop the ball on specifically. Like I don't think millennial vernacular is very good. Like, but I feel like Gen Z is like,
Yikes.
yeah. Crashing
Yikes
out is great.
Yeah.
Crashing out is iconic. That's some good shit.
Yeah, definitely. So yeah, that's what I thought of is just I was like, what is underwhelmed? Like, how have I felt underwhelmed? And it's like, yeah, every time, man, with some of these places, it's like, it always intellectually seems like a good idea. Yeah, let's go get whatever. There's a Wingstop that just opened down the street. I haven't had Wingstop in like 10 years.
Yeah, I never had.
And I'm like, is it going to be good? We had a Chipotle that was really reliable that just opened. And then we got one where like everything sucked. And now I've not been interested in going back to it. You can't underwhelm me to this nature.
It's too expensive for that.
It's just disappointing. Five Guys even messing up an order.
Yeah, they got to stick to spec, especially with the prices.
There's too much competition.
Yeah,
that's what's surprising.
True.
There's so many. I always lament this. There's just so many. It's not. It's good to have options. It's not a lamentation necessarily, but it's like there's so many choices.
Yeah,
you have to at least execute on your vision properly to survive.
Well, I mean, to be fair about fast food, though, that's why and I know you and I have pushback on AI and robots and all that shit. But if you look at what was at CES recently, you know, a lot of the robotic baristas and stuff. I mean, what is great about that, about McDonald's, for example, to have your food prepared by a robot, seriously, that is going, this is the McDonald's way to make a cheeseburger. You're not going to get the fist pounding.
Yeah, they don't fucking pound it at the end for some reason.
I mean, you're going to get it exactly. It's kind of like surgeons that are like, here's how you do the operation, or here's how you do the haircut, and the AI adjusts for the head shape, and you get the exact thing that you're paying for. So sooner than later, when you're getting all this shit made by robots, it's going to be, you're going to get exactly what you think you're going to be getting, which is
right.
Cool.
And because there's universal basic income and inflation is 2,500%, the burger is going to cost $99.99. So it's going to be awesome.
Yeah. But you know, you got, sure. But you know, what do you want?
It is so crazy.
I'll bring my wheelbarrow of money like it's the Weimar Republic.
I was thinking like the robot. When you said robot barista, my mind immediately went to that guy who offed himself after like. Have you seen this story about the Goonicide? We talked about this on a couple of shows.
I know this has come up so many times.
I'm sorry, but like he brought up robot baristas, and I can't help but wonder, like,
totally fine.
I can't help but wonder, like, would he have been okay if it was a robot barista?
I have no idea what happened.
Oh, you don't know about this?
I'll do like a really quick sum up. Some dude, like some, I guess he's been giving these. You know the bikini barista places, Jaffe? Like these are very specific. Like
but it's just like awesome.
Yeah, it's literally just Hooters, but like a drive-through coffee. So like,
oh my
it's just
God,
like,
what a great idea!
It makes money.
Thought of that. I know it sounds perfect.
But
I've
so
never
I guess
seen
this
this.
guy, I guess this creep has been coming and like making a problem for the people. So like one day they just kind of recorded him coming up to the window, and he was like smiling, and then like the camera gets close to the car, and you see that he doesn't have any pants on, and then he drove away. And I think he drove into the like next parking lot and killed himself because he was caught on camera doing it.
Oh,
Would have been
this is
avoided if you had a robot.
idea. Look at that.
What?
I'm going
It's
to
so
that.
sad because we have the photos.
I'm looking
I don't
at it
need to
right
see
now.
this.
I'm not looking at that, but I'm looking at this girl giving you in a bikini, giving you a caramel latte.
I was saying it feels unsanitary to me.
Yeah, I can see
Why?
that.
I don't know. It's just.
I feel
I
like
was
it's
saying,
probably
I was
like
saying they should do it,
literally.
but they should wear burqas.
Anyway,
Yeah, that would be very popular.
Well, you know, Jaffe, when that joke came up, we were talking specifically about how funny I can't remember the name of the place. Specifically, it's in Arizona. This place where this like Goonicide happened.
Yeah.
But I found the hours so funny. The hours are 5 a.m. to 10 p.m. and I'm like, dude, someone's rolling up at 5:30 in the morning, and there's some like, I'm like, this is insane. Can we like, they should have burqas from like 5 to 1, and then. Do we really need to do that first thing in the morning?
It's early
it's
for that.
fucking
It's
crazy.
Are
It's
you
fucking
suggesting?
crazy.
Wait a minute. Are you suggesting this place exists to masturbate while you get your coffee? That was one guy, right? But
no, it
most
was
people.
one dude. It was one dude.
Okay,
Yeah,
it's
most
not like
people-
that's part of the business model, right? Like we've got
No,
like
but it's.
I mean, you're kind of asking for it.
That's crazy. It's like, what was she wearing?
I've never heard of this impulse control being so poor that it's like she's in a bikini. I gotta start. I mean, Jesus.
No,
Jesus.
totally. It is. Chris calling it like a Hooters is exactly
That's right.
right.
That's right.
It's just they're more scantily clad than they are at Hooters for sure. But
Yes.
Oh yeah,
Um,
I'm looking right now. It's amazing.
Yeah, but the idea, you know.
yeah, but it's the
Yeah,
same.
it's
It's the same idea, and I actually think it's a great idea if you love capitalism. No doubt about it. I don't think it's an idea that shouldn't exist. I just think it's
Yay,
fucure.
capitalism.
That's
Sure.
all. Like
I think you are
I think it's
asking
weird
for
that you're rolling up at 7:15 in the morning and some chick with her tits out and like is handing you a coffee and you're
It's
fucking
only
shrug.
better if it's like, do you want milk with that? And she's like,
Listen, that's heinous.
And then he's like, no, I'll do it. I got the cream.
You have to think about it from the perspective of like if you're up that early anyway, like chances are it's like, this is a pick me up, I guess. It's
Yeah,
like
sure.
something to get me through the day.
Yeah, sure. That's just me.
That's so
It's just my
unfortunate. It's so
observation.
unfortunate, man.
I'm
Like,
a prude.
it's-
Everyone knows I'm a prude. So
Yeah.
I don't know. Less clothes over the course of the day, like less and less clothes over the course of the day seems to make sense. Like
That's a
start
funny
conservative
idea.
and then
yeah,
as
like it gets nuts
later.
at the end, you know.
Who the fuck is showing up there early? Is my question, and that's it. Like what is the draw for the early clientele?
you know,
Thank God I don't have to see a woman's face this
my
early in the
God.
morning. Like I don't know what the reason would be.
what do you
Anyway.
mean? To show up early or to
Well,
see
to
a
show
woman?
up early to get coffee from like a person in a burqa. Like
From a ninja.
Oh, you've added the burqa part. Oh, I'm still in the
No, I
bikini
didn't-
part.
well, whatever. I don't know what
Now,
the fuck
in,
is going
in
on.
my mind, I'm looking at this woman in the picture and she's like wearing a bikini holding the coffee out. And I'm like, how far could you take it and it was still legal? Like prostitution's illegal. But what if she's getting like fucked leaning over while she's handing you the coffee? I mean, that would be its own drive-through window, but she's just like, you know, you don't have to pay if she spills enough of it, you know?
So wait, there are two different drive-through windows.
Right. That's right.
One for the person fucking
Yeah.
and the other person
It's-
for getting the
It's like the movie. It's like the AMC A list.
Oh my God.
They're right. It is. Like there's that whole business there, but then they're still making the coffee.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you laugh now, but come tomorrow, you're going to be starting a business with this fucking thing. This would
Dude,
be
give
hard.
it time. It's going to happen.
Absolutely.
If that happened, then this could happen.
Yeah. Call it one-eyed jacks.
Oh, that's funny. Anyway, that's all I have to say on the topic.
Yeah,
I'm going to take
all
this
right.
image off my screen because I can't stop it.
Or else there might be a podcast incident.
This is literally just a Snark Tank episode at this point. I guess I'll kick it over to Jaffe. I guess.
Underwhelming things. Okay, I mean,
Experiences, places, people.
yeah.
Whatever.
So, like I said, Spielberg. If you go to the far right, Spielberg was delivered the package. Going to New York City for the first time delivered the package. It's the only city in my ever life that I've gone to. And once I got into the city out of the airport, I immediately felt, oh my God, this is the real deal. Now, again, I mean, I didn't live there. I was only there for about 8 days and it immediately delivered, right?
Yeah.
Kids, for me, did not deliver immediately. I wasn't like underwhelmed, but I was like, okay, this is fun. And I was tired. And then eventually, very soon, you're like, you fall in the deepest kind of love, and it's just delightful. But in terms of the underwhelming stuff, here's what I would say. 4 things come up, and they all pretty much, maybe not surprisingly, have to do with television. The first time I experienced it was going to see The Tonight Show live after growing up watching it on television and realizing just how teeny and undramatic the set is, and how, you know, the couch, where now I guess it's Fallon, but back then it was Carson and Leno. It's like an inch away from the band, and the band is like, it's not this big dramatic thing. It's a tiny little fucking room almost, like, you know. Then falling in love with The West Wing, the TV show. And if you've ever watched the show, it is beautifully photographed. All the walls are like wood paneling, and it's almost like the most expensive Ethan Allen furniture have decked out this beautiful, you know. And then you go there, and so much of it, not the White House tour, but the West Wing offices themselves, it's like just a government building, and it's like, you know, it's like the concrete, you know, walls and shit, and it's not the beautiful sort of, you know, just beautiful wood furniture.
Yeah, the carpeted offices and all that.
Yeah,
kind of stuff.
it's not that fantasy of like, oh, I want to work with these really smart. It's just
no walking
like,
and talking.
No. So I would say The West Wing in real life is very underwhelming. And the biggest one that really stunned me is sports events, right? So the first one when I noticed this was I was working, I think it was Bartlett Jones at the time, and Auburn had made it into, I think it was like that one year where they were in the championship game, which is incredibly rare, but I couldn't get home to watch it. But Xbox, for whatever reason, was broadcasting the live feed. And I had never watched football as live feed, right? And so there's no announcers, there's no commercials, there's no it's like watching a high school football game.
Oh,
and
man.
it was just like, really? This is incredibly different and incredibly unexciting. But the culmination of all that is when I go to see WWE SmackDown in San Diego, right? So I had been watching, you know, the big events. I'm excited to watch Royal Rumble this weekend when we're recording this. And so you got the announcers and the cameras and the you know, all the stuff that really makes it wrestling. And you go and you watch it in an arena, and maybe if you've got front row seats, it's amazing. But, you know, we're in decent seats watching it, and there's no announcers, there's no music, there's no even like, hey, welcome to wrestling, we're about to start, match 1's coming. There was no host. You just sit down, and these people walk into the ring, and they just kind of start, and you're like, okay. And somebody went. I mean, it's absolutely I don't know how in the fuck people pay to go see that unless you are at the front, because I'm like, this is stupid. So I would say most of the underwhelming stuff for me, and maybe it kind of goes back to your Mount Rushmore thing, are things that you're sold on TV. And you believe it is something that it's not. And then you're like, oh shit. Like, I mean, I have to assume everybody, for example, knows, and I do my stream twice a day and I'm making videos all the time. This is not a real brick wall. I have to assume it's clear that's not a real brick wall. It's just something I ordered off Amazon because the wall was white. And I'm like, well, that looks stupid.
I never knew that.
Yeah. It's just a fucking, you know, I don't know what it is. Some kind of vinyl or something, you know,
it's good. It sells the illusion.
Yeah. But that's what I'm saying. It's so much about the illusion. Right. And that's their job. I get it. But when you actually walk onto the set and you're like, oh, it really does kind of take the air out of the tire a bit. So I would say for me, the underwhelming stuff is the television stuff that I had different experiences of and then ended up going, not so much. I mean, as for people, I met the comedian Gallagher once and he was an asshole. But
the guy with the watermelons?
Yeah. Me and my brother were little kids and he was in the bar at the hotel he was staying, and we walked over to him because we'd seen the show, and he opened for like Kenny Rogers or something. And we were so enamored, and he's just like, get the fuck out of here. And I'm like,
really?
Yeah, we were like
Holy
5 and
shit.
7, and he was a total dick.
Oh, dude, Carrot
And
Top.
I'm like, dude,
Carrot
you're
Top knows me.
Gallagher. Your shtick is you have a sledgehammer and you hit watermelons. Take it down a notch, prick. But I didn't say that because it was 5, but still.
Yeah, that was Carrot Top's mentor. He talks about that a lot, like how much he was like totally abused and used and abused him. And
Oh, I didn't know he actually knew him.
yeah, that was like
they tell
the
funny
guy who
stories.
put him
He
on.
has a bunch of funny stories about him.
Carrot Top is tragically funny. That's
Yeah.
because
He is
he's
funny.
so
He is.
he's so you want to hate him so much because of all the plastic surgery and all this other stuff. But when you actually watch his shtick, he's like, hey, he's a funny fucking guy.
I
So-
agree.
No, I was telling Dagan that I randomly saw an interview with him that was hysterical, where I was like, dude, I had no idea that he had this much comedy chops. And I was telling Dagan that he told a story about how he met Gallagher and told Gallagher, like Gallagher thought he was funny because he told him a joke about a door backstage somewhere that had a sign on it that said, this door should be opened under no circumstances. And he was like, why isn't it just a wall or whatever? And that's like how they became.
That's good shit.
Yeah, that's like,
So
that's
weird.
fucking awesome. And that's like,
Yeah.
so I had no idea he was like that. I just randomly saw it. I didn't even search for it. And because YouTube I don't search for things on YouTube. It's like whatever you want to feed me.
Yeah.
Powers that
That's so
be.
funny.
Same. It's getting to that point.
It's pure. You're purely algorithm fed. That's why
Yeah,
I
terrible.
still own. I don't watch something unless I look for it.
Well, unless
good
it's
for you.
Hatsune Miku. And then it just comes to
Well,
you somehow.
yeah. Sometimes, my friends will harass me with things.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, I think places like that or like events can be underwhelming, especially like I think about this time, like I went to Washington D.C. I took like a trip because like I have family who live there, and I think we spent like a week out there, and we did the tourist stuff. Like, and I saw I think the theater where Lincoln was shot or something.
Oh, Fort Deer.
And
Yeah.
and they walked me in. It's like, this is where Lincoln was shot, and I was like, really? I don't know what it
You're
is.
judging the place he was assassinated.
Well, no,
this is where you.
Well, in my mind, my thought process was so weird because I thought like I would be so embarrassed to be shot here because it's just such a small. It's like the pomp and circumstance is so minimal. Like it's not even like it's not like Madison Square Garden. You know what I mean? Where you could like, oh man, I gotta go to Madison Square Garden, and if I die, like damn, that sucks. But like it's literally just like, I mean, the guy. What is it, Wilkes Booth or whatever? He jumped off the balcony and landed and broke his leg. And even I was looking at it, I was like, I don't even know how you break your leg.
What a pussy.
Like it is really fucking tiny. Like to the point where it's like if I got shot here, I would also not fight to hang on.
Right,
Fair
because you
enough.
were there.
Fair enough.
Did you see the next door though with the blood with the pillow? That's the
interesting.
Cracker Jack is where they brought his body and he died in that room, and you can still see the pillow with his blood on it. That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Okay, fair enough.
Chris doesn't
That's
get
what I'm
these,
saying.
Chris doesn't get these sorts of things because it's like when I told them that I wanted to buy a lock of George Washington's hair, and they were like, what? Why would you buy? Like, what is the point of that? And I'm like, isn't that cool to have just a
I
lock
think
of
it's
George
cool,
Washington's
but
hair?
it gets disturbing when you want to fuck George Washington, and now you may be cloning it somewhere in the house,
Right.
and
Yeah.
I'm going to make some sort of Detroit Become Human robot.
It's cool. It's cool in like a Flash kind of way where it's like, oh, neat. But like it's never like it's held in this highest, like this grandiosity about it. Like, and this is the pillow and you don't touch it. And I'm like, why?
well, that's cool because you.
What do you
could
mean?
clone-
Why? What are you talking about? You don't watch this? You do.
How
This isn't the
un-Catholic
original
of
pillow.
you-
There's no shot that it's the original pillow.
How
It's the
un-Catholic?
original
Shot.
pillow. It's
I
absolutely
don't
the
believe
original
it.
pillow.
I don't
It's
believe that
covered
at
in
all.
a glass thing and sealed and everything. But
Dude, it's
Yeah, I
like
bet.
it's like the Catholic relics where it's like this is a portion of the skull of the man who saw Jesus die on the cross or whatever. And it's like it's built into
Yeah.
like an altar
Right.
in
Don't
like the
touch it.
1200s, and it's just some
Yeah, don't
peasant's
touch it.
head.
This
It's not
is-
even really
it
that.
says made
this
in
is
China. If
King-
you look at the back of it,
Yeah, this is King Henry's robes. Don't touch it. It's like this dude, he had diarrhea in this. Like I can't. What do you mean? Like what are we preserving? Like you're not going to get anything
No,
off of
they
it. Are you like
don't want you
solving
to
a
touch it.
crime?
Yeah.
Why? What are you like? What's going to happen?
It's so funny. I'm totally different. I agree. I disagree with Chris on this completely, obviously, because I want this stuff to be preserved because I like the weird shit like that. But I saw. Do you guys know who Ovechkin is? The hockey player, the great Washington Capital.
Yeah. Only because you talk about
And
it.
he was in Edmonton for some reason, and they have at Edmonton like a Wayne Gretzky like jersey and stick in his gloves, wherever in the glass from some game, some event, and they took it out of the glass and allowed him to wear it for some reason for like a picture, and I was like aghast. I was like, oh my God, like you've tainted it. Like, what are you doing? Yeah, what are you? It's like when George Costanza wears Babe Ruth's jersey and wipes his greasy hands on it.
Yeah, well, that's crazy. Like, I get that. Like, you're not, I'm not saying you like come on Abe Lincoln's pillow. I'm just saying, like, is it such a big deal?
I didn't know that was an option. Now I feel like I've missed out on my trip.
Now it's interesting.
I'm just saying, like, what's the big deal about like moving it? You know, like I don't know. Like, it just seems like it seems a little crazy.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. Yeah, you guys got me stuck on the image of a George Washington robot. I'm racking my brain. It's BioShock Infinite.
Right.
Yeah,
right.
Iron Patriot? No, that's the Marvel Iron Patriot.
Yeah, it's
what are they called?
It's just called the Patriot, right? I think, right, or just called the Patriot.
I think you're right.
There's something. Yeah,
I love the imagery of
but
that.
Then there's the what's the game from Software where the mech game Wolf something where it's the president.
Metal Wolf Chaos.
Metal Wolf Chaos. Yeah, I think there's like a George Washington bot or something in that. I think I could be wrong.
George Washington was horrifying. I can take it. It's like him making his image and turning it into something scary.
Oh yeah,
it's not hard to do.
It's just called the Motorized Patriot. I remember it having like a more distinct name for some reason.
Good shit. You know what, guys? I'm just gonna go stream of conscious on this, and I apologize in advance. I'm going there. Chris sent this topic. I thought of a couple of things, but I first was like, what was the first thing in your life where you really felt underwhelmed? You know, that hype versus perception / anticipation really failed you. You know, the first experience I can remember that wildly didn't measure up to my expectations. And bear in mind, I was a late bloomer, was having sex for the first time. It was the worst.
Isn't
like it was,
you've never gone back.
I fell, I fell wildly short. Now, I have to preface this by saying I was 19, again, late bloomer. I had heard everything under the sun by then, so the hype was way built up. And that might have been part of the problem, right? Now, I was with my first longtime girlfriend early in our relationship. We went on to date for, probably 3 years or so. First, went on to be my first bad breakup, the whole thing. But there's a couple of different things about this that may factor in. First, I was losing my virginity, but she was already experienced to some degree. I don't really know what that degree was, but she was sexually active and I wasn't. And then I remember hearing like how great it was. And it was like everything from like a teenage rom-com that you would expect to be awkward, strange, uncomfortable, I remember literally, and this was really on brand for the Digster, right? Like I remember thinking like, it was so bad that it wasn't worth having to stay over her house. Like I just wanted to go home and play Super Nintendo. Like that's the whole thing. I was just like that's it. Cause yeah, I was 19. This was like 93 at some point in 93. I wish I remembered more specifically, but you know what I mean? Like it was, and then it got, it got better. I got better. But that first time was like the first time I was ever wildly underwhelmed. It's like, I don't understand the hype. I don't understand any of this. It didn't take long. It wasn't romantic. I think we tried to get drunk, but like I wasn't drinking at that point. So it was like half drank wine cooler, like Zimas or wine coolers. Very
Zima,
90s.
Very era specific.
Very era specific. But that was the first time I remember being like, and I went, like the best of us. I went on to enjoy it.
I feel like that's a common experience. Like, there's no.
What about for you guys?
The first experience is terrible. Like it's almost universally like, man.
I also think it's overwhelming emotionally, and where it was for me, like in some sense, like because like it's this thing that's built up. So inside you're like really, there's like a whole level to it. It becomes much more casual later, depending on your treatment of it, even if you're in a serious relationship. But everything kind of leads up to it. So it's a very pivotal moment. And I doubt it ever turned out very well for anyone.
Right?
Yeah.
Can you imagine, like, I could, maybe this is your experience, your guys' experience, but like if both people are going into it for the first time together and losing their virginity to each other, I think I remember feeling very intimidated and like I had to bring some sort of, like I had to, I had to bring my A game because she had already been there. Right.
Oh,
so there was that kind of level of like, I'm not going to be good enough. Like, so there was a lot of anxiety. That's that sort of thing. But I remember the first time was definitely memorable because of that. But then, it didn't get super great right away. Like, it had to work up to that point, right? Because those same feelings come in. Maybe it got a little better each time because I was a little less worried. But yeah, that was 30 years ago. And I remember like yesterday.
It's vivid, man. That sticks with you.
You never forget. You never forget that
And
first
now
time.
every single time you have sex, your response is to go play Super Nintendo. It's very strange. Very strange.
That's always my go-to.
Now it's like, Mamma Mia! That's what
the old SNES. Yeah, I remember that. Like, was it worth paying this price? Like, I have to stay here all night.
Well, how much was she?
I want to end on a high note. I have something ironically for Chris specifically based on what he said. But the other thing, like Jaffe, like my media thing, I've found like there's this rhythm that really works for me. And I find that if I don't pay attention to the water cooler talk and don't really kind of tune into what people are saying about a show or a movie, even a video game, right? If I stay kind of spoiler free and not even getting into spoilers, but seeing what people's perception of a certain thing is, if I go in fresh, not knowing a lot, I tend to like something more. I pick on Succession a lot on this show, and it wasn't bad, but I think the hype was so built up for me by the time I tuned in that it was never going to measure up to my expectations. And I didn't enjoy it as much as people said how great it was. And then for contrast, started watching The Bear, not knowing anything about it, except that's a weird name. And like knowing it was Jeremy Allen White, that was it, and loving it. So there's something about just not paying attention to like the din, you know what I mean? Like the commotion around something.
Yeah. What is it? Expectations are the thief of joy or something? I
It's
can't remember
this way,
what the term
and
is.
it's not even an aim low thing. Like, I know if you keep your expectations low, you'll never be disappointed. It's just for some reason there's a payoff for me that seems to work. So I'm pretty good. Been pretty good with that. Like, let me just go in fresh and see if something clicks. That type of thing. But I will say this, Chris, and it could probably because I'm old and I'm starting to get a little bit of wisdom. Not much, but a little bit. I do love the payoff of the opposite happening where something turns out great in spite of low expectations. And it's funny that you bring up hiking because I have a wife who really loves to hike. I enjoy hiking. Helene's much more fit than me, and she really genuinely like would be out every single day if she could. Like, she's really into it. We were up in the Adirondacks on Lake Placid, I think 2 summers ago. And we were heading towards Niagara Falls and eventually Toronto. But when we were on Lake Placid, she found this hiking trail about 40 minutes north of Lake Placid. So me and the kids kind of humored her and I'm like, all right. She was kind of warning us, like, it's going to be an uphill hike. It's about 2 miles, but the vista that you arrive to is supposed to be absolutely gorgeous. And she didn't want to show us what it looked like. She just said, by the time you get up there, I'm telling you, like, you got to see this. You got to see how beautiful it is up there. And I'm thinking very cynically, kids are complaining. It's muddy. It had rained like torrentially, like leading up to it. So it was that extra hard hike. But I'm telling you, dude, we got up to the top of this, I guess, mountain, ostensibly. It is a hill. It was the most beautiful sight I had ever seen. Like, it was completely worth the payoff, not known, like, just thinking, all right, she's trying to get us up there. You know what I mean?
Is it like a JRPG Vista where like the camera shifts?
Multi-plane.
Yeah. And
the whole thing.
Yeah.
It was coming back to the SNES. I like how we brought it full circle there. But that was a thing where it was like, wow, I could have never guessed. And the weather was beautiful. And, we were alone up there. We didn't have to share it with anybody. It was just like the perfect scenario. So that's one of those things in life where that rare payoff when you think the opposite is true. It's like, how good can this thing possibly be? But then it just like breaks the every expectation you had, and it's even better. That's cool.
I get
That's
that
a
a
cool
lot.
thing to experience.
I get that a lot with media. Like, there's like a lot of hyped up things that I've like. I don't know. Like, I generally speaking, I'm of the mind where like it takes me a long time to see the movies that everybody tells me to see. Because in my mind, I'm like, everybody's telling me to see it, which means it's really good, which means it's gonna always be available in some way. I'm more curious about like the stuff that doesn't do super well, where like I have there's probably like a limited window on like, oh, that I heard that show is terrible. I got to see it while I can, because what's the likelihood that it's going to be preserved? You know,
Watching Kraven the Hunter this week, are we?
I saw it.
How was it?
It was horrible.
Yeah,
Doesn't look good.
It was thoroughly whelming, because it was exactly what I expected, how bad it would be. But I specifically 3 things in my adult life that it took me forever to get to, that I ended up, even though with like all the expectations built around it, that actually like met or exceeded my expectations. And the first one was Twin Peaks. Second one was oh my god, Fight Club. I saw Fight Club for the first time this year.
No way.
Well, last year, I guess, 2024.
I thought you loved Fincher.
I do, but like, I mean, like, I don't know. I figure I'll get around to it.
Holy shit.
So like I got to it and I was like, oh shit, this is not what I expected at all. Because all I knew about it was that I didn't know, in fairness, I didn't know the spoiler.
Oh, you did.
Which is kind of why like I was like, oh, well, I kind of know, like maybe it's not, but it actually is, it's great regardless. And so like that was great. And then American Psycho was, I think I saw that like maybe 3 years ago. And I didn't see it because like I just assumed it was like a slasher movie for some reason. And I was just like, I don't really like those. I don't care about them. They don't gross me out or anything. I just find them a little bit boring. And they're like, no, that's not what it is at all, man. And I was like, I'm sure I'll get around to it. And I kept hearing about like, I kept seeing all the memes of like, what the fuck is the guy's name in American Psycho?
Oh, the character's name?
Yeah. It's not Bates.
I'll look it up.
What the
Oh, yeah, I'll look it up.
It's not Norman Bates, is it?
No,
Am I
that's
crazy?
No,
that's normal.
So that is
Patrick
literally
Bateman. Patrick Bateman.
Patrick Bateman. Yeah, I knew there was a bait in there somewhere. Yeah, Patrick. I saw all the memes of him like going around on Twitter, and I was like, "What the fuck is this movie?" Like, I have no concept of what this movie is, and immediately I loved it because it's so much funnier than I thought it was going to be.
It's so good.
It's so damn funny. Like his delivery of like, "Hey guys, cool it with the anti-Semitic remarks," is so hysterical to me every time I see it. And the business card thing, great.
Oh,
great
it's
stuff.
so it makes fun of the 80s. So
yeah, and
doesn't
those
it seem
movies,
like a Quentin Tarantino movie? Like it could be a Quentin Tarantino movie. It has that level of
the premise and the premise and the vibe of it. Yeah, for sure. It would be written completely differently, but like I think everything would like it would feel as weird. But yeah, like those are the 3 that like I think of like that. Because it's very rare for something to be hyped up and then meet expectations, because obviously you have all this stuff. But those are the 3 things that I was like, damn, this is better than I was expecting based on everybody's recommendations. And I remember you asked the first time you can remember being underwhelmed. And I remember having this experience with Spider-Man 3 in theaters. That was the first time I ever walked into a movie that I was excited to see and walked out of it at the end of it being like, I don't know if I liked this.
Yeah.
And it's like a sobering experience when you're a kid.
Yeah.
That first big disappointment of something that you're really excited for is like that never quite leaves you.
I bet there's a formula though when you bring up like when you get on board at the beginning and it's a genuine thing that you discover without a lot of pomp and circumstance, and then there's everyone's talking about it, and then you have a tendency to be disappointed. But if that thing can survive past that and you catch it a certain distance later, like you're saying with like for me, it was Alien. I had never seen Alien until like 2 years ago. And I was like, okay, this was fucking great. But it's not like you with everyone's raving about Succession and you see it and you're like, so it's almost like it's like at the beginning or way at the end. But if you get it when everyone's hyped about it, maybe there's a high percentage chance.
I think that's part of it. Cause I even Breaking Bad, I started watching Breaking Bad when the last season was airing.
Oh, wow.
Like, cause I was like, I kept hearing about it and I was like, I don't know, maybe could it be that good? Really? I don't know. And then I saw that there was like a big event and it was ending. And I was like, oh, it's ending. It's not going to be one of these things that lasts. It's not going to be like One Piece or something. So it's like, oh, I can reasonably finish this. And then I watched the first season on Netflix, and I think I binged that entire show in like 3 days. It was crazy. I really had nothing going on. So like I could spend the time doing that, but I was like, this is fucking crazy.
I'm jealous.
And that was a roller coaster ride like nothing else. And then I got to, see it live as it was finishing. And that was a nice experience too.
Oh, you caught up to it. Oh, that's really cool.
I caught up to it.
That's really neat. You know what you guys are saying too about like, I love what you guys both said about like the places. Because when you're a kid and you hear about Disneyland or Disney World and you finally go, it's like, you're small and your perspective is so narrow, so everything impresses you. But when you get older and you see these places, whether it's these coliseums or these landmarks, like you're kind of sold this fake bill of goods. But then when you get there, the scale and the spectacle and the flash, everything just falls short. Like Jaffe's saying about seeing that live feed football game without the graphics and without the pomp and circumstance and the bells and whistles, like it just falls short. That happens a lot. That happened with people too. I've said this story before, but I saw Steven Tyler walking down the street twice in one day, and he was so little and so underwhelming, even in all his clothes and his scarves. And he looked like he was about to record a video. He wasn't in like civvies. You know what I mean? He wasn't in like pedestrian clothes. He looked like Steven Tyler, but he was so little. And you have this rock star persona built up in your head. Like that guy must be 8 feet tall. It's the same type of thing. It's like, wow, when you see those things in real life, it's pretty, you're a little crestfallen because it's like, oh.
Disneyland's a great example. I mean, I grew up in the South, so we had Disney World, which was a genuine big resort. And so when we went to Disneyland in Anaheim for the first time, now I love it. I adore that park. I adore everything about it. But when I went the first time, it was so tiny and you expect it to be surrounded by like rainbows and green rolling hills. And it's surrounded by the shithole that is downtown, I guess, Anaheim with fast food and alcohol stores and all these
motels.
Right. It's like, how is this?
Roach motels.
And even when you go in, it's smaller than Disney World. But then you start to appreciate. I mean, I love the Magic Kingdom so fucking much, and I love California Adventure, and I also now love that I've made memories there with my kids because I used to take them almost every weekend. But as a structure, especially something that was built up so much as the original Disneyland, and you go and you're like, this is kind of like going to the state fair a little bit, in some ways. It's not that bad.
Yeah, I could see that 100%. Like I always thought of Disneyland, Jaffe, as like kitschy Disney World. I didn't see Disneyland until I was a teenager, where I grew up going to Disney World. So by the time I got to Disneyland,
Disney
I was
World, it's a big even now.
It's like a paradise.
Yeah.
It's so huge and it's so insulated that you could really immerse yourself.
That's right.
Where Disneyland's more like it's a little bit of that, but a little bit of like pop-up carnival. It's like
it's like a Target next door. You're like, what is this?
It's a great point.
But it is amazing how they build the walls around it. So you can't, once you're in, like if you go to Toontown, like you cannot see the outside world unless you're on a specific couple of rides. And that's obviously intentional. So like if you look at Cars Land, most of the time spent was just building the facade of the mountain.
Cars Land.
It's true though. It's beautiful.
I know. It just sounds so. It sounds like the first draft of a pitch is on. You know what I mean?
Have you guys been, Chris or Kyle? I haven't been in Disneyland since I was like 17.
I've
18.
never been.
You never been?
No.
Wow.
I've been, but not in years. No.
Okay.
I've been to Disney World many times too, and we went to Disneyland once together when I was way younger.
Yeah, that was the first time
it's
I
gotten
went.
so expensive now. I mean, it's ridiculous at this point.
That's so sad.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, we had season passes, and it's like thousands of dollars just to go for like 4 or 5 days.
Wow.
Yeah, this doesn't make any sense. Like I'm not really like I liked Universal when I went, but that was also because I was spoiled because like somebody recognized me in line because I took my parents there.
Oh shit!
And my dad was wearing my logo on a shirt because he knew that it would embarrass me. And the guy working behind the was like, "Oh hey, I recognize you. Like, there's nobody in the VIP thing. You want You want to do VIP? And I was like, absolutely. What,
Dude, that's sick.
But that spoiled me from like ever going back to an amusement park or like a theme park ever again. Because it's just like, I'm never going back there without that
perk.
Without the ability to do everything in a day. Like I'm not doing this. I'm not going to stand in line for 40 minutes to sit on a ride that's like ultimately not going to be particularly whelming, you know?
Yeah.
So
I don't get theme parks at all anymore. But when I was younger, I was into them for a while.
I like roller coasters more than I like theme parks.
Yeah, roller coasters. Yeah, that was what was attractive to me too. You know what else is underwhelming? You guys went. Well, Dave, you would speak to this maybe a little bit. Is sports could be underwhelming. I think football especially can be like professional football, NFL football can be really underwhelming, depending on the nature of the game, the crowd, and where you're sitting. Football is so good on TV, as Jaffe was saying, that like it's hard to justify sitting at this awkward angle at an NFL game for an enormous amount of money to watch a beatdown in a half empty stadium. But then there's like moments I've been to games live, like specifically hockey games that are really memorable games, playoff games and all sorts of things. And it's cool to like, professional sports is so based on the vibe, I think, of the crowd and like the experience of that. It's very similar to seeing music in some way. So
yeah.
So I rarely go to NFL games anymore because I'm like, I don't know. It's kind of like, what's the purpose? It's so good on TV. I'll just watch it on TV. This is totally fine for me. The best game to see, the most consistent sport to see live, because it's just always good, is baseball.
I think so.
Yeah.
We were spoiled with Yankee Stadium, I think, too, because it is so impressive with the facade and, you know, the history and the magnitude. I mean, I would say the same thing about Flushing, though. I mean, Shea Stadium was an impressive ballpark, and Citi Field is beautiful. You know,
I would actually say that that's probably more to do with the fact that baseball, like football on TV, is like, it's exciting, or like you get the air that they're trying to make it exciting. You know what I mean? Like it's like, and he's running, and he's dead.
They're building it up.
You know, like they're building it up, and there's like a lot of graphics, and but like baseball, even on TV, is like pretty measured.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like it's a kind of a docile thing to watch. It's kind of like on in the background. It's very calm. Sometimes it gets loud, but like not very often.
It's also predictable. I love the predictable cadence of commercials so that you can kind of plan to do things in between, you know, halves of innings.
Yeah, but I think there's like the vibe is more accurate on the vibe of baseball is more accurately captured by watching a game on TV than I think the vibe of football is captured.
Sure.
By the same transition.
Sure.
I think like when you go to Yankee Stadium, you're like, yeah, this is kind of like watching it actually, like on TV. It feels very much the same. And there's also, you can catch it. There's that added possibility of being able to catch it, catch a foul ball.
I think there's time watching baseball to actually mentally process, okay, if this happens, then this could happen. You know, there's because it's almost like play by email video games or something, like play by email chess or something. Whereas football, you know, in those little pockets of energy, I think there's so many more things that can occur. I mean, I love watching both of them, but I think my brain can process a lot more. Like if you're ever sitting with someone who doesn't understand baseball, you can explain the strategy and stuff a lot more clearly, because it's like now it's this and now it's this. Football seems like go, and it's just like an explosion of
football is specifically stop go, and that I think is what turns me off. It's like, just commit to something. Like even soccer I appreciate, because it is just like it's just chaos.
It's,
you know what I mean? It's like, all right,
isn't there a sport like, is it rugby or one of those sports where it is basically the rules? There's a rule game where there's a rule of football, but there's not like downs. It's just like it's back and forth. You know,
rugby is the closest cousin to American football for sure.
Football,
but hockey might be your biggest thing.
That's right. You
know, I mean, hockey is totally fluid. I love it. I mean, that's my favorite sport.
Yeah, it's true.
That's the thing about it. Is like I can appreciate a fluid sport. I can appreciate like a strategic one. I can appreciate baseball. I can appreciate hockey. I can appreciate, you know, soccer. But like, I don't know, football. It's like, we're gonna.
Yeah. I can.
It's just like it feels like schizophrenic. I can't get into a. I don't know what you want me to do here. But
I get it. Yeah.
Do you guys have, I don't know if you've had this experience, but this is weird. And this is actually the opposite of what we're saying. I take my son to a Sixers game, professional basketball game in Philly every year. And it's the exact opposite thing. If you go to those games, there is so much flash and so much. There is so much pyrotechnics at any Sixers game. I'm not talking about a playoffs game. I'm talking about a regular season home game that I'm afraid they're going to light a basketball player on fire. There is never a dull moment. Like when they come out to buff
I'd go see that.
They never, the action is constant. When they're not playing, they're doing some sort of acrobatics with trampolines or pyrotechnics. There was so much fire in the Wells Fargo Center that I'm like, they're going to blow this
Harlem
place
Globetrotters show.
It's insane. And you don't see that. You don't get that when you're watching a game on TV. It's the exact opposite.
Did you ever see the series with John C. Reilly where he was he bought the Lakers? He played the guy. It was like a
no.
Is that the HBO show?
Yes.
I love him.
Yeah, I didn't see it. I heard it was great. I think it got canceled, unfortunately.
It did, but it is so good. But a part of that show is about them because he bought the Forum or he leased the Forum or whatever. And they're like, okay, we have to make these sporting events fun to go to. It can't just be you come and watch the game. And that's where the Laker girls came from. And they sexed it up. And I hate to be the guy who's telling you to watch Succession. But if you like sports and you like basketball and you like the whole culture around it, what a great fucking show. It's only ran for one season, but boy, it's great. I forget what it's called. It's like,
I got to watch that. I like him a lot.
Yeah. He's wonderful in it. Really.
T-shirt guns every 5 minutes. Like like the only thing they could do is set these T-shirts on fire. That's the only way they can make this more exciting.
Yeah.
It's like the siege of a city.
I couldn't believe how they were just pandering to like people's attention spans. I mean, it's a very expensive ticket, and I think it's reflected in the cost of the ticket as well. And I think professional basketball, not just in Philly. I mean, I know the Knicks is the same thing, Lakers, right? These are big markets. But
I can't wait till AR glasses become the norm, though. And everybody's got them, and you watch an NBA game live, and it's true. It's like NBA Jam. It's like he's on fire, and it's like the guy actually is like.
I was talking about that on a recent episode of like when I can get a HUD on my glasses, it's over, dude.
Right, 100%.
Like I'm gonna be so excited about that shit.
Me too.
All right.
Still though, sitting game side at a Lakers game, I think I would really love that.
Have you ever gotten to do that? Have you ever gotten that close?
Never in any venue. But the Lakers specifically, they'll just be so exciting. Be down there with Nicholson, that type of thing.
I watched a Kings game in a box before, which was really cool. That's a way to fucking watch a goddamn.
That would be neat.
Yeah, it was some video game thing, and I think my agency had a box for the Kings, and so they had a party, and they said, "Hey, come up and watch the game here." And I didn't watch the whole thing, but it's like, oh my god, what a delight to watch a sporting event in a nice couch, and waiters are coming, and it's air conditioned, and you can go to the bathroom. I mean. Delightful.
That's kind of the way to do it. If I ever did that, I don't think I'd ever want to go back.
Yeah. Well, it's a different experience, but it was fun. I haven't had it since, but that's how Taylor watches the Super Bowl.
That's all you know.
And am I going to be watching the Super Bowl in part because I want to see Taylor Swift? You goddamn right. Fuck you. I don't care.
Really? Is that? Oh, come on.
That's not the main reason. And it certainly isn't the halftime show because I don't really know any of Kendrick Lamar's music, but.
Oh, that is it? Yeah. I didn't know.
I think it's Kendrick Lamar. I think he's doing the halftime show.
Interesting.
Oh, really? That's crazy.
But I think it is. But I'm excited for the game. I like good games, and these look like I watched the last one. It was good, and I usually follow college football, but I'm very excited. I might buy a new TV for it because I need a new TV anyway.
Wow.
So I like big events.
Where is it?
We don't get a lot of water cooler moments, as you were saying, anymore. Everybody's so fractured that it's nice to at least kind of have something, that is like, oh, we're all watching it. So
I'm looking forward to the commercials. It's down in New Orleans, right?
Yeah, New Orleans.
It may be snowing. I don't think it will, but they just got a bunch of snow the other day. So who knows?
Yeah, they did.
Can you imagine?
Holy moly!
No.
I assume the Chiefs are favored. Is that right?
I would assume so. I haven't looked at the line, but yeah, that would make sense.
That.
Yeah.
Not in Philadelphia.
Did you watch it, Colin, because it's not the Jets? You only watch NFL with the Jets?
No, I'll watch any NFL game. So I watch every Jets game, but some people like the red zone approach of like watching a bunch of games at the same time. And like when they're in the red zone, you'll tune into that on that channel. But I like to just tune into specific games. So I'll watch every Jets game, but then there'll be 3 other windows. Well, actually 4 other windows that week where there are other games. So I'll watch 4 other games typically. The Thursday night game, the Sunday night game, the Monday night game, and then another game on Sunday in the afternoon, wherever they don't play. So yeah, it's the only sport I'll watch any game. Even I love hockey as a sport.
I know we've talked about it before, but I don't know why. Hopefully soon Amazon, because I think Amazon has the rights for one of them, right?
Thursday night football. Yeah.
Yeah. I know we've talked about it. I think it would be, it's just, I would love to see like if the Jets were doing that and you added a show to your lineup of you're able to stream the game on Amazon.
Yeah. We've talked about that. I think that's such a no-brainer in some sense.
Maybe the NFL's just like, no,
I don't think they're down, because I would actually love to have just broadcast or broadcasterless kind of games, not seeing it from a static view like you were saying earlier, but having like a more dynamic view of the game however you'd like, but like cut the commentation out or get your own commentators in, or like use a streamer or whatever. I just think it would be cool to have that ability to plug it in. Sports
I don't think we're
commentary
that far off from it. I think it's coming in the next 10 years, but
yeah, it's all about the like really the licensing deals behind using footage and all of the rest. It's very difficult out there for a lot of creators still, but sports content creation is huge part of what I watch and absorb. So I'm totally influenced by like what they're doing over there, and it's cool. It's getting way bigger, and it's cool to just see YouTubers get more views than ESPN or whatever. Mm-hmm. Everything's different.
Oh yeah.
What's that guy who does it? The Pat.
Pat McAfee.
Yeah, I watch him on wrestling, but I know he's got a real popular live show.
Yeah, he's actually with ESPN now. They brought him on, but he like when he left, he was a professional player. He was a punter. When he left, everyone thought he was crazy because he was like, "I want to go to a podcast," and everyone's like, "Okay, you're in the NFL, cool." I mean, and he went and worked for Barstool originally, and worked out great for him.
Yeah.
So, and he's great at it. I like that show a lot, but I only watch clips of it. I don't actually sit down and like listen to the whole episode.
Gotcha.
Chris, you underwhelmed with our performance?
Thoroughly.
Or are you whelmed?
No, it was good. I am satiated, satisfied, all sorts of other words meaning the same thing.
Fair enough. All right, gents. Now for the final topic. It's a colorful one. Asked you guys to talk some shit, pop some smack, get a little controversial, call out somebody that's bugging you, somebody from your past, somebody from right now. Name names. Listen, it would be more entertaining if you name names. I'm just going to tell you that right now. Okay. For ratings, I'm saying.
Right.
Think of the ratings.
Juice the ratings.
You don't have to name names. Okay.
Don't fucking tip me with a good time, motherfucker, because you know I'll do
it. I'm asking you guys, listen, we're generally pretty pleasant on this show. I'm asking you, you got an axe to grind? You got a bone to pick? Got a grudge that you've been harboring? You want to file a grievance? Express yourself, guys. It's cathartic. Get it off. Get something off your chest. Tell you where this comes from for me. I'll tell you the catalyst for me. With somebody specifically, I think I mentioned within the last couple of months on the show, some bitch I really can't stand that does what I do. I'm not gonna name names because she's too powerful in my industry, and it'd be like calling out Darth Vader. She's gonna get me, right? And I'd like
she a cunt.
Coming in hot.
Jaffe, it's so funny that you say that because I listen to Bill Burr a lot, and he uses the word cunt, and he's got the whole Boston vibe and the energy. I don't think I could use that word, but if I could use that word and get away with it, and it worked for me, 100% she's a cunt. And I tell you though, there's a larger. It's not just her. She's kind of like the personification of this for me. And I don't know if this is an animator thing. I don't know how much you guys use this, but there's a little social media app called LinkedIn. Okay. Which is like the social media app for professionals, right? No matter what you do, I guess. I know largely animators go in for this thing. It's just one of those things. Animators are on this thing, this app. And it's been great. And you know what? LinkedIn has really worked for me, whether I'm paying for it or whether I just kind of get the free, the freebies. And I kind of waver. Sometimes I go in for the premium, and sometimes I'm just kind of on basic LinkedIn. But it has gotten me work, and it has gotten me connections, and it has kind of juiced my, I guess, my network. in as a professional. So definitely positive things. Here's the problem with LinkedIn in its current state, insofar as animation at least, is that 90% of animators aren't working right now. It's bad. Okay. Now I've been very lucky through a lot of this. I've been working, actively employed even as we speak here, but I find that people on LinkedIn, at least in the animation community, kind of aren't abiding by social rules that I think it's really impolite in that they use it for bragging and they use it for social clout to tell you how well they're doing, but they're not being mindful that most of your colleagues are not in that position right now, and you're kind of rubbing their face and shit. Whether it's getting a new job or getting an award or being nominated for an Emmy or an Annie or whatever, like I understand, like I'm old and I have a very, I don't know, I have a weird relationship with social media in general anyway, where I understand a lot of social media is the insert person here show, right? Like everybody is a brand now. No one's just a person. Here's my bikini. Here's my car. Here's my $200,000 kitchen renovation. Here's my, you know what I mean? Here's my expensive vacation. Here's my Rolex. Like I understand everybody. And it doesn't bother me when you're making something. If you're creating a podcast or you're creating artwork or you're an animator or you're a YouTuber and you have a product, it doesn't bother me as much. But when it's just the person, you know, it's just like the Henrietta show or the Bobby show. Like it's a lot. And I feel like that is going on LinkedIn with the bragging and the high profile, like look at me type stuff, without being mindful that a lot of people aren't that fortunate at the moment. And I think I think they're doing it on purpose. Like, how do you not realize that? So this woman that I used to know that moved to the other side of the country and works for a big animation company out there now. I think I mentioned this not too long ago. She posted a thing on social media before the wildfires in California, Southern California was having all the floods, with her Emmy Awards put up on a high shelf. She had like 5 or 6 Emmy Awards, and saying like, I'm saving the, you know, just in case the flood comes. But she was nowhere near where the floods and mudslides were. And I know that because I researched it. I was like, she's in a part of Southern California where that's not even a thing. She just took that as an opportunity to show off. And I was just like, wow, that is really ugly. It's really bothering me. And I think some of it, I got to tell you, some of it, I think I'm just being overly sensitive about the bragging, the social media bragging. And it's also, I got to tell you though, it's not for me. Like I'm doing fine right now, but a lot of my friends aren't in the greatest way, right? A lot of people I know aren't working and they're worried and they can't pay their bills and they're running through their savings. And I just think it's this weird thing. And I know social media is the Wild West and there's not really an answer for this. And it just kind of, it's all down to asking people to behave a certain way, but you can't really do. Like, how do you curate that? So that's my bone to pick, especially with people like this. I guess it's just people, random people, everybody, anybody showing off on social media. I don't know, man. It just doesn't sit well. I think there's sharing your joy and then there's bragging, right? And I think there's a fine line, but there's definitely a line. So anyway, in that spirit, I'm going to kick it over to you guys. Kyle, I'll go to you first. You want to talk some shit. You want to pop some smack. You want to name names. You want to not name names. Maybe you kind of want to give us enough clues where we know who you're talking about.
Well, you want us to name names, but you don't want to name names. That's interesting.
I'm not naming names. I can't. I'll be blackballed.
You sound like a fucking cunt, dude.
You coward.
Fucking coward cunt.
Well, first of all, it's funny, man. You say that about just kind of the self-absorption of social media. It is a fundamentally self-absorbed medium in many respects on certain platforms. Like I really like Instagram in premise, but I just can't interact with it because I don't know what to post on it really.
Yeah. And
I'm not really into looking at everyone's lives in that granular of a detail. Like I go on there and look at like hockey equipment and shit and weird things like that. So I just don't I don't vibe with it. And Twitter's the same way, although Twitter, I like the stream of consciousness of Twitter. And so I think it's really good because it could be anything. It could be a video or a picture or a text, a link, whatever. So that's kind of cool. But it does seem a little vain fundamentally. And so I do agree with you there. So as far as answering this, I have a more lighthearted answer and a more serious answer. Okay, so I don't know which one you want.
I love both. Can we do both?
Well, if you want both, I'll do both.
Let's do both.
I'll go quick though. The more lighthearted answer is it's so I have found a subsection, small subsection, not everyone, don't be offended if it's not you. If it's you, then be offended. But if it's not you, don't take offense for others.
You know who you are. Of
Xbox fans over the last 15 years or whatever.
God.
Since I was just the editor of IGN PlayStation, minding my own business, right? And slowly over time, people start being mean to me on social media because I like this one thing or not the other, and so on and so forth. I'm not very aggressive with any of this stuff. And then Chris might remember around the time Xbox One, I guess, was kind of like code named and whatever. There was people started putting in the Scorpio symbol in their names, like the astrological sign, because that was the code name of it. And these people were so abusive to me for like no reason all of the time, and this has continued up into this day, right? And people just so hostile, clipping me out.
Why?
Because of the fanboy wars and all of that kind of stuff. And it's cool. The console war's fine. I'm not, whatever. I have my preferences. I don't know that I'm much of a participant in the war. I'm certainly fired a few volleys in my day, but generally speaking, I've just been kind of on my own island, making observations and doing my own thing, but not really being too hostile to everyone else. And so my lighthearted answer is to all of those people that were so mean to me, that called me a fanboy and told me I didn't know what I was talking about, and that I'm this and I'm that. All your games are coming to PlayStation, and I know it bothers the fuck out of you. So to you specifically, again, it's not you. If it's not you, I feel bad for you. If you're upset about it, you're a nice person. You weren't mean to me. You didn't provoke me over many years and prod at me. I'm not talking about you. But for the people that were in my mentions all this time, in the comments, all of these different things, calling me all of these things, I know that this bothers you so much. And that makes me happy. So that's my lighthearted answer.
Shots fired. I like it. And these people, this is very specific. These people know exactly who they are.
Right.
They have.
If it's not you, don't worry about it. I'm not talking about just Xbox players. I'm not talking about that at all. You know exactly who I'm talking about. The people that degraded the conversation around console gaming so precipitously. Those are the people that I'm talking about. And they are deeply bothered by this. And so that makes me happy. That's my lighthearted answer. My serious, I'm sorry, Nick.
No. I'm just listening. I'm just going along for the ride.
So that's just a silly answer.
I like it.
My serious answer is I don't like the way people were treating Gene Park recently.
I have no idea what happened. Can you?
Yeah, what happened? Tell me.
I don't even know. I didn't even know this was a thing.
Yeah, I don't want to bring like maybe he's listening to this. Like, oh my God, bring more attention. I'm not gonna, and I won't get into specifics like names and stuff here with this because I don't want to bring more heat to him. But you know, Gene gets a lot of abuse for his association with Last Stand because he is ostensibly in good standing in what remains of the traditional games media space, which I would argue is, you know, like when the Titanic split in half and then it like rose up.
Yeah.
Like that's where it is at this point. But people are still hanging on. They're hanging on to the rotor. Right?
The band is still playing.
The band's fucking the band's in the icy Atlantic Ocean at this point.
Oh no.
And he just takes a lot of strays from people. And Gene, what I've learned about Gene, in my opinion, is, you know, I love Gene. I consider him a good, close friend of mine. Is he's very sensitive. And I know sensitive people pretty well because I'm pretty sensitive too.
Yeah, me too.
And you have to learn to turn that off, or at least absorb the blows better. I lash out every so often, but generally speaking, I get damaged a lot more than I would fight back. I was much more aggressive when I was younger. and even incendiary, I would say, when I was younger. So it hurt me to see a friend, like a sensitive, good soul like Gene, just have people be mean to him. And so basically what happened is like someone on Blue Sky, which is for people that don't know, like the Twitter kind of alternative that's sprouting up.
Is anybody on that, by the way?
I'm on both. I'm still on Twitter.
I haven't delved yet.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm not going over there.
Okay.
Not because of Blue Sky specifically, because I'm not investing ever again in a social media platform. So like if Twitter goes down, it's over.
That's it.
But I will say, Dagan, for you though, what's great about Blue Sky, politics aside, is the organization of kind of buckets is so much better than Twitter right now. So if you're like, I am really into animators, or I am really into 1970s style animation or whatever, they do a really good job of sort of curating and filtering the kind of threads, and then you can put those threads in folders.
Oh,
and so
cool.
you have a better sense of like, I'm going to go on Blue Sky today and look up retro sci-fi, and it can just all be about that. So it's a better system in a lot of ways. But
yeah, that's cool. I know a lot of people are migrating.
Yeah,
that's cool. Okay, interesting. Very
cool. So yeah, anyway, on Blue Sky, someone of some prominence in the industry, and this is what I want to get into in a little while, and I won't use names here, and I don't even really know these people, to be honest, but other than like, you know a person's name, but I actually don't really know anything about them or like what they've, like who they are as people or whatever. I just can glean some information based on the way that they speak to each other and they speak about others, but just saying like kind of abusive things about Gene and about how, whatever they were saying about who he was and demeaning him, bringing a lot of abuse towards him from other people. And then ultimately things that get more serious about, his cancer and people, someone wishing him that he died and shit like that. And it really upset him.
I can't believe that goes on.
And
that's crazy.
It's just strange because I feel like if you live by the sword, you should die by the sword, like, or be willing to. And so I totally understand like exchanging salvos and big boys and all, it's like, you're a big boy, I'm a big boy, we can all fucking handle whatever. But there are just neutral people that don't have that vibe to them. And I don't understand why they're treated in a certain way, nor do I think they're equipped to be able to kind of deal with it in real time. And it made me sad for him. And so just fuck those people that said those things and did those things. There's such a weird thing in the games industry that I'm sure you all understand and realize now, that this cadre of people that think that they are in control or have like a position of power, like don't. And they are jealous of people like Gene that are wildly successful at what they do, because they'll never do anything as good as what Gene is doing and has done. As I reminded him, I'm like, dude, these are like unemployed games writers that will never work meaningfully ever again in the industry. You are the games reporter of the Washington Post. Understand that there's like deep welling jealousy about your success relative to theirs. And it's just the reality of the situation.
Dude, the first time I recorded a Punching Up with Gene, we did the first episode. I shut the recorder off. I got in my car to go to Wawa. I put on the radio. Gene was being interviewed on NPR about, I think at that time it was Tears of the Kingdom. And I was like, holy shit. You know what I mean? Like, that's Gene's Big Willie. And these people are acting a little silly.
He's a great person. And it bothered me. So I reached out to like the ringleader of this whole thing, because I saw one of the things she wrote was he's associated with Colin Moriarty, and Colin Moriarty was such an asshole to us when we were at Fanbyte. Now, Fanbyte is this like obscure, defunct video game website that we used to make fun of all the time, mostly because it was owned by Tencent, which we thought was peculiar as fuck.
That is weird.
And we said so at the time, and they were irrelevant and they went away. So I saw all the things that she was bringing on to Gene. By the way, she said all of these things in a stream, was defending it, like, or not in a stream of consciousness or whatever on Blue Sky, saying these things, then deletes the thread, but says a bunch of other shit and doesn't apologize to Gene. It just kind of like moves on.
Was this Alyssa?
No. Oh, no.
Because she brought up Fanbyte too, and I'm like, what? Okay, got it. It's totally different.
No.
Okay.
So Blue Sky's already getting ugly and toxic? I thought that was the whole point.
Well,
all right.
So, yeah. So anyway, it doesn't matter. It's just, it's really the incidentals don't really matter. It's just like to what I'm saying anyway. It's just, it bothered me that people act like this. So I DM'd her and I was like, how's Fanbyte doing? Just like, that was just the DM. Never got an answer, but then posted it, like a screenshot of it, which is fine. I don't care. To all of her followers, making fun of me. This is where the thing of like, how is Kind of Funny doing? It's like, okay. They're doing great. But like to act like I just like fell off the face of the planet after that is a joke or whatever. That's where that whole conversation we had earlier came from, if you guys were curious. But it just, so they post it and it's like kind of like having a crash out, as we were saying earlier, right? In a way. And it's like, you can't even handle that level of criticism after all of the shit you just said about Gene. You guys are a bunch of fucking hypocrites and babies, you know, and you're jealous of Gene. And you're mad that he has opportunities that you'll never have. And so that was the more serious, go fuck yourself, that I wanted to say. More comical one for the Xbox fans that were mean to me. A more serious one for those people that mistreated a really good and decent person. Like one of the what remains of games, like traditional games, the games media space is so toxic and so hostile. It's hysterical. Like, because they're irrelevant. They have no power. And I'm not saying I'm the most relevant person in the world. I'm not. I'm just not the one walking around treating other people like that. So it's not that hard to just be nicer to people. And these people talk a big game about kindness and niceness and decency. They're full of shit. They're the fucking cattiest, meanest fucking yentas you've ever met in your life.
Yeah, it sounds like it. I mean, it's odd to me because it seems like maybe you should try to change your flavor in the sense of like maybe a little self-preservation, but I guess they're just going down with the ship.
Yeah, they're going to go. They have no talent, so there's really not any choice, you know. But I hope that it was worth taking 10 cents money for a little while anyway. Writing into a fucking black hole. So yeah, I'm happy to be mean to those people. They deserve it. Well,
it's a valiant thing. You're defending your boy, our boy, Gene Park. All right, Kyle. So we got the salty and the sweet there, right? Well, we got the sweet and the salty, really. Right? Both a little salty. I'll be honest with you. Not really too sweet. That's on brand.
Yeah, but one's just, I'm just kidding. I don't. But I mean, I'm not kidding. The people that were like so hostile and so mean, like, you know exactly who I'm talking about. Not you, everyone out there, like, you know the kind of person I'm talking about. That is toxified and poisoned the well.
Right.
Like, that are just awful people that are bullshitters and just clickbait artists and all that kind of stuff. There's one thing you can't say about Sacred Symbols. It's that it's clickbait, because I named the fucking show's nonsense. So certainly
it's
not
only
baiting
the people who love the songs that you name after. It's like, I thought we were going to be talking about the Pink Floyd song. What the fuck?
Right. So you can't say that about me. It's like, no, it does make me happy that, because I know it's funny, like watching the goalpost move as all of this changes. And it's like, no, I know everything you've said, because you clipped me out and made fun of me all those times and all that kind of stuff. I just know, I'm satisfied knowing, though I'll never get the satisfaction of you admitting, I know deep down how much this is just destroying you. And yeah, that's good. That's good enough for me.
All right. So. I like it. Jaffe, I see you over there with your sharpening stone and your hatchet.
Not really. Not really. I mean, so, sir, that's my penis you're looking at. No, I mean, not really. Okay. So, okay, there's three. Okay. Okay. There's trash talk that is simply fun, right? Because that was sort of when I got your email, and I'm like, okay, yeah, it's delightful to pull off a zinger when you're just having some fucking fun, right? So if you're saying, and I'm not going to be able to pull one out of my butthole, you know, on a moment's notice, it's inspired. But, you know, if you're like, you know, the best is when you can misdirect. So if somebody's giving you shit and you say stuff like, because they don't know where you're going. If you're just kind of like, okay, wait a minute, you're talking, okay, you know where the target is? And they're like, yeah. They say, the target in Tarzana. Yes, I know it. Okay. So, you know, at the corner of that where there's the target in the police station, yeah? So, yes, right. That's where you should go right now and go fuck yourself, right? You know, because they don't see it coming. That's fun, you know, or just talking about their mother. I'm still stunned people will be like, you know, when I make your mother jokes, I do it because it's charmingly old-fashioned and stupid. I don't really think, and there are people that are still out there that'll be like, what'd you fucking say about my mom? I said she's a crusty corpse and she charges a nickel to eat out her fucking pussy. That's what I fucking said.
Oh no!
I'm like, do you really think? And then they're like, you can't say that about my mom. I'm like, I know, because a nickel's too much. It's actually a penny. But, you know, I mean, they don't like it, you know, and I'm like, dude, I'm kidding, you know, but whatever. So there's the fun stuff. Then there's the stuff where when someone trash talks you, it's actually a gift when it hurts because it means they're getting to some truth that you're not actually willing to deal with. And that's actually, I'm not grateful because it sucks, but I'm grateful in some ways when somebody comes at me on the internet and they say something, I'm like, ooh, I want to respond. I'm like, wait, you want to respond because that actually pushed a button. And that doesn't mean they win. It means that's the gift, because why does that bother you? You know, think about that, process that, right?
Mm-hmm.
So there's value to it. But I'm fundamentally a kind person, right? Like lately I'm in the crosshairs of a lot of these, they're not all grifters depending on the definition of grifter you use, but I'm in the crosshair a lot of these sort of, smash JTs and Vera Darks and stuttering John or Craig or whatever the fuck that guy's name is with the real stupid.
Oh, stuttering
Game
John's
Awards.
from Howard Stern, right?
Yeah, that right.
I guess who's the other one? Who's the guy with the hat that does?
Oh no, that's stuttering Craig. I was saying stuttering Craig. Yeah,
right.
stuttering John. I know.
You know, and then all the hangers on and stuff that like want to be them and have their numbers and stuff. And I'm just like, on one hand, it's a joy to lash out at them and call them moronic and stupid and say things about them. And on the other hand, I know they're just fucking trying to fucking get by and survive and figure out their place in the world. So I vacillate between wanting to say remarks to Vera Dark like I did, like the only reason you have a show and you're successful is because you're an attractive woman selling your stuff to nerds. And people said to me that that's sexist. And I'm like, hey, you're right. Probably is, but it doesn't make it not true. And then I also vacillate between that and going, hey man, she's just trying to fucking make a living in a very sexist environment. And, you know, that's not obviously the only talent she has, but, you know, she pushed at me. I'm going to push back at her. You know, it's hard to kind of know the Jekyll and Hyde version or the version I'm going to get on any given day, because some days I want to get in the fight, but more often than not, I'm just like, man, everybody's just fucking trying to deal with this shit. And it's tough, and it's also, I'm not very good at business. I just hired a producer for my show and he will tell you that. He's like, Jaffe, like I said earlier, Jaffe, pick a fucking lane. Be that guy. I'm like, but I'm not that guy. He's like, nobody gives a shit. Be the character. Be the left version of their right. And I'm like, yeah, but that's me. You know,
In the name of making money?
Yeah, because he's like, you'll grow your channel more. And I'm like, I know, but it's not honest.
Yeah.
You know? And he's like, it doesn't matter. I'm like, yeah. So the point is, though, I struggle a lot with fundamentally, I am, believe it or not, no matter what my facade may present, I fundamentally am a compassionate guy. And underneath a lot of the abrasiveness that these people put out there, I'm able to recognize there is pain and there is sadness and there is some trauma and mental turmoil that I feel for. And I'm like, I don't want to be mean to people, but sometimes you get pushed too far and you can't help it. So I would love to sit here and name names and stuff, but there are very few people. I don't really hate anybody. I will say that maybe it was because Colin was the one talking, but the only thing that ever came to mind of a person that I really struggled to even see the humanity in was there was a guy he worked with at IGN, and I don't remember his name, but he had I think he did like a Retronauts podcast or a Simpsons podcast or something, and he reached out to me for some reason, and he was just like mental with his hatred of Colin and by association me. And I'm like, dude, I don't even know who the fuck you are.
Is he still around?
I don't even know who he is.
I don't really even know.
Do you know what I'm talking about though,
yeah,
right?
I know exactly.
You're talking about Bob Mackey. Yeah.
Okay. I mean, Bob Mackey, I thought was like the guy who did Cher's dress at the Oscars.
Yeah. He's a fashion designer. The
but
real
this
Bob
is
Mackey.
a different guy. Okay,
this is a different Bob Mackey.
Yeah. And I was just like, dude, I don't know you. And at the time I'm like, I barely know Colin. I just went on his fucking show. What can I do for you, sir? So other than that guy, who I just couldn't see any lights on inside to even connect with his humanity.
Forgot about that.
Maybe he's like, a psych. I don't know anything about him. It was really weird.
Yeah, I think he kind of went away just because I would imagine at some point someone that cares about him came to him and was like, you kind of come off like you're a little bit.
out of your fucking
Unhinged.
mind.
Off from my perspective, but yeah.
Yeah. But short of that, man, I mean, let me give you some, let me grind my axe briefly. Okay. If I was to hate anybody right now that I deal with, on a frequent basis, I would hate the people. Hate's the wrong word. I find the people that are unwilling to open their minds to other people having different experiences, like my son being a trans man, and how cruel they try to be. It's not that their cruelty hits me. It's that what really hits me about it is you're not hurting me and you're certainly not hurting my son, but you make me sad because either you're not self-aware enough to know how cruel you are trying to be and you're okay with that, but you're actually out there on the internet celebrating that either for money or because you genuinely believe it, and you haven't really bothered to do anything to educate yourself on other people's experiences. And it to me, that's a real problem because we have so much hatred in the country right now and so much division, and some of it's merited, but a lot of it is based on just misinformation and manipulation in order to get us hating each other. So a very small percentage of people will make money. And that, I think, on one hand, I'm mad at these people who fall for it, but there's also some compassion there. So that's my answer to the question. I'd love to be the angry guy, but who knew in this conversation that I would be the baby Jesus? But alas, this is where we are.
Didn't see that. I mean,
Nope.
It's a playful topic, right? You know what fascinates me about this? We all have beefs, right? In our personal lives, in our professional lives, from our pasts, whatever. But as polite people, most people in society, we don't really air those grievances. If you have a platform, it's just not done. It's more of this thing where I love hearing, did you ever see Jerry Seinfeld talk about how much he hates Bobcat Goldthwait, but he doesn't mention him by name?
No.
And it's just like somebody
That's on
who
Comedians
admires,
in Cars Getting Coffee. He's with
It's fantastic.
some lady comedian, and he mentions it. That's a great
It's
clip.
very
okay.
un-Seinfeld. He just goes off. Like
What
he gets
a
really...
loser!
And you know exactly what he's talking about, but it's fascinating because you love Jerry Seinfeld and just want to get inside of like his mind and his relationships and the history there and all that kind of thing. So obviously this is more of a playful thing, but the thing that I think about I'm looking at you three guys specifically, right? You both have pretty big names, big followings, all that kind of thing. And I know you thought of this. And maybe we've even talked about this in the past, but a lot of that engagement, I have this feeling with you guys, is that people just trying to engage. Now, there's genuinely unhinged and or genuinely cruel people out there. I get it. But I bet a lot of those interactions are just to score some sort of engagement, and doing it with negativity or with insults or with unsavory remarks, right? I bet that's just a way to like have a dialogue with you guys. I mean, I don't know what
I think you're
percentage of that-
absolutely right for a percentage of them.
right. I don't know
Because
what
when you
percentage.
end up engaging with them one-to-one, they almost immediately walk it back. Like they'll do a comment and they're like, "Oh, I didn't expect you to respond. Oh, I love
Right.
this thing," or, but a lot of, and some of them are kids and some of them are trolls, and,
Yeah.
Twitter is the crank call of their generation, man. I mean, we
100%.
didn't think about
Yeah,
it
I
when
got
you
you.
and I were
I did.
10 years old, calling up these places, and it's like, dude, there's an axe murderer in the back. I just saw him. And you and your friends are cracking up like it's the funniest fucking thing in the world, and it is. But that's what I have to assume a large percentage of this is too,
I never thought about that from that perspective. That's a good analog, I think.
Yeah.
I've never once considered that.
Yeah.
It's like a
Well,
crank
Chris, you know
call.
what? I want to hand it over to you. I'm going to give you one more example, though, just trying to draw this out of you guys, trying to draw a little controversy. My daughter had a friend who they stopped becoming friends earlier in high school. So it's been a few years. She had a dad. This girl had a dad. The
Was he
girl
a
was
cunt?
okay, but the parents were just fucked, like totally fucked. And super wealthy, which didn't help, right? Because then you got the jealousy thing going on. This guy had no manners at all. Now, these two have been friends for years. One day I was picking Lilia up from this other girl's house, and I was pulled in their driveway. And it's like a 3-car wide driveway. So I was in one of the lanes, the lane closest to the front door. And the guy, I guess, unbeknownst to me, pulled up in the street. I didn't see him there, and was laying on the horn for me to pull out of the driveway. Instead of like waiting for me to leave with Lilia, which would have taken another 30 seconds, or pulling alongside me in the driveway, or pulling into one of his 3 garages, whatever, right? This guy, I still want to murder this guy. Like every interaction I've ever had with this guy, who I barely know, has been of this flavor. So maybe you got somebody like that in your life where you're just like, I think I could strangle this guy. Not even knowing him, just kind of knowing him without knowing him. All right, Chris, I'm kicking it over to you for whatever you want to say about this.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I really hate to disappoint, but like I really don't. Me and Colin have talked about this. Like I like really early on in doing the show, but like I kind of genuinely do just forget a lot of the beefs that I've had. Like I'm sure they exist. I'm sure like if I remember them, I'll be like, oh yeah, but that's fucking annoying. But I don't really give it any thought. Like there are people who have wronged me for sure that I don't remember at all. And
so you don't hold a grudge.
I don't. It's hard for me because
you can't
like,
remember them. You can't remember them.
I literally like I just
They're so unimportant.
That's
the best revenge that you're like,
Well,
I don't even remember you.
Yeah. I don't know. Other people, the way that I think about it, honestly, and this is kind of, I guess, self-indulgent in some way, or maybe that's not the right word, but like, I just kind of feel like to take umbrage with anything that I say to the degree that you would become a problem for me kind of inherently invalidates itself. Like I don't know how to pay attention to a person who finds anything I have to say controversial. Like I don't even know how to engage with a person like that. So like I kind of just don't. And they just they fade away. Like sometimes I'll get brought up again like years later. I'm like, I forgot this was even happening. and then I'll talk a little bit about it because I was brought back up into it. And then they'll be like,
that guy's been in therapy about you for 4 years, talking every week about this Chris Ray gun fuck.
It's very healthy.
Yeah, I'm sure, like, dude, I'm sure, like, there are periods and times where I have like, but like, if I go 3 years or something and it hasn't come up, it's probably not important. It's kind of how I view it, and like, I don't remember, and I also just kind of feel like I don't know what everybody else has going on, you know. I'm kind of probably like too forgiving in that way, but like also I don't. It hasn't really been a problem for me.
That's so healthy.
So like I just there are people, there are swaths of the population that I have an issue with. Like I and I'll say it this way because I do think it's specific enough while also being kind of broad. I don't like it when I can see people actively equipping a different set of values, like actively doing it. It's like suddenly the price of eggs, the price of eggs is really complicated.
Oh, I see.
You know what I mean? Like it's just like there's like no nuance ever until there suddenly is a ton of it, and it happens to coincide with like, oh, my guy's won. Yeah. You know what I mean? And it's like it always bothered me, and it really doesn't matter who's doing it. I see it a lot from one particular side right now, but I've also seen the pendulum, you know. The most recent thing I saw recently, like, and it made me laugh because I do think it's so unserious. But there is like a genuine sadness deep down about it where I'm like, damn, I really feel like we're fucked in some way because people don't see it. Is there's this guy who tweeted about what is it, the Assassin's Creed, where he was like I still can't believe Ubisoft created a game in 2025 where a black man goes around killing Asians. And I was immediately like, flat. And my brain immediately, I had like a That's So Raven like flashback. Like I went back into a wormhole and I'm like, oh my God, this is Resident Evil 5 again.
Right. Yeah.
This is literally, it's the same fucking, it's actually like,
but was the guy joking or he was serious?
No, I mean, well, that's kind of the thing. It's like, this is another thing that I lament. It's like, are people stupid or is there like a financial incentivization to be stupid?
Both.
Like, the thing that I don't like about it is that I feel like it used to be, I feel like you used to get people's authentic takes, like genuinely. And I feel like if you had a disagreement with somebody, it was genuine. And now, like, it doesn't feel that way. It feels like everything's performative. It feels like everything's a show. It feels like everybody's too afraid to commit to anything, because to commit to anything is cringe, or like to believe in anything is cringe. So it's just like, oh, who cares? This is like lackadaisical, like, who gives a shit? You know? And I'm like,
Nihilism.
I don't know. Cause like, I feel like nihilism is like technically the textbook definition, I feel like probably a nihilist. Like, I don't think there's an objective meaning to life. I think the point of it is to just kind of find it and like make it for yourself. And that's what nihilism means. You just don't really believe that there's like a strict meaning to anything. It's not inherently negative. Yeah. There are people who are negative about it, and people who are like, I think not worth listening. I don't know. To me, it's just like, what value do you have to bring to the conversation if you're not offering something else?
This is why I thought it was totally anathema to the way Twitter works and these other social networks work. But I thought it was a smart idea when it was being bubbled around of like how they were going to get rid of at least public retweets and likes and shit like that. Like, just basically barometers that show how well something's doing and how much something's catching on, to make it more authentic about what you would interact with. But I think people probably wouldn't post as much if they didn't get those accolades, which shows you why people do it to begin with. So it is complicated.
Right.
It's definitely like an Achilles heel to the whole thing.
Yeah, and the thing that's worse about it is I think like people are incentivized both by the economy of attention and by just like the actual like financial realities of just like, I think people are egged on and rewarded for leaning into being not even unsavory people, but like actively ignoring swaths of reality because they've built an audience. And this isn't even necessarily like just political. This is the same thing with the Xbox people too. And like, I'm sure some people elsewhere where it's just like, it behooves us to not pay attention to the crazy shit that's happening with our people. And I've never related to that. I feel like if I see something insane, I would want to at least make it known that I find it crazy, so that way I'm never roped in, or like I'm never like, generalized in the trusting complicit, I guess is kind of how I feel about it. And it's why like I made so many videos criticizing the left back in the day, because I was frustrated with how like I was being represented.
Yeah.
That makes a lot of sense. I feel like I don't see, and it bothers me that I don't see that anymore at all.
You don't see what other people shouting about it?
I don't see people actively, almost to make a point, engaging their own side in criticism when so much obvious criticism exists.
Nuance.
Because I think the meta now is to just like, no, we've got to like ignore it, or we've got to like pretend like it's not there. And I'm just like, bro.
See, I thought there was going to be a return to that, and there just wasn't.
No,
There isn't so far.
Wait, when was this happening? When did you think, what was going to bring about the return?
I thought I saw it maybe, I don't know exactly what point, but maybe midway or so through last year, where I thought there was slowly a return to nuance. And it might have just been like more of what I was tuning into and who I was listening to specifically.
Sure,
Do you raise your kids to be media literate? Like, is that something you guys take responsibility for? Because I know the school isn't doing it.
Yeah, well, no, they're media literate.
No, I'm not saying your kids aren't. I'm saying they don't have lessons about media literacy in school is what I'm saying.
No, they do.
That's good then. Okay.
Thank God, Christ.
It's not irrelevant. God. It's not treated as this irrelevant. It's not, you know what it is? It's the old thing that we grew up with of like, don't use a calculator. It's like, why? The calculator is a reality. You know what I mean? It's like they're embracing that now. It's like, yes, social media is a reality. Your smartphone, if you're in your pocket, it's a reality.
Yeah, like if I'm ever in a situation where I don't have access to a calculator, I've got way bigger problems. Like that is great.
No, I was gonna say, how have you seen your kids use that? So do they not fall for as much as this shit? I guess is the kind of people we're talking about, or that Chris is talking about, like they're misinformed, or they only will speak this and ignore huge amounts of reality for their audience. Are your kids able to see what's going on?
Yeah, I think so. You know how I think my kids did it? I mean, my kids are 14 and almost 18. So specific age, I mean, specific region of the country, maybe, I don't know. But their social media or their tablets or their phones are integrated into their regular curriculum.
Okay.
Like they'll use it in social studies. They'll use that in environmental science. You know what I mean? That type of thing.
Oh.
So it's kind of like it's kind of very strategically, I guess, tied in to the curriculum, and even electives like art and music and stuff like that. So I'm always surprised when my 18-year-old, or she's 17 still, but going on 18-year-old is so like she knows news and what's going on in the world in an unbiased way because of what, because to me, it's like they're just entertaining themselves all day with people's TikTok feeds, but it's not like that. They're actually tuned into what's going on in the world as well, which kind of shocks me because it's like never ending entertainment with these kids, right? Which I get sucked into that, but so far with my kids and their contemporaries, at least the kids I'm around, they seem like they're keeping their heads above water instead of drowning in the negative aspects of social media, which is, I don't know if I could at their age.
No,
I don't think I had the maturity.
I fell for all kinds of bullshit PR when I was their age. I did. I mean, I believed it. I had to go out to Hollywood to realize, oh, that was just fucking PR shit. So.
I don't know. I do want to bring up too. It's like, because Colin brought this up earlier too, and this is also something that bothers the hell out of me. It's just like, if this doesn't apply to you, don't get bent out of shape about it. Mm-hmm. I feel like so many people are like eager to squeeze themselves into a pair of shoes that doesn't fit them just so they can complain about something. It's very bizarre.
That's weird.
I don't get it. I don't get this desire. Like, I think I tweeted something that's like, listen, I think I tweeted the other day something like, if you have kids, please, like, just like raise them with the understanding that like forming parasocial relationships with politicians is not a great thing. You know what I mean? Just like, which is, I think, objectively like sound advice for like anything. Like, it's very weird that anybody would ever like simp for a politician in general. You know what I mean? So like, to me, it's just like, that seemed like a very obvious thing.
Yeah.
People got bent out of shape about it. I'm like, I don't know how to help you, man.
See, Chris, I think that's gone, people. I think, and Kyle, you may get this kind of blowback when people see this show and what you said. Like, I think that's people pulling out the branch of just interacting with you. It's an easy way to get your eyeballs on something and a reaction from you.
Some people will, someone will be mad about something I said. And the other thing is that, which is there's nothing to be mad about. The other thing is that the other thing is that what's more likely, what I'm seeing is more likely is that someone is getting mad about something that didn't happen or wasn't said.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
exactly. That happens. I notice this on our Reddit most often, where it's like Colin says, it's like, this never happened. Like, I don't understand like what you're even saying or how you walked out of something with your presumed understanding of what is being said and done in front of your eyes and your ears. That's the shit that I think is actually even more, it's more fucked up in some sense, that people get mad about things that were not even said, not even that they infer things that are not even there.
Yeah,
that Reddit
that's
sounds
annoying
horrifying.
as fuck. I think actually
that Reddit sounds so scary to me. I don't know.
It's not. It's fine. I mean, there's fine people there. I don't care. Like the one.
I'm sure there's nice people, but it's just like some of the stuff that goes on.
Reddit just all operates the same way. It's got a very specific political alignment, first of all, and then
for everything. You mean for each?
Oh yeah. I mean, I think it's obviously a far left wing website. Like
I never really knew about that.
That's fine. I don't give a shit. I mean, it's totally their right to be that way. I just think that you have to look at everything through that lens, that you're not really dealing with like the per capita audience member. You're not. Like you're dealing with, if you put everyone on a political spectrum, chances are you're dealing with like the most left 20% of people that listen to you. They're going to be agitated by me no matter what. I mean, nothing I can really do about that. It's the same thing about like, Twitter has become more right wing. You can't really look at that.
Twitter's like 4chan now to me. It's really bad in a lot of ways now.
And it would be disingenuous to look at what's being said there through the lens of not necessarily normalcy, but averages, means.
Yeah.
Right. It's totally slanted. So I look at that the same way. It's not to say that these places shouldn't exist or that they don't have the right to say what they want to say. I just don't understand why people, Chris, it's like what you were saying. I don't understand why people get upset about just the most random weird shit. Like, when people leave Patreon and they're like, I left for, you said this, it's like, I don't even know what the fuck you're talking about half the time. I'm like, I don't know. Like,
it's because people want to be angry.
Okay, but wait, this is, I think, the bigger thing where the discussion always ends there. And to me, I think, why are we so susceptible as a culture to venting our anger? Why are we so angry to begin with? And why are we in a position where we feel that the way to properly get, or the only relief we can get for that, is how we treat people on social media? And I'm not saying that because a lot of times what happens is the discussion stops, like you start blaming the people. It's a people problem. It's a humanity problem. And I just start to wonder if that's really the case, or if we're not all being manipulated. And like, imagine a population that feels so unheard that their go-to response is to go onto social media and just make other people's lives miserable. That's not an individual human's problem. That's a culture problem. And we're here for a reason. And I don't know what that reason is necessarily. I have my thoughts, but I would rather be attacking it from there if we actually want to fix it, because just saying these are people who are angry and mean and bad, there's a, that's a symptom.
Right. Well, I think the world is just very hostile right now. Like, and I don't mean the hostile in the sense of dangerous. It's not like necessarily
it is, but
dangerous.
I know what you mean.
Right.
It's mean, right?
Well, it's not even that it's mean. It's just like you're being attacked at every angle, no matter what you do. Oh, you're trying to apply for jobs now. Half of them are fake. You know what I mean? It's just
they really are.
Or like, I want to get a car so I can go from point A to point B, and they're nickel and diming me on like the subscription for the heated seat on the fucking, like everything is compartmented, like piecemeal. Oh, do you want this? This is an extra $5. This is an extra 20 cents. It's like everything feels like it's just taking from you. And eventually at a certain point, you're going to feel like, what the fuck? This sucks. And you're going to lash out. I feel that. And I'm not even like particularly in a worrisome position, but dude, like everything, there's no, you get something and it's there. You know what I mean? There's always like some.
Are you saying the underlying anger of the Western society is built? That's the main reason.
I'm not saying it's the main reason. But I wouldn't be surprised if just the day to day like
doesn't help.
Nickel and diming and the feeling of being nickel and dime consistently, and like all my mail is junk, all my emails are spam. What the, I'm getting calls about an election every day. You know what I mean? Like, what is going on?
I guess it works though, right? Because you're right about the mail. I mean, my God, you'd think the environmentalists would be having a field day about the mail. Everything in the mail is a goddamn flyer. I check the mail now once every 10 days at most, or at least. I just don't go there anymore. I used to be excited. A magazine's coming, a comic's coming, a letter. Now I'm not checking the fucking mail to get some coupons from Ralph's. Fuck you.
Yeah, so So I don't know. I think things are not as ideal as we would like them to be. I think there's like an optimism in America that's faded away because the world is a lot more open and we get to see a lot more. I think part of that is not ill-founded, but it does kind of lead to a situation where like everybody's on edge. I think justifiably so. Like, it's a fucking scary word. Like, what are we going to do? And like the AI takes everything. You know what I mean? Like, what does that even mean? Like, I don't know. It's an unsettling time. I think it's uncertain. And I think in times of uncertainty, people like lash out, and it makes perfect sense. But I'm also
I think you bring up a very good point about how open it is and how we see the reality. Whereas before, it's easy to feel happy when you're being lied to all the time.
Yeah.
But I hope we can, I don't know. I'm a positive guy, I guess, in some ways, believe it or not. I love the idea that we can take all of these things that the internet has given us, that technology has given us, and if we can just survive through it and evolve. I keep thinking, I don't know if you ever read the Silver Surfer comic, but what was great about the Silver Surfer is, he was from, I think his name was like Norrin Rand or something like that, but he's from this planet where everything has gotten worked out. So it's like utopia. And he started getting bored or something, and that led to him becoming something. I forget, he got exiled or whatever. But I always look to that planet and go, that would be so cool if we could just survive long enough to evolve out of our poor response to all of the technology and the internet and stuff, because I think we could be awesome. But maybe we're going to have to go through this phase for a while because we have been lied to for so long. Maybe people are in our DNA level. We're just pissed that we've been sold a lie forever. I don't know.
Yeah.
But I find it fascinating and heartbreaking and hopeful, and I don't fucking know. I don't fucking know, Chris Raygun. The fact that you go by Chris Raygun and I go by Jaffe, that bothers me. Why couldn't I come up with
love that.
I would probably not choose to do it if it's already like...
Yeah, you said that.
Yeah, this is just the name that it was when the channel exploded. Like I changed the name of my channel like every like couple months.
Yeah.
Because I genuinely didn't care if like I exploded and people knew where to find me, but then it did. And I was
Oh,
like,
is that the name when your channel exploded? Oh yeah, my heart bleeds for you. What's that like? What's it like to have a channel explode?
You'll get there, my friend.
I don't know. I forgot.
Shut up, Dagan.
You're gonna get there.
Shut up.
Shut up, Linda.
Shut up.
Shut up,
What's the deal?
I love
with
that.
David Jaffe?
I only saw that movie about 4 months ago. I had never seen Evil Dead. Oh my God.
Oh,
So
what?
good. Yeah, I'm telling you. So
Dude,
now I'm
Evil
always
Dead-
going around going, is it Linda? It's like, shut up, Linda. I think it was Linda.
Is it Linda?
I don't
Yeah.
remember. Evil Dead 2 is the one that like I love Evil Dead 2.
That movie
with all
fucks
that's
me
my
up.
favorite movie ever, I think.
So scary. I think they're both really scary. My
I
wife
didn't
saw
mean to
Evil
derail
Dead.
it. I'm sorry. It's just
No, that's-
I can only hold in the chaos for so long and be like a mature. Oh, Chris is speaking.
Yeah.
Now it's Chris's turn to speak. Let's be quiet now.
We need
And,
a little-
it's
Why-
hard. It's hard.
Watch Evil Dead 2, everybody. It's good.
It's a great movie.
Perfectly paced. I think it's the most perfectly paced movie I've ever seen, actually.
You're
But-
a really big Sam Raimi guy.
Yeah, I love Sam Raimi. Yeah.
You really do.
Raimi's amazing. Fucking
Yeah.
amazing.
Chris, one thing that you said I want to go back to that I think I have to get a little bit of this energy into my life. You got a little bit of that Don Draper, I don't think about you type thing, which, by the way, they sent up that moment directly in The Bear to pay a little homage
Mhm.
to Mad Men. And I won't spoil it, but they definitely do it. And it's very blatant reference to Mad Men. And I was like, this is why I love this show. I never knew I would discover another show I love as much as the golden age of TV shows. The Bear is very good. I have to say, great characters.
I got to get around to watching it.
Really good.
Yeah,
Really,
heard
I
it was
think you
really
guys will enjoy it. But let me ask you this question on the way out of this topic, if Chris is satisfied.
Yeah.
This occurred to me at some point during the conversation. If we could settle our differences via duels, having duels with each other like the old days, would we still be alive? I think I would have been killed a long time. I'm a much more difficult person than I let on the podcast, I
Would
think.
we as a culture still be alive?
No, would you personally still be alive? I
Oh,
think I
God,
would have been murdered
no.
eons ago.
Yes.
You'd still be.
If I could keep my glasses, yeah. Without my glasses, probably not. No. But
Somebody would have killed me.
everybody
a long
that I've
time ago.
ever had an altercation with, I think is not I'm not worried.
That's
I'll put it
fair.
that
I
way.
mean, that's fair. I just think so many people would have. I was so hot headed in my career early on that somebody definitely would have murdered me at some point.
You were so high?
Hot headed,
Oh.
just super.
Yeah, you don't
like-
strike me as a drug guy.
No,
The people in my adult life who I've had issues with are just like, I don't know. I've kind of just forgot. They're not very threatening. And the people who like gave me a hard time when I was a kid in school they're dead now. So like, it's not my concern, you know.
Kyle, what about you? If we could still do the duel thing, little Barry Lyndon style,
No, yeah, I don't. Yeah, jeez.
would you still be alive?
I wouldn't. I don't think I would. Yeah, I think I'd be fine. I really haven't had that many interpersonal beefs in my life, so I think I'd probably be all right. Plus, you're assuming that I wouldn't have won those duels.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. Is it a skill issue? I'm thinking purely from like somebody would have taken me out. So many people must have been aggravated.
I don't
with
make that
me.
assumption about myself.
Okay, I like it. You know what, you guys? I think I'm a pretty PC, pretty easygoing guy, but I think I hold a grudge more than all you guys put together. Maybe that's the Sicilian.
Yeah,
I don't
because
know.
you come off as probably the most mild mannered of all of us.
Yeah.
It's because you're holding it in, man.
Yeah,
like
it's
I let
toxic.
people know right away.
See, I think
You know?
that's really
So it doesn't have
healthy.
time to like fester or anything.
I gotta take a page out of that book. Yeah, because that's toxic. That could cause cancer, literally. And
Yeah, dude.
figuratively.
I remember there was this kid who really wanted to. I think I might have told the story on the podcast before. But there was this kid who like really wanted to come to my birthday party or whatever, and I made it so clear that I didn't like him. And I was
You
like,
did tell
"Why?
this
You're not." I
story.
was like, "You're not. No, you're not invited. I don't like you."
That's
And think about how miserable that birthday party would have been if I would have just had to pretend. You know what I mean? Like, oh my god, No, I'm not. I don't put myself in that situation.
Oh my God. Well, listen, I'm satisfied.
Well,
my
hang on
friend.
1 second because I'm going through the comments of the last time I was on this channel on Patreon. I just want to find one person to call.
That's a
on.
great idea.
All right,
Yeah,
you go
I-
through. And Jaffe, I will say again, in the interest of ratings, this would have been funny if we had a beef with one, if one of us had a beef with the other person and we
Oh, no, I'm
aired our
okay.
dirty laundry.
I'm trying to think. Do I dislike anyone on Last Stand Media? Name the people.
It's a pretty Micah, Gene,
Oh
Yeah.
no, these are great people so
Hogue,
far. I've only met him
Cog.
once. He's great.
Locke.
Cog.
Cog's
I
great.
have an issue with Cog.
That's not possible.
I'm jealous, primarily. Like he just seems so like calm all the time. I don't know.
Yeah,
There's something. I wish I could copy paste that demeanor. There's something about it.
Yeah, he's the
It's really
most
charming.
together.
He's a charming dude.
Yeah,
He really
Cog's great.
is.
Keep going.
Maddie,
Mr. Matty plays. No, he's cool.
Micah, I already said.
Mike is great.
Dustin.
He's awesome. I haven't talked to Dustin in a while, but he's a good dude. Who's the guy you fired because he wasn't good? I'm kidding. I'm kidding. But I will say this. Okay, I will say this.
I know, like what?
Ben is great. I only got to know him recently at the show, but I will say this. I won't even ask for money. Let me plan a live show. That show he planned, rubbish.
The San Diego show?
It was terrible.
Oh, I didn't see it.
It was terrible. His work was not terrible, but he was swamped and spread too thin. I get it. I like the guy a great deal. You should don't me, Chris Raygun.
No, because my mind went to
Dagan is hosting, and Dagan said, "Talk about somebody at Last Stand Media."
Yeah, but
I understand. But like my assumption was like somebody completely different from like a long time ago.
Oh no! But the show though, it's like
right.
It just nobody wants to watch a bunch of people play fucking a game show. Unless it's cultivated and curated and it's almost scripted, right? Because then people are on stage competing. It's like what they want is they want a live version of the podcast with some twists and turns and interactivity and some surprises and it's a fucking show. It's a show, and it should be presented and respected as such. And I will plan it for free if you guys want.
Well, we're not doing another live show this year, but
yeah, well, that's your problem. But once you get it back, Colin Moriarty,
I really feel like the main issue with that show is really just the audio. Like, because I couldn't hear fucking anybody.
That's part of planning.
I know. I'm just saying
it wasn't well executed, but I don't think it all falls on him for sure.
I'm teasing for Dagan's sake because he wanted me to say somebody.
But I will say that like I agree with you about the vision of the live show, and I said that like I think the earlier live shows were better, and those were ones that I had way more control over to be honest. So it's like,
is that one available to watch anywhere?
Yeah,
the old ones.
First one,
no, the most recent San Diego, just the most recent. San
Diego. They're all up.
I never saw it. But
it's like I originally we just were like presenting like the best games of all time or like our favorite this. I think that's just good because it's just like everyone presents something.
Yeah.
It feels like the show, and then you have conversation and all of the kind of ad-libbing that happens in between. So most of the impetus is on you kind of preparing.
Yeah.
And that's what I think we'll do moving forward. I think the next time we'll do a live show will be Sacred Symbols 400, which I think is in March of 2026. So we'll see. I mean, that's kind of where my mind is.
Sell live tickets to stream so people can also watch it if they can't show up.
No, I think that's a bad. I don't think that's a good idea.
Why?
Because I think we want people to come see it. We need to make sure that we make money on the show itself. Otherwise, what is the point of doing this whole production?
Don't start selling the tickets to the stream until after you've sold out the theater then.
Yeah, I mean, that's also because then people will be waiting it out. I mean, that's why we record it. We pay a lot of money to get it recorded properly.
No, I know. I just think having the live chat would bring a lot of fun chaos to it while you're
probably right. Yeah. But I
think it would dissuade people from coming.
But
yeah.
Fine. I'll do my own show. Whatever. Me and Dagan will do our own show. We don't need you guys, idiots.
We'll get so many people.
Yeah, but the San Diego show. Yeah. So, but no, be nice to Ben. Ben wasn't fired for.
I am very nice. I like Ben a great deal.
There's just nothing. We just have nothing for him to. I mean, I know people like want to believe what they want to believe, but it's like there's just nothing for him to do.
Watching the show, I am teasing. I don't
think he's watching the show, so you don't have to worry about that.
No, not Ben. The comments.
Oh,
Dagan was like, name somebody at Last Stand Media, and so I'm like, well, Ben's not here anymore, so he can't be mad at me. And so I picked Ben, and I'm teasing.
That's fine.
He's a great fella.
he's okay being teased.
I have a
He's fine.
genuine question.
What am I going to
Ancient
pick?
history.
Betty Moriarty, who was so sweet the other day that she literally direct messaged me on Twitter to make sure I'm okay in the fires. Your mom is a
Oh, that-
gem, boys.
What? She knows you're in San Diego.
I don't know what her
sweet-
insistence is on.
Sweet lady. I'm like, this is
Yeah,
Colin's.
that's nice. It is nice. She's
That's, so
nice.
fun. That's really funny. I didn't get a message at all. I mean,
Well,
I was
I
like
didn't-
surrounded.
Now
I was
you know where you
surrounded by the
stand.
fires.
Now
I was-
you know where you stand, you cunt. I'm going to use that word all day now. I
Who
told
was
you.
the guy that Cog replaced in
Oh,
Duke?
ACG.
That's who
Okay.
I thought. That's who I thought he was talking about.
Oh,
That's why I
okay.
like.
I thought that's
I
what
laughed
Chris
so
was
hard.
referring to.
Yeah, yeah.
He was, but he didn't. It wasn't that. Didn't last long.
No, he just wanted to. He had like other obligations.
Other things.
We're
Yeah.
totally on fine. Really, like that was nothing really.
Yeah.
He just wanted to kind of. I think he kind of underestimated the time commitment.
Now, I'll tell you who I don't think likes me at Last Stand Media.
Oh, this is
You want to know
Dish.
that?
Go ahead. Yes.
Who's
I'd
the
like to
guy,
know.
your new guy, the guy who has that great show about the different video
Oh,
games?
Brad.
Yeah, I don't think Brad likes me. I could
Oh,
be
Brad
wrong.
likes you.
I'm not saying I'm a sensitive soul.
Brad likes you.
I'll investigate that. Yeah, that's surprising. Seems like Brad likes everyone.
Nothing has ever occurred between Brad and I other than I met him. He was a joy. I was on his show. He was a joy. I just have a feeling he wishes I would shut the fuck up, and my neurodiversity really bothers him. I understand it bothers you gents as well, but
Doesn't
you've
bother
come
me.
to accept it. Oh, I can tell.
You're a
trying
lot
it.
better than you were, but there've been times you've bothered me. I don't think you're anywhere
I'm
near your
very
zenith.
sensitive. I'm very my zenith. Anyway, I'm very sensitive about it because I don't want to be a pain to people, but I also love myself. And I don't want to like shut myself down. Anyway, I'm shutting up. Chris Raygun, continue.
It's
I'm
all
done. I'm
fun.
done.
Yeah.
I don't know. Like I don't even remember what were we talking about.
Assholes and chopping
Grudges.
and grudges and
Beefs.
things.
Talking
yeah,
shit.
I've got nothing, man. Like outside of the people that like again the people that the general kind of type of person. I don't really have specific grudges.
Yeah,
I'm sure
you
some
guys
people
are-
have specific grudges with me, but like I wish them all the best in that that fight. But
Oh,
like,
there's a
I'm
lot
not-
of those too. Yeah,
I
Don
feel
Draper
like
on the elevator.
Yes.
Yeah. It really feels like people are shadow boxing, and I'm like, good for you. Good shadow boxing is good for you.
Oh, that's a good way to say it. Yeah. More Gandhi energy than I was expecting out of this group. I have to say, I was looking for a little bit of chaos. Maybe I'll try this again with a different group. You guys let me down. A little bit, and you made me look like the bad guy, which is maybe that's refreshing. Maybe for once, the Dagster could bring a little bit of flavor, guys.
Dagster.
Let's bring this puppy home.
Yeah.
I want to go around. I want to say goodbye. I just want to start with Kyle because I have a question for you, Kyle.
Sure.
Authentically.
Sure.
The new side quest content.
Yeah.
I'm excited.
Mhm.
Quick question, asking for a friend. With the content, are you just filming? I know it's scripted. Are you just filming yourself on camera, or are there graphics involved?
No graphic. It's just audio over B-roll, and I can send you an edit of you would have seen it by the time this goes live, I guess. But I can
Just
send you an edit.
audio and B-roll. You're not on.
But there's no
camera at all.
graphics. No, we're not even using chirons or anything. It's just very simple. It's nicely edited. It's way better edited than anything I've done.
Who's editing? Locke?
No, my friend Ian, 616 Entertainment. He's been on the show. A few
nice.
times.
Oh yeah.
Oh, I know.
He's a
Ian,
good
yeah,
editor. And it's not that I didn't think he would do a good job, but it's actually better than I even thought it would be.
Oh, nice.
And he's taken some notes, and we've gone back and forth on a few things. So yeah, no graphics. I will invest more in it if necessary, but I'm not going to invest more in it right now.
Is it designed to be watched as a video or as an audio or both?
You could probably listen to it as audio, but it's meant to be a video. I mean, there's a lot there are like infographics and things we've cut out of financial statements and quotes, and there's some clips of people saying things, but
It's going on
you could
YouTube.
probably get 99% of it by just listening to it.
Cool.
Yeah.
Very nice. Well, other than that, just goodbyes and whatever you want to send this one off, man.
Yeah, well, goodbye. Thank you for having me. Good to see everyone. Hope everyone's doing well. Good to see Chris again this week. Good to see Jaffe as always. And Dave, good to see you. I'll give Dad your best regards.
Yeah, what's
when
he
I see
coming
him.
through for specifically? Just to hang?
One of our nephews is in another play, so he's going to see him. I think tomorrow
Shout out
night.
to Finley.
Right.
What's the play?
I don't know actually.
Okay.
I'm out of the loop on this one, but
Okay.
But yeah, because
Demolition Man.
he called me like earlier in the week. He's like, I'm coming down, so let's meet up for lunch or whatever, brunch. So
The third graders are doing Death of a Salesman.
Yeah, that's
great.
I think he's in 10th grade now, and
He's in 10th.
He's in like, it's like some sort of local. It's operated by like a church, but it's like a pretty substantial. They have like a theater.
They do great
They
work.
actually sell tickets, and it's pretty cool. It's pretty good.
Yeah.
It's like I don't want to say it's professional, but it's good. Like
It's
I'm
pretty
sure
good.
some of these kids are going to go off and do cool
Some
things in
stuff.
college and stuff. So yeah. So my dad tries to come out. So my dad's always been really supportive about going. He used to
He's
go to my
great
hockey
with
games
that.
and shit. You know, so
He comes through for recitals and concerts and events and birthdays, and yeah, he's really good with that stuff. Very cool, Jaffe.
Yes.
Happy
thanks
New
for-
Year.
Happy New Year. Thank you guys. Always, I get such a joy being on y'all shows. I love this channel. Thank you guys for having me. Thanks
Great.
for
You're always
listening. Watch my shit over on my YouTube channel. What are you doing this weekend? Oh, me. I'm watching Royal Rumble. I'm very excited for the Women's Royal Rumble this weekend. Royal
Nice.
Rumble is awesome. And so many video games, man. Sniper just came out. Playing Sniper Elite. Still playing Call of Duty. Making videos. It's a lot of fun. I appreciate it. Thank you guys. I'll talk to you guys later.
Chris, not Ray Gun Maldonado. So good to see you, dude.
Yeah, man, you too. Yeah, thanks for hosting. It's nice. I like these types of shows a lot. I like stream of consciousness. I like it when things can go off the rails. It's my favorite shit.
It's fun.
Yeah.
It's definitely fun. Now, just so you know, Chris, I think you're already aware, people definitely prefer you hosting the show.
I don't believe that. I think that's very nice, but like I don't buy it. I think it's like very like
I agree with
3 people.
It's definitely not. You're also my favorite host. I say that every week when you're not on. Now you get to hear me say it genuinely. And that's it. I want to try something out, guys, on the way out. Go Birds. Nope. It just doesn't feel right.
Yeah.
I love Philadelphia, but I just cannot root for the sports teams out here.
Yeah, I get it.
Can't. Even after 30 years, I can't do it.
Yeah.
I'm
I want
sorry,
the Chiefs to win.
Philly.
We'll see what happens.
Yeah. Oh, you all right. Okay. Yeah. They're it gets a little scary. The prospect of Philly losing, especially in the Super Bowl, especially with the Eagles. I'm in the suburbs. I'm not downtown. Still a little frightened. You never know what's going to happen. Could be
all right.
catastrophic.
It'll be okay.
You know, you don't want the fallout.
It's not this weekend though, right? It's the 12th.
No, it's next
No.
weekend.
Next
Okay.
weekend. Yeah. And listen, that's our time, everybody. Appreciate you joining us today. This is a little bit of house cleaning. Indulge us. Patreon.com/laststandmedia for the early ad-free accesses. As always, laststandmedia.store has the merch. For the Kyle Man, Jaffe, and Chris, I'm Dagster Moriarty saying thank you so much for joining us.
Wait 1 sec. Say the word. Say the C word before we go.
You cunts.
I love it so much.
Oh,
It just doesn't feel right.
It feels so good to be bad, Dagan.
Thank you for joining us. We love you. We appreciate you. Tune in next week. We'll see you then. In the meantime, go listen to your second favorite podcast. Get out.
Constellation is a product of Last Stand Media and Colin's Last Stand LLC and is proudly recorded in the USA. The show was conceived by and is directed and hosted by me, Colin Moriarty. My co-host is my brother, Dagan Moriarty. The show is produced by Last Stand's executive producer, Dustin Furman. All Last Stand theme music is by Ramon Narvaez, and all of our graphics and logos are by Dagan Moriarty. As you know, all of Last Stand Media's podcasts, including Constellation, are fan-funded on Patreon at patreon.com/laststandmedia. The following names are at the producer level on Patreon, our highest support tier, and we're infinitely grateful for your thoughtful and kind contributions to our independent endeavor.